rank where the view is nothing less than phenomenal. For how I express and project from my abdominal. The only view better, both my daddy and my mama know. No living parents, my sons give me balance. My wife is my serenity, this mic is my identity. The world is foul enough, that's why I write without obscenities. Provoking danger with broken language and spoken anguish. Begging to get hurt, why would you ask to go through changes? Yes, Lord, life's a chessboard, master the angles. Control the tempo, be the one who holds the info. Acknowledged knowledge is just as deadly as machete swings. When spoken, the truth is as potent as that Medellin. While others swear the style is free, I just let it ring. Our time is undervalued, soldiers make us better kings. My fans on my shoulder, reaching after better things. Today I take the shot, for them I'd rather set the screen.
My mama told me follow my dreams. My daddy told me get it by any means. Stand tall, make him bow to a king. But I've evolved, you can see the resolve. Look in my eyes when you speaking to God.
Life and for those who we caught up in using what I was taught with the muse. I guess they call it proving I'm more than an artist. Penciling out my darkest while stenciling out a harvest. And storing what gets me from A to B, just like garages. Instrumental with collages. Envision what I've been drawing. Broadway to give you rhythm like the great Lena Horne. So bent on, found comfort in the storm. Find peace and on when you see them others perform. Organized chaos, outcasted like hey ya.
Yo, party people in the place to be, what's good? It's the number one chief rocker in Knicks universe, the main man, Uncle Freezie. And welcome to, hold on, let me make sure we got, okay. Welcome to the Knicks at Night podcast. Let's rock. I'm kind of stuck in the middle. I'm kind of a little bit early and a lot late at the same time, right? I'm kind of a little bit early and a lot late at the same time. I hope y'all forgive me, man. I had some stuff that I had to do today, including get some sleep. Yeah, man. It's good to be with y'all. Y'all want this party started right? Y'all want this party started quickly, right? Blue tears, orange tears, orange tears. Bim! Let's go. Test 1 2 1 2. Let's get that energy up. You rock it with the number one chief rocket in Knicks universe, main man, Uncle Freezie. Throw your hands in the air and wave them like you just don't care. And if you got some loot and a stick of juicy fruit, somebody say, oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Scream. Yo, man, had a lot of stuff going on today, man. It was a busy day. It was a busy day. Man, got some sleep. Got the Patreon up and running. Got found some Nick colored orange rocks to go in MSG. That's what I'm going to call the tank. MSG. That's what I'm calling the tank, y'all. That's what I'm calling the tank. Let's call it the garden. Let's call it the garden. Do y'all know how hard it is to find Knicks colored garden rocks? Anyway, it's worth it because the garden will be rocking this season. And yes, the pun is intended. Bim. The pun is intended. Bim. How y'all doing out there? I see y'all. Mr. Lee in the building. Mr. Lee, where you been, man? I ain't seen you like a few days, bro. What's good? Keith Turner's in the building. Harlem Girl is in the building. King Ribby, I see you. Jimmy White, Pudge Nice is in the building. Mr. Fitz is in the building. What's good? Let's go, Knicks. The hip-hop legend Cormega is in the building. I know that ain't you, bro. I know that ain't you. I'm just messing with you. What's good? Joe Madden. What's good? White Falcon is in the building. Rich boy. Salute, salute. What's good, y'all? Marlon, what's good? Pudge Knight says, man, the media is livid right now. So it's a different day, y'all. It's a different day. You can't control the narrative. That's the one thing I despise about the media, that they try instead of leaning on journalistic integrity, they try to control the narrative. You can't make me think how you want me to think. I am free to think how I want to think. And so is my chat. And look, and so is the chat. You ain't never seen me come on here and say, if you don't think like how I think, get out of here. Y'all ain't never seen me came in with no greasy mess like that. Right? Forbes and Phil's in the building. Sav, what's good? Yo, Nick G, what's good? Hey, hold on. I got a small emergency. It's like a level 1 emergency. It ain't that major. That was my best friend right there. She's coming in and making sure I was straight. You know what I'm saying? Yo, ain't nothing like having people that care about you. Kind of like how I care about y'all, man. I be like, when I don't see one or two of y'all for a few days, you know what I'm saying? I start putting out, like, you know what I'm saying, the antennas up. Like, yo, I ain't seen say. Thank you. Let me put this link in the chat. Like if I don't see Sarge, for a few days, I'll be like, yo, anybody seen Ashley Inc? Canabalaya. What's good? What's good? Almighty Finesse. Marvin, what's good, bro? Marvin, where you been, man? Where you been, Marvin? Marv, you good? Man, Marv, I ain't talked to you in like a month and a half, bro. Not in no real talk. I mean, in passing, but Payback card is in the building. Yo, yo, yo. What's good? Y'all ready to talk this Nick talk the way we like to have this talk be talked to us? I am. Are y'all ready to talk this Nick talk the way that we like Nick's talk to us? I am. Am I excited about a bunch of stuff? Yes. Right? I tell you what I'm super excited about. I'm excited about this Patreon thing. I saw a lot of people doing it. I was like, why not give it a shot? Because what I want to do is give you guys like an inside look of like what I'm always thinking. I can't always do it here because people are like, yo, hurry up, man. Talk about Tom Thibodeau. The fact that I get a place where I can connect with y'all directly, like directly, is exciting for me. Like directly. Y'all get a chance. Y'all get the opportunity to tell me what it is that y'all really want. And I can either be like, hell no, that's too much. Or hell yeah, let's do it. Tell me how you want me to do it. But it's enough about that, right? Did I put the link in the chat? I think I did. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. I put, yeah, okay. All right. Y'all ready to talk this Nick talk? Listen, man. Listen. Let me first start off by saying I think this Jalen Brunson signing is flying way under the radar. Joe Madden. What's good?
What's happening, bro? How you doing?
Good. How the family?
Salute to the chat. All's good, bro. All's good. Just chilling.
Yeah, good, man. How you been good?
Yeah, all's good. All's good.
Yeah, man. Good,
How
man.
about yourself?
Yo, I'm really excited about this Jalen Brunson signing, man. And not for like the obvious reasons. I'm excited about Jalen Brunson for legit basketball related reasons.
I can't wait to see him check Julius.
I knew Julius Randle was gonna come up, bro. I had a timer over here. Like, how soon is it? How long is it gonna take?
I was actually going to bring up positive about Julius at some point because I see people already move him out of town for just to get cap relief, and I just seen that we don't get cap relief till 2024 moving Julius. So what's the point? And I think he'd be better served as the second or third option, and some nights maybe even fourth option if RJ's taken over.
Well, think about what you're
more
saying.
Valuable to us that way. Because I think Obi's gone in the Spider deal either way. I don't think that deal's done without Obi and Grimes.
Well, I mean, either way, though, think about what you said, though. If RJ's taking over, you don't take over a game if you're the third option. On that night, if he take over, he the first option, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but you mean third option overall in like the season pecking order.
See, how I would look at it is you got to bring Julius, like you got to see how Julius plays. So right now, Julius is probably second option. I will put the ball in Brunson's hand. Now, if the Spider deal happens before the start of the season, now you're looking at Spider, then Brunson, then Randall. I'd have Randall and Brunson like 2A, 2B. Whoever has it. Then you go even put RJ as a mix as a 2C. Right. And that's where I think this team can do some damage once the Spider deal I think is getting done. I think it's done. It's going to happen. Right. I think this team is a deep threat offensively. You have 4 20-point scorers in the floor every night. Some dudes, and all of them we've seen drop 40 on nights. Every single one of them. Right. We've seen Jalen Brunson drop 40 in the playoffs. RJ at 30 and 40-point games. Julius at 40-point games. See Donovan Mitchell, he had 60-point game, 50-point games. Right. So we can score points. So I think that's the whole dynamic of this team is going to be more offensive.
Right.
And even without Spider, say you put Fournier in there, or I probably Grimes, because if you're not doing the deal or the deal's not done, Grimes is still here. So Grimes or Fournier. I still think the team is a lot better.
Okay.
Because you said like there's more you can do with a point guard that can run the pick and roll as efficiently as he can.
Right. You know what I think this hinges on? I ain't even gonna lie to you. I think the success of the Knicks this season does not hinge on Julius and this narrative of Julius buying in. Because that's a narrative. That's what fans say. Right? That's what fans say. Is Julius Randle gonna buy in? The fans are like, yo, I'm worried about the mentality of a basketball player. That's fan stuff. Basketball stuff is can we get Julius Randle open looks on the floor? That's basketball stuff, right? Like legit, can we get RJ Barrett more uncontested shots so that he can get his field goal percentage up? So that we could start digging into his untapped potential. As opposed to letting RJ have to fight the Vietnam War, so to speak, just to get a layup. Right? And I think by adding Brunson, you already make headway going in that direction. Right?
To me, what Julius is, it's like he's going to get open looks. He needs to become more of a stretch 4 like he was that season, more of a 3-level scorer. Like, to me, he can get and finish in the paint. The mid-range, I don't care about the mid-range this year. It's more about the three because I need him able to spice that floor for the rest of the dudes. The three is more important. If the mid-range is dropping, beautiful.
Well, the mid-range is going to be there just off the strength of Brunson. That's his strength, the mid-range. Spider, RJ, mid-range demons. Those are their strengths, so to speak, right? And in my opinion, now I may be wrong, right? So
give me 1 second, Freezie. I'll be back.
Okay, all right, I'm here. I ain't going nowhere. I'm gonna pull Joe down. Joe, when you ready, just signal me, man. I'll bring you back up. So what I'm getting at is the fans perspective stuff, right? The fans perspective stuff is not how this stuff is gonna play out on the floor. Here go my man. I'm glad. What's up, boss? How you doing, man?
Yo, what's going on, man?
How you today?
I can't complain, man. I was waiting for you to go live, man. You got me really intrigued about this team, man.
Bro, it's me?
Yes,
man.
It's just the way you're putting things is a whole new perspective on things. I think a lot of people have been giving up on certain players, but you kind of give them a new light.
Yeah,
and gives them new hope.
I think the credit goes to Leon Rose, bro. Not me.
I agree. I'm not gonna lie. He confused me by some of the moves he made in the offseason, but it's only because I didn't see his vision.
Right.
His vision was to pile up and try to get these stars. He already said that's what the plan was, but he just did a different way than what we normally see.
Right. And then while he was doing it, he never pointed back to the point that he made a move and said, "See, I told you this is what I was doing." Right?
Exactly.
And so since there was no trail of breadcrumbs, we were like trying to figure this stuff all on our own. Right?
As he
Bo,
should,
how you
though.
doing, man?
As he should. So you don't mess up. Because once you start telling everybody what you got planned, it's the Knicks. Somebody's going to try to mess it up.
Yeah. I agree. Bo, man, how you doing, man?
Freezie. How you doing, bro?
Man, bro, yo, let me tell you something, Bo. I'm gonna tell you something, man. I love the fact, I love when you and other smart fans come on and want to have these conversations from a personal Knicks fan's perspective.
I appreciate you, bro.
And not from a and other guys too, like Don P, IQJ, Sarge, man, a bunch of people, right? And so I think, is Joe ready? Is Joe, you ready to come back? Joe, you straight? No. Okay. All right. Let me bring in Hardwell right quick. Hardwell, what it do, boss?
Yo, what's good, Freeze?
Yo,
Hardwell, what's up, bro?
What's up, y'all?
Yeah, ain't nothing to it, man. Hey, I was just talking to Nick G and Bo about. Oh, there he is. There's Joe right there. Let me bring Joe back on. Joe, you straight, bro?
Yeah, good. Sorry, my kid here too.
Oh, okay.
What's up, Joe?
And
what's up, Hardwell?
All right.
So what I was getting at, y'all, is I love to have the conversations with Knicks fans that share their opinion from a perspective of fanhood, right? They like when people try to talk to me about basketball, man, I could dispute basketball all day, right? Like people say, yo, Julius Randle ISO too much. I can dispute that. That's nothing. That's somebody said that somewhere and it caught traction and it's like the snowball going downhill. Now it's the avalanche, right? Because in narratives like that, you can say, well, he's ISOing because the rest of the players suck. Or you could say, well, he's ISOing because he's trying to be that leader that the team needs. It's a bunch of Sarge. How you doing, man?
I'm great, man. I'm just sorry. I watched Harry Carson again today. My third time watching Harry Carson. Man. I'm sorry. I'm motivated. But go ahead. I don't want to break your rhythm. Go ahead, man.
Oh, okay. Nah, man. It's all good. Yo, we're gonna be here for a while, bro. So, but what I was saying is kudos kudos to the people that can come on and actually keep it real, right? Like, because what happened is like when we first used to come on, people would listen to say another YouTube podcast, right, and then bring that perspective here, like it was theirs when it's not theirs. You know what I'm saying? So when I say so when I talk to say Hardwell, a former New York City point guard, about things like point guard play and how important it is to the Knicks family, Hardwell's like, yo, I know what you mean because I played point guard in New York City. Right? That's why me and Hardwell can connect. And when I disagree with my man, he don't be like, man, Uncle Freezie trying to play me, you know what I'm saying, on some, he know I'm Hollywood. Why he trying to play me? You know I'm trying to build my brand. And I'm like, no, bro, it's just what you said. I just don't agree with it. You feel me, Hardwell?
Facts. Like I don't have to lose respect for you if I don't agree with you. You know, if we always don't agree, then that's a different situation. Then we still don't have to lose respect for each other. We just see things different.
Especially that opinion.
Yeah.
Because that's one opinion about one topic in a universe that has thousands of topics.
Facts.
Yeah, man. And so I just wanted to talk to y'all real quick. Hey, Danny, how you doing, man? What's up, Lucas?
Lucas, say hello.
What's up?
What's up? What's up, Danny? What's up, Lucas?
Yo, hit those like buttons.
What's up, guys?
What do you do?
Subscribe. And if you are subscribed, I will come to your house and put a spider in your mouth.
Whoa. No spiders. No spiders.
Bim, there we go. Yeah, man. So I wanted to get into this thing about how Jalen Brunson is going to turn this team into a championship contender. And I know what people are going to say. Whoa, wait a minute. It's too early. First of all, I didn't say championship this season. Right? But in order to go down that road of championship contention, you have to solidify certain areas, right? One of the areas that you have to solidify is balancing out an offense so the defense that you face every night has to account for every offensive player on the floor, right? Let me bring Dre in real quick. Hey, Dre, what's good, man? Okay, so what we have to do is make sure.
My bad, bro. I was gonna salute the rest of the panel. Wondering how y'all doing. I'm doing great. All right, man. Go back to what you were doing,
bro.
Yeah. So now what I was gonna say is the first thing we need to do is make sure that our offense threatens a defense and make sure every player on the floor is an offensive weapon. Now, when you do that, you know Mitchell Robinson is not gonna ISO his man on the perimeter, take him off the dribble and dunk on him or hit fadeaway threes, right? But what he can do is catch a pass down the lane in traffic and dunk it, right? Now, the important part of the whole catching the pass in the lane and dunking it thing is not the catch and not the dunk. It's the pass. And nobody has been able to get our bigs the ball in a place where they can finish around the rim. Last year, the Knicks finished 30th in the NBA in points in the paint, right? When 2 years ago, the Knicks finished first in the NBA in points in the paint when Mike Miller ran horns. Y'all remember Mike Miller?
Yeah.
Y'all remember Mike Miller ran the same play over and over. And people were like, man, the offense is too predictable. Well, that predictability led to us leading the NBA in points in the paint. And so what happened is teams had to defend us inside out. Last year, this team was a perimeter offensive team that couldn't shoot. And what happened is, and Hardwell is a trainer, a New York City point guard legend, and a coach, right? And what he could attest to is when you shoot long jump shots and miss, it creates long rebounds, right? And when teams get long defensive rebounds, it leads to transition buckets the other way. So when you miss on your end, the other team is getting easy baskets on their end. Will, is that not factual?
Yeah, 3 points sometime and go long. You gotta grab the ball like you said yesterday.
Yeah. Like,
And I teach my players they gotta if you in a man, you gotta seal them off so he can't run in there and grab the ball from you.
right.
You gotta box out your man immediately. Find
Yo,
somebody to keep out the middle.
Well,
Right.
I used to play competitive ball in Basketball City and Chelsea Piers.
Oh, okay, yeah, I played there many
Yeah,
times. I used to play there with my
and
job. That's a corporate league.
yeah, and
That's a corporate league, yeah.
4 years ago, well, I moved down to Orlando, but 4 years ago, I played competitive ball against UCF players.
Mm-hmm.
Taco Falls, power forward
Team.
guy
Yeah, his old
from
team, yeah.
UCF. But yeah, so I play point guard / shooting guard.
Oh, okay.
So I'm 52,
Mm-hmm.
mind you, right? And
So you're in my age range, okay?
yeah, but
Yeah.
I average 15 a game,
Mm-hmm.
like 4 years ago. So
Oh God.
you know what I mean? So
Mm-hmm.
I still get busy, but I'm not playing now because
Yeah.
at 52 I can't do it no more. But 4 years ago, yeah. So just
That's
wanted to
not
say
bad.
that. Yeah,
That's
yeah.
not bad at that age.
Hey, Freeze,
I was in the game. They were like, "Yo, get OG out of the game." I was like, "Damn," you know what I mean? Like,
One last shot at it. I hear you.
yeah, like,
I feel you.
damn. But I forgot who the power forward is for UCF. He's like 6'8", 6'9", and they were like, "Yeah, you got him." I'm 6 feet, like barely 6 feet.
Mm.
I'm like, nah, dude. Like, nah, I'm not doing that. You know what I mean? Like,
You was
That time,
barbecue.
that
You was
time, that time
barbecue
is
chicken in
gone.
the lane.
yeah, like they were like, yeah, you got to guard him. I was like, no, that's not happening. So,
Yeah, man.
Hey, Freezy, can I ask you a question about what you just said about Brunson?
Okay.
If I'm with you about how Brunson changes the offense, my only concern is if RJ doesn't develop his outside shot, how useful is he as a max player?
Well. What we'll need to do then is analyze why RJ is not effective as a jump shooter, right? So, which part of that are you talking about? Are you talking about RJ Barrett's jump shot on the move, a movement shooter? RJ Barrett is a spot up shooter.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm watching him as a spot up shooter. He is hesitant. He's not one of those, catch and shoot type players.
Right. Well, you know what I was going to say to that, and I don't want to cut you off. I just want to break down what you asked me step by step, so people can
go ahead.
understand. People can understand exactly what it is that we're talking about. Because saying "get better" is like praying for world peace.
No, absolutely. No. I'm with you. It's not as I'm not just talking about, when I say get better, I mean his percentage, his confidence in his shot. Because I don't know if that's his true thing. Is it being a shooter anyway? And I'm not mad if he's one of those you catch it and drive.
Right.
But if he's not a threat, that still messes up your spacing. And if he's not going to be confident,
can I jump in real quick? Can I jump in real quick with the RJ thing? I feel like his first year, he was put in as a shooting guard, right? And his numbers, his second year, his shooting numbers shot up because he was defending shooting guards. I feel like the minute they put him at small forward, defending bigger players, and he had to take on a bigger responsibility, his numbers went down offensively. And that's because small forwards are destroyed, like physically.
Right.
Right. No, I agree with that.
It's really hard in the NBA to defend at a high level as a small
guard
forward.
1, 2, 3. Every night,
Yes.
you know you're going to guard 1s, 2s,
Yes.
3s, and 4s,
Yes.
right?
So
And
when
you're
he
going
was
to
a
be
shooting
going
guard,
through, and you're going to be going through the wash all
Yep.
night long. That's what they
Yep.
call it, going through the wash.
Yep.
And every time you go through the wash, the bigs are bumping you off your path
Yeah.
because they're trying to get you off their offensive player.
That's why Kawhi is always hurt. You know, he's
Paul George,
yeah. Paul George, Kawhi.
always hurt.
I saw a video. Kawhi was, not Kawhi. Paul George was working out with Obi, and they were working on legs.
Oh yeah.
And, yeah, and Paul George was like struggling with the squats. Like his legs were shaking, dude. And Obi, walked over and was like looking at him like, "You all right, dude?" Like his legs were shaking. This was recent, so like small forwards have to go through a
Right. I agree with you, but I'm thinking more of the Donovan trade's done, so he is going to play the 3. So that's how I'm looking at it.
Right. Let me add.
I think did his numbers go up though? I'm just curious. Did his 3 points? Did it improve?
It did. But let me get to that point because this is the important thing that people leave out. So for one, RJ Barrett was a shaky shooter coming out of Duke, right? But it wasn't because his form was bad. It was because his relocation in the offense was always terrible, and his shot preparation was always terrible.
Yeah.
Right? It's the same thing that happened to Julius Randle this year. People think his shot form was bad, or it was just because he was heavier. It wasn't just because of that. It's because in a new offense, these guys shot higher percentages the previous years from sweet spots, right? But then when you move them out of their sweet spots to accommodate different personnel, now these guys have to learn how to muscle memory. They have to learn how to, because just because you're a shooter doesn't mean that you're going to shoot from great spots. Like the Knicks game plan for Reggie Miller was always to make Reggie Miller shoot the 3 from the top of the key because that's where he was less effective. But if Reggie Miller always shot that 3 off the wing, it was money, right? And it's kind of the same thing with RJ Barrett and a bunch of Knicks. What happened is with RJ Barrett and a bunch of Knicks, they had a coach, an assistant coach named Keith Smart. Hey, Sarge, I'm gonna mute you for a little bit, okay? Yeah. So they had an offensive assistant under David Fizdale named Keith Smart that ruined everybody's shot. Right? Keith Smart ruined Dennis Smith Jr. He ruined RJ Barrett, a bunch of guys. Right? Julius Randle, a bunch of guys. You get rid of Keith Smart and they come back the next season. Guess what happens? All of these guys that are still here, their 3-point percentage skyrockets. It's not just, you know what I'm saying? These guys are, think about this. Julius Randle went from 29%, fired that coach. The next season, he shoots 41%. Right? And people were like, nah, man, it's the empty gem. And, hey, listen, I understand the empty gem theory. I'm not saying that it's not true. It's not accurate. Right? What I'm saying is if you got a coach telling you to tuck your elbow when you shoot, right, and your shot is off, like you getting trained, like my shooting coach said, gunslinger, bring your elbow, have your shoulder, elbow, wrist, and fingers all in a line, right? When you release that ball, make sure all of that is in one line at the rim, all of it's lined up, right? Jump straight up in the air. Don't jump to the side when you shooting. You throwing your shot off, right? When a coach tell you to bring your elbow in, guess what's gonna happen to your wrist? Your wrist go out. It's science, bro. It's science. Small things like that is what happened to the Knicks, bro. That's why I'm telling you, when Tibbs gets his hands on Brunson and Spider, all these things that they couldn't do before is gonna get cleaned up. Like RJ Barrett's one of the reasons why RJ Barrett's shot was off last season, is not for his shot was broken or he was out of shape. Some of that has to do with relocation in the offense, right? Some of it is just relocation. And people are like, well, what's relocation have to do with your shot? Ask Klay Thompson, ask Steph Curry, ask Doug McDermott, ask Kyle Korver, Reggie Miller, Ray Allen. Relocation in the offense is crucial.
And I think I think also he when Kemba came into the lineup, it threw RJ off. You know what I mean?
Everybody.
Like, yeah.
Everybody.
And it was like, if you notice, the second half of the season when Kemba got sacked, RJ started like picking it up. You know what I mean? Like RJ was always that guy that, you know, you can kick it out and he'll hit that three, or, you know, he'll cut to the basket, you know, like, but the minute Kemba was taking over, RJ was off. RJ was off and Randall was off. Like it was just off.
Because RJ likes that right wing, and Kemba likes to go to the step back in that right wing when he's coming off picks.
Yeah,
or he's denying picks.
everything was just off.
So they're same spots.
Yeah, everything was off. The defense was off. The offense was off. It was just weird, you know. And then I heard that Kemba was like sabotaging the locker room too. So I don't know, man. Like the second half, the minute they got rid of Kemba and told him to sit, RJ started going off. And his numbers went up.
And so for the record, just look at small stuff, right? Kemba Walker sits. As soon as Kemba Walker goes to the bench, RJ Barrett averaged at a minimum 21.5 points per game each month, at a minimum. Until the month he got hurt. The month he got hurt was April, right? So April he averaged 19 points a game in April, right? He got hurt in that Charlotte game. You remember the game he had 17 points in 17 minutes? So he had 17 points in 17 minutes against Charlotte. He got hurt that game, right? And so what I'm saying is what I'm saying to y'all point is this. Man, a lot of the stuff that we're facing is not, say, a guy can't do it problem. It's more of a let's let the guys do what is the most natural to them problem. You know what I'm saying? Can these guys do the things that come the most natural to them? RJ Barrett, after the All-Star break, averaged 24.5 points a game. Right? 24.5 points a game. And it's not just because it's more shots. Right? It's not just because more shots also means more misses. You may have more makes, but it also means you may have more misses.
Yeah,
right?
So less responsibility can make them more efficient.
Right. And so what I'm getting at, like the Julius Randle thing, I think the Julius Randle thing will resolve itself now that everybody on the floor has a singular set of eyes on them, and that is their defender. Right? But when Julius Randle has 3 sets of eyes on him, RJ has 3 sets of eyes on him, nobody is guarding Alec Burks at the rim. You know what I'm saying? Nobody paying attention to Mitchell Robinson until the ball go on the glass. Then the offense is in quicksand. But when you add a Jalen Brunson, who is adept at passing to bigs in the paint, and to be quite honest, Donovan Mitchell, in my opinion, is better. Donovan Mitchell is better at getting bigs involved. Rudy Gobert led the NBA in dunks last year. I wonder why that is. Do you think it's just because of Mike Conley? No. If Mitchell Robinson leads the league in dunks, and Julius Randle, RJ Barrett, Jalen Brunson, and Spider Mitchell get one-on-one matchups all season, now you talking. Now you talking.
Lethal.
Yeah.
Lethal.
Yeah,
the only yes, sir.
People don't realize that Donovan Mitchell is 6'1", right? He came into the league at 215, 6'1", 215, right. with the super long reach. Right. This dude, like, he's a freak of nature. You know what I mean? Like, right. People don't realize that Donovan Mitchell will take you off the dribble. He'll dunk on you. You know, people always say, well, his defense. Well, you know what? The guy is above average defender. Like last year, people always look at his playoff again, last year and his previous playoffs. But the guy is an elite scorer. You know, he'll get into the lanes. He'll steal. He'll dunk on you. He's an above average 3-point shooter. You know, he's a 3-time All-Star. Like, let's not get it twisted. Like, even though the guy is 6'1", he plays like he's 6'4". So,
and his defensive rating is lower than RJ Barrett. So if Donovan Mitchell is a bad defender, what is RJ Barrett?
Yeah, you know, like, let's stop that. You know, my whole thing is I don't want to get rid of all the young kids. I don't, you know, like my whole thing is, yeah, we can get rid of 4 picks. Just don't get rid of OB and IQ, and I'm good.
Well, we can have. I want to have the
and
young
that's a
kid
different. That's a different.
Yeah. I want to have the young kid discussion, but I want to push that. I want to push that out a little bit so that we can put a ribbon on this Jalen Brunson and his impact on the Knicks conversation, right? And the reason why I want to do that is because I don't think Knicks fans realize how much of a weapon Jalen Brunson is, right? And see, in all your weapons don't have to be cruise missiles, right? You don't have to have all Patriot missiles, right? You don't have to have that. You don't have to have all nuclear bombs, bro. You don't, right? You can have weapons that accent other weapons. You can have weapons that make other weapons more impactful, right? Like, can you imagine? Like, for instance, who do y'all think is a better offensive point guard, Jalen Brunson or Mike Conley?
No comparison.
There's no comp, right? Jalen Brunson is a better offensive point guard than Mike Conley, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, right now, yeah.
Right. So think about the offensive impact that has on Donovan Mitchell. When Donovan Mitchell on a nightly basis gets to go out and play against defenses, that has to account for not only him being a star, but the point guard next to him also ascending to that stardom. Whereas Mike Conley was a star and he was descending every year because he was an old man. You know what I'm saying? So defenses didn't have to account for Mike Conley as much. They had to account for an open shot in their defense, and Mike Conley may take advantage, but they didn't game plan for Conley, right? On a nightly basis. Now you have the game plan for Brunson. You have the game plan for Mitchell. You have the game plan for RJ. You have the game plan for Randall, right? You didn't have to game plan for Joe Ingles. You didn't have to game plan for Mike Conley, right? You didn't have to game plan for Bogdanovich, right? Because those guys were system guys that just knocked down shots if they were open. If they wasn't open, they weren't going to create nothing. Jalen Brunson is a creator. Julius Randle in one-on-one coverage is a creator. RJ Barrett in one-on-one defense, RJ Barrett's a creator. Now, against 2 players, y'all know Randall's a mess against double teams. Y'all know that. So I'm not going to sit up here and puff smoke like, oh, Randall will be better against double teams. As a matter of fact, if teams still double team Randall and Brunson and Spider and RJ are on the floor, that's what we want. For 2 reasons.
You're not going to be able to show double teams with them 3 dudes on the floor, them 4 dudes on the floor together. Nobody's getting double team. Mitchell, if anybody. But the rest of the dudes, everything with Randall then's going to be open.
Right, but my point is twofold though, Joe. If you're double teaming Randall with those dudes on the floor, guess what? Randall has been cooking the hell out of your defense, and y'all can't stop him with one man. Right? Think about that. If your team has to double team Randall with Spider and Brunson and RJ on the floor, that means Julius Randle has been cooking your defense, right? Two, and most important thing, if you double team Randall, if you ever have to double team Randall, that means somebody else somewhere is wide open.
And Spider's a 40% shooter from 3. You're getting cooked.
And you can boost that. You can best believe Thibodeau is gonna boost that up. And when I say that, people are always like, why do you always say this thing about the Tibbs bump? Because Derrick Rose, think about this. Derrick Rose shot 34% in Detroit. That was his career high, right? He got to New York and shot 40% from 3. You know why that was? relocation, and shot preparation. Tibbs didn't change his shot form. You can't change his shot form in 3 or 4 days. It take a whole summer to do that. Maybe 2 summers to do that, right? But by relocating guys and offenses to get them better shots, better looks from places that they prefer, that's an art. That's an art, bro. Think about Alec Burke shot 40%. Man, RJ Barrett shot 40% from 3. He went from RJ Barrett went from Mike Miller, David Fisdale, Keith Smart, all of them guys, and was shot 30% to a 40% three-point shooter in 1 season.
Hey, Freezie, can I just say this real quick to the chat?
Yes,
I was listening to you guys yesterday, the marathon that you guys had.
Oh, it was a marathon.
So the chat has to realize that you can't have a bench of nobodies because our starting lineup will have to play 45 minutes, right? So you have to realize that if you give up Grimes, IQ, Obi, McBride, you can't give up your whole bench plus picks, plus 5 or 6 picks, because you're going to be depleted. You're going to start signing guys from the G League, or you're going to sign Michael Beasley from the play 3 league. You're going to start signing like Vonleh, and guys like that. Like, you have to have some guys that are going to stay in your bench, right? So it doesn't make sense for you to get rid of IQ and Obi. I know guys don't like Obi and IQ, but guess what? They're dynamic and they're your bench. They're going to hold you down when the starters need a rest. That's what championship teams do. They have guys that come in and hold the lead, hold the team in. That's what the Warriors do. They had a championship bench. That's what the Celtics do. They have a championship bench. You can't deplete your team, okay? I just want to say that. So stop saying, yeah, get rid of all the young guys plus picks, because you can't do that. You can't just sign ham sandwiches and think that, yeah, I'm going to sign ham sandwiches and get this guy and we're going to be like, okay. No, that's not going to happen.
But you can't build a championship roster and build your bench first without an all-star caliber player. So you need to get the all-star in the door first.
No,
then you build the pieces.
Yeah, but Manny, check this out. Okay, you get the all-star player, right? But who are you going to sign after that? Who's left? There's no free agencies left. Everybody's getting signed up. By the time this guy comes here, there's nobody left.
Nobody.
Dude, there's free agency every year, bro.
I know, but I'm talking about this year. Who's left?
This year, no matter, get Spider in the door. You have some pieces to win games. If you get a first to the first round, cool. It's all about building the team forward. This isn't a move to come in and start competing next year. You want to make the playoffs.
So you're saying
it's all about the future moves.
So you're saying we'll make the first round playoffs and then get bounced again, and then what?
No. And so Bo, you weren't listening to me. So you wouldn't hear me. Right? So this team with these guys with these high defensive ratings, right? And high net ratings, once they get into a team concept of offense where the offense now matches the level of their defense, now these matchups that you're saying, see, okay, what separates the 8 seed from the 4 seed is not just talent. It's how many bad losses you have on your record. How many nights you go from San Antonio to OKC and lose to OKC, you know what I'm saying, and on the back end of a back-to-back.
I agree with that.
Right? Yeah. When you have talent like Mitchell, you don't go play the Lakers one night and win, and then play the Clippers the next night and lose. Now you're competitive both nights because you have stars on your roster. Now the Clippers are a great team, right? I'm not discounting them, but what I'm saying, I'm just doing the comparisons. Like for instance, you play Golden State on a Friday night, and then you have Sacramento the following night, right? So you lose a tight game in overtime to Golden State Friday night, and then you go to Sacramento and lose because you tie it, right? Those games are what separates the 4 seed from the 8 seed.
I
right?
get that. I get that. That's regular season, right? I get that. But what I'm saying is the championship games, the playoffs, right?
But you gotta let me.
You
finish what I'm talking about.
I'm gonna let you finish.
No, let me. Okay, so what I'm getting at is so what I'm getting at is when you get in, like when you take those losses on those back-to-backs in those games that you should win, you finish as the 8th seed. Guess who you have to play in the first round? The 1 seed, right? The 1 seed is the best team in your conference, right? Of course, the odds of you beating the 1 seed are slim. But when you're the 4 seed, you're playing the 5 seed. You know what I'm saying? You get home court advantage. And sure, you play a team that's probably just as good as you or better, but you get to play them on your floor, right? So then now if you take into account, if you able to squeak out that series, now you're in a different footing. But if you don't do that, if you're the 8th seed, you're playing a 1 seed on their floor. It's like David and Goliath.
Well, Freezie, what I'm saying is, I get what you're saying, right? And it's just like prototypical Knicks when we were the 4th seed and we played Atlanta. We didn't have our bench played better than our starters, right? And we needed good starters, good bench to beat this Atlanta team. And we didn't have both to attack this Atlanta team. They had what we didn't have. Right. They had great point guard play. They had great shooting guard play.
That's why you said we need Spider.
Yeah, no. I get it. We need Spider, but we also need a bench. You know what I'm saying? Because Randall, he's out of there. Because why? He didn't play well. And Obi came in and played well for a game or two. But
he didn't. No, he didn't. That's another narrative, bro. No, he didn't. Don't make me pull up Obi Toppin playoff stats, bro. Don't make me do it.
No. One game. I said one game.
No, he did not. No, he did. No, he didn't.
One game he played well for the 10 minutes that he came in.
No, yes, he did. No, he did. Okay. All right. So okay, you forced. Remember,
bring it up.
You forced me to do this, bro.
Bring it up.
I'm not hating Chet. I'm not hating on Obi.
He had.
But there's a narrative.
He had one good game.
How many points did he score in that one good game?
10 to 12, something like that. I don't know.
Wait a minute. 10 to 12 points is a good game?
Yeah. Off the bench for playing 12 minutes?
Man, come on, man. See what I mean? Come on, bro.
He scored 12 points in 12 minutes. That's what I'm saying.
Come on,
well, no, this is what I'm saying is we need.
Can I answer this one for you?
Can we just say he was all right? Can we just say he was all right?
Hold on. Chill. What I'm saying is we need good bench, good starters. What I'm saying is, if you deplete your bench,
you said hold on and repeat yourself.
No, I didn't say that.
You said that like 3 times.
No, I didn't say that.
You said hold on. You did say hold on like 3 times.
I said hold on because I'm trying to say something.
But what you just said, I heard you say that already. That's what I'm saying. You said deplete your bench over again. I thought you was gonna say something different.
No. I said if you deplete your bench, if you deplete your bench, right? And
say it one more time. If you deplete your bench, you remix it. Go ahead. I'm just messing with you.
I was like, wait, am I high? No, I'm not high.
You said it 4 times, but go ahead.
All right, I'm gonna say it one more time. That's 5 times now. If you deplete your bench, right, and you have good starters and no bench, what's the point? Your starter's gonna play 45 minutes a game, and your bench is trash. So when you get into the 4th quarter, guess what? It's like last year. Randall's tired. Nobody's gonna come in and play good minutes for Randall. Nobody's gonna play good minutes for Spider.
All right, what type of bench players do you have?
Ideally,
You have
No,
role players.
like we have no
ideally,
money. Who's gonna come
oh,
in and sign for the
oh,
bench if
oh,
you get rid of
ideally,
all your
But
talent?
you don't know that. You don't know that yet. But we
Bo,
don't know
I
that yet.
did.
That's one of those things.
Bo,
Let's
can I state? Like,
I was trying to
ideally,
say something. But go ahead.
staggering the top 4 players on your team so they play with lesser players, so you always have an offensive punch out there. Well, like it's not that complicated. Ideally, I don't want to trade everything, but it's not because I'm thinking about the bench. It's so I can have something to move forward to improve the team around Donovan Mitchell and RJ. Like it's not necessarily about the bench. It's more about beyond that.
All right, so if you trade 4 guys off your bench,
y'all
who
see
are
y'all
you?
see Obi. Y'all notice I have Obi Toppin stuff. Somebody got something echo going. All right, so y'all notice I have Obi Toppin playoff stuff.
So
Niggas
so
drop.
if you trade 4 of the young guys off your bench, right? Who are you
No,
signing?
wait, Bo. But Bo, we were talking about Obi. Let's do one thing at a time. So you said Obi stepped his
Yeah.
game up in the playoffs. I have Obi Toppin's stats
I say one
from-
game. I say one game. I say one game.
Okay, all right. Hey, listen, I got that too. Trust me, I'm prepared, bro. I do this. Trust me, I'm prepared. There's his stuff right there. Game 1, 5 points, 1 rebound. Game 2, 8 points, 3 rebounds. Game 3, 4 points, 3 rebounds. Game 4, 13 points, 3 rebounds. Game 5, in a closeout game, Obi Toppin, 2 points, 3 rebounds.
In 10 minutes. In 10 minutes. Like, come on, Freezy. Like I play organized ball.
Wait.
Like-
Somebody,
like-
wait, bro. Somebody got that echo thing
That-
going, bro.
Yeah, I heard that.
So yeah, come on, man.
Freezy,
I can't
the
even.
game
I
is
can't even-
45 minutes. He played 10 minutes, dude.
Bo. Let me get the echo out the thing so we can hear you talk first. Chill
The
out,
echo's
chill out.
gone.
Chill out. So, yo, whoever that is, man, just mute yourself while everybody else is speaking. Go ahead, Bo. I'm sorry.
So what I'm saying is this guy, he has to get busy in 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes. He has to do amazing things and people have to oh my God, what's he going to do in 10, 15 minutes? You know what 10, 15 minutes in an organized basketball game is? That's nothing. That's not even a quarter. Well, that's barely a quarter. A quarter of basketball in a whole game. It's like what you said yesterday. Oh, he don't rebound. Yeah, but he gets 3.7 rebounds in 17 minutes a game. You put that in 36 minutes per game, that's almost 9 rebounds a game.
Hey, Bo, just for the record, the per 36 stat is the most laughable thing going.
What?
Nobody uses per 36 because it's not fair. Because it's not fair. Look at the arithmetic for per 36.
That's all we have, though. That's all we have.
But that's my Bo. Listen to what I'm
That's
saying.
all we have.
You said that already, Bo. What I'm saying is that's all we have. That's what you about to say.
He
That's all we
plays
have.
15 minutes a game. That's all we have.
You
we
about to
can't-
say that's all we have. One more time.
Yeah, five more times.
One more time,
That's
bro.
all we have.
That's
all we have.
Yeah, right. And what I'm telling you is the per 36. Now, if you use another stat, I'm saying I'll be with you. I'm not saying that the per 36 is laughable because you said it. What I'm saying is the per 36 around the industry is laughable because the arithmetic is not fair to people that are more productive because it projects a small sample size to a thing versus a regular sample size to a thing. That's like saying if Michael Jordan's per 36, if you take his per 36, if you compare it to Obi Toppin, Michael Jordan would average 77 points a game.
It don't mix context. And game planning.
There's no context to it. Yeah, it takes a small number and projects it. But
It's
what
like
about normal
extrapolating-
numbers?
It's extrapolating a tiny sample size to a larger space. And it's not like saying that Obi wouldn't be a good player in the starting position. But if teams are game planning and know that he's going to be leaking out for 36 minutes a night, they're going to take away. You can't just make. What's this echo?
Yo, can I jump in real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Just the words of, I don't want to trade our bench for a 3-time 25-year-old all-star. That's laughable.
That's not what I said.
It
What I'm
sounds
saying
ridiculous.
is no, that's not what I said. What I'm saying is I want Donovan Mitchell. I want the All-Star. But what I'm saying is I don't want to clear out our bench with picks for our All-Star. Get what I'm saying? So after
But
you
we can't get to the context of it though.
No. After you get that All-Star, what are you going to fill your team up with? That's it. That's all I'm saying.
Can I say something?
Can we put those Obi stats back on the board again?
Yeah.
Before our will goes.
Yeah, I got you. Hold on.
I agree with Joe because you can't build backwards, and you ain't going to be able to keep your bench in certain situations when you're trying to get an All-Star, especially when you haven't had one so long.
Thank you.
When you're trying to do something, you have to give to receive. And the main reason why you need that is because you need an All-Star first, and then you will build your bench. And if these players are not average or players that can be replaced, then that means you can easily get players to be on your bench. If they wasn't, we wouldn't even be trying to get rid of them. You know what I mean? Another good point you could look at, Bo, is that these players need to be on the team to develop to get more minutes. Our team look like it's trying to compete and win now. That's why they're trying to make more moves, I would say.
Thank you. That was perfectly said. Because you can get 4 points and 2 rebounds anywhere.
Thank you, bro.
You can go to the big three.
Yeah,
I can
Bo
go to
was
the big
just
three and
repeating
get something.
himself too much for me. He didn't have no context, so I just started in his narrative in less than 1.1 minute or 2 minutes, maybe.
That's efficiency. That's efficiency right there.
Salute, Harwell. Thank you for the assist.
But Bo, I think you're of the assumption that we're going to trade 4 guys on top of what Fournier and Rose or whatever, and that's really probably not going to happen. Like it'll probably be max, probably 2 out of the 4 that goes on top of the picks. Can you live with 2 out of the 4 staying? Because that's more than fair. Like,
yes, that's what I'm saying.
We're not going to trade Grimes, Obi, IQ, and who else? Cam?
That's what I'm saying. I can deal with 2 of the young plus 4 picks, but I'm saying you can't deal 4 and 4. Like that's absurd. That's
it's
ridiculous.
not though. It's not. You have to really look at what you're giving up. And the better question is, let's say you do hold on to them. The longer you hold on to them and you give them more minutes, if they don't show you anymore, that asset starts to depreciate even more.
Right.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
It goes from a promising asset to a depreciating asset that you have to add another asset to get rid of.
It will be the biggest haul out of the NBA ever. And it's Danny. Yes, it is. It's Danny.
You have to look at none of these guys are. Go ahead.
But if Obi turns out and gets moved and it's a bust, and they don't draft the Donovan Mitchell with any of the picks, then it's a win for the Knicks. They need to get an all-star out of some of these pieces, whether it's the picks or it's one of the players we give them. If they don't get an all-star, trade was no good.
Hold on. This is what I'm saying. The Timberwolves really screwed the Knicks because of the trade that they did. This, like what they did was they gave up all their picks and these assets, and it just set a precedent for Danny Ainge to say, okay, now I want for this guy who's better than that guy, I want 6 picks or 7 picks plus 4 of your young guys. Like something has to stop because he's not worth that much. It's out of control. It's really out of control. This is what I'm saying.
Bo.
Let me answer his question.
You just said you want him.
I just want to.
No, I do want him.
Just let me rock right here. So for one, this whole Timberwolves thing, rock the market thing is not anything new. Anybody that has seen assets come and exit the market, they understand that things are going to rock the market, and then the market is going to settle. It's like throwing a rock in the in the pond. It'll be a big splash, big ripple, whatever. Two, and I'll give you an example. When Hummers got introduced to the market in the early 90s.
I just had a guy drive past me with a big ass Hummer.
Right. A Hummer, right? People are like, oh my God, this is the wave. 3 years later, people are like, nah, yeah, we got excited, but it wasn't really nothing. All right, and two, the T-Wolves didn't screw the Knicks. Danny Ainge screwed himself because the T-Wolves offered the T-Wolves deal was never going anywhere. The T-Wolves had already agreed to that. If Danny Ainge had did the Donovan Mitchell deal first, and then did that deal second, the Knicks would not be in a position where like, yo, we know y'all thirsty. You just traded away the defensive player of the year. We know you rebuilding. So that original offer we was going to accept, we ain't going to accept it now because now we know what direction y'all going in. Go ahead, Bill, man. Bill Robinson. Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, man, it can't be.
I just wanted to answer his question. What's up, fellas? How y'all doing tonight?
What's good, boss?
What's up, man? Salute.
The way you got to look at it, to me, you got to put the GM hat on, right? The guys they're speaking of and the guys on our bench, they're replaceable. They're fan favorites. I love IQ. I love Obi. But every team that I see made a trade for a big star and built a championship squad, you went and got your main pieces first. Now, you might think there's nobody out there, but as soon as you get a couple stars, you'll be surprised how many guys want to come play for the vet minimum. Carmelo wants to sign for the minimum. Random guys come out the woodworks to now play and be a role player on your team. Guys who can easily put up the numbers, Obi and Quickly and whomever was putting up. So it's hard to let go of fan favorites, but you just got to put the GM hat on. Like filling out a bench is way easier than going to get a star.
I'm tired. I'm tired of the Melo jab step. You know, like working the clock all the way down to 3 seconds and then taking a step back three. I'm tired of that. Like I want dynamic players. I want athletic players. I want guys that are cutting, you know, doing dynamic things, you know, getting in the passing lanes, steals, you know, like. So
you want Donovan Mitchell?
I want.
Wait, you losing me? Yeah, Donovan's athletic.
I don't want
I don't
Melo
know.
here. I don't want Melo here.
You are aware that the Knicks signed Jalen Brunson, right?
Yeah. And Jalen Brunson.
Do you think Melo
that was sarcasm, by the way.
Do you think Melo could give you what Obi is giving you?
No. Melo's washed.
He could do what Obi's giving us at this point.
Nah. No, he can't.
A little bit less high. I'll give you that. I know you want to see a few more dunks.
No, he can't.
But he can't give you 12 and 5 or whatever Obi gave us.
Melo's washed. He's washed, dude.
Melo's okay.
He's washed. I'm tired of that jab.
I'm not calling him a starter. I'm just saying off the bench. He can definitely give you what Obi's giving us off the bench. And he's just an example. He's just one of many who could be a vet minimum player.
Melo is washed, dude.
He has the right to say that.
All right. So Melo is washed, right? Let me put this thing right here. I just want to
man, I'll take Donovan Mitchell and let Melo replace Obi's production.
Yo, you have a right to say that, bro.
So Melo can't give you 12 points a game, right? Ironically, he did that with
this is a young players league. It's not.
He does that in
again. What I'm saying, I'm speaking to what you just said. I'm not changing subjects and not moving goalposts. You said no, Melo was washed. He can't give you all the production.
I'll be the villain tonight. I don't care, man.
No, he's not washed. You're just wrong.
He's not washed.
He's washed, dude.
Never.
He's super washed.
Never.
He's acid washed.
I'm just saying, as a backup power forward, you don't even think he can do what Obi's been doing?
Nah, man. So, but okay. So we changing the subject. The subject was what was stated by Bo is that Carmelo can't give you the production that Obi Toppin is giving you.
No, he can't.
That is what you said. And what Hardwill said, huh?
I agree.
Hardwill, is that not how this just happened?
That's exactly how it went down.
Everything up here, man. It'd be a lot.
I'm not trolling.
Stuff
no,
being said.
All I'm saying is, All I'm saying is, man, we got a lot of time to talk about a lot of different stuff. But what I'm saying is, if we say one thing, let's just speak to that one thing, bro. We got people. We got 200 some people watching us.
Let's go. Let's get it Rick rolling. Melo is washed, dude. He's done.
Now, my
Not even
man
close.
said Melo could give us what Obi is giving us. That was it. That was it.
That's all I was saying.
Now to say Melo is washed, I mean, we know what year he is in the league. We know who he is. So
Yeah, he's not.
I mean, he's
I don't
coming
want
off
him
the
starting
bench.
on my team
And
right
like
now.
I just said earlier, in reference to what the team is trying to do,
Melo is a trainer right now. He's training that jab step.
off on another team. Even though I think he play great with Brunson and Donovan if we get him, but Obi on the team that he could fully play and start will develop better. That's the problem.
Now, what he could say, I'm gonna
I
say
don't
with
want
Melo.
Melo neither, but if they do it, that's the reason why. Because they need players that are efficient and can average a certain amount of points already when they come in. Maybe experience, maybe leadership. You don't know why they may do that.
I want fast break between the
When I say
legs,
I don't
fast
want
break
it, I'm just
dunks.
telling you from
I want
the
that.
other side of it, you know.
All right, go ahead, Sarge. Go ahead, Sarge. I'm sorry.
For next year, Melo can probably do what Obi's going to give us, but you can't look at 1 year alone, especially since we got a gel. So I think the argument could be argued. Yes, Melo can probably give us Obi's numbers coming off the bench next year, based on his production last year. But for the next 2 years, 3 years, Melo's probably going to retire next year. So that would be the argument I would say with Melo, not getting Melo, is that you want to look towards 3 years, next 3 years, not next 1, maybe 2 years. That's the only reason why I'd argue that point. But you can't argue the numbers. Melo can give us what Obi gave us. And Melo can give us 12-3 in part-time set.
Melo gave the Lakers 13-4 in limited minutes.
There we go. Exactly.
He shot, and you see it right here. Melo shot 37.5% from 3-point range. It's right here. It's an old man. He's shooting 37.5% from 3.
That's good, Freezie.
He's not going to lose that jump shot.
Can't call that trash, bro.
And even though Melo is a washed up version of his prime self, nobody is asking Melo to do that.
On the vet minimum, too.
On the vet minimum.
Fan favorite, come off your bench, get the vet minimum.
And it might happen because his son go to school here, so.
Yeah, he does.
What I'm saying, what I'm getting at is
he was just an example, though.
Yeah, and Bo, it's so easy. It's so easy to fill out your bench. When you were saying that, I was on NBA.com searching for potential free agents. And bro, and for the 4 spots that you mentioned that might be up for grabs, there are 60 people lining up for that spot.
Who?
With experience.
Bo, we talking about bench players, Bo.
These names are just not in the headlines. I was shocked recently. I've seen a few of the people that were still free agents. Their names just don't get thrown in the headlines. But
good culture players.
There's some experienced players waiting for the team.
Who, man? Who? Name some. Don't say Vonleh. Don't say Vonleh. Don't say Moutier.
I'll open the laptop. I'll pull up a few.
Please don't say Lance Thomas. Don't say these players, man. Come on, man. We're
and we're talking about 10 minutes a game off the bench players.
No, we're talking about 23
you looking for big names. I'm
players.
just telling you some experienced role players who can give you.
We're talking about guys that
our
are
bench
in
players are currently
our age group. We're talking about guys that are in our age group that want to get up and down.
I'm trying to be a championship team. If we make a big trade for Donovan
Robinson,
I want experience on the bench.
Who?
I'm not trying to get no highlight players.
Who?
Did you just say Duncan Robinson?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, okay. I'm glad you didn't say that.
No.
I'm sorry. I'm glad you didn't, bro.
See, if these players was like that, pardon me, bro. If these players was like that, and we overrate our own players because we love these guys, right? But if those players was like, we wouldn't even be having this discussion. We trying to get an all-star, and when you look at what you're dealing with and where these guys are, they got a lot of work to be done. So that's why you sacrifice those guys to get you an all-star in here. No questions asked. And the roster that Freezie's going to tell you easily he could put players off the bench to fill in and easily make that team fire.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, I get getting an all-star.
Hey,
It's like
Hardwill, do you like Avery Bradley?
Yeah, he's tough,
no,
a defender.
he's old and he gets hurt all the time.
Yeah,
Come on,
he's a free agent.
He's a
Well,
defender.
You like DJ Augustine?
no, the hell
Remember,
no.
he talking about bench players. He's not talking about nobody that's
No,
starting.
this
for
is
you.
what I'm
Right.
saying. If you're
Right.
getting a LeBron in
Okay.
here, right, I can get that. If you're getting a KD in here,
You
I
like
get
Michael
that.
Carter Williams?
Oh my God, Michael Carter Williams. Oh my
Yeah.
God, Freezie.
Yeah.
What are these the free agent point guards
All right,
available?
this is the difference. The players that Freezie's naming, right?
Wayne Ellington.
So your players that you like, that you love, right? Cool, right? So the experience in with the direction that these guys is going in. they
Rodney
can
Hood.
easily
You like
get
Rodney
players.
Hood?
No, Rodney Hood. Oh my God.
Yeah,
Freezie he got me rubbing my forehead right now, man.
bro. That's because you think a team is gonna be loaded with stars from 1 through 15.
No. Well,
Yes, it is. Yeah, that's what I'm feeling.
The Warriors did it.
Yeah. How about Josh Jackson?
Oh God, he's terrible.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Not Josh Jackson.
Goodness.
Really?
Wow.
I got a question.
Jeremy Lamb, Scotty Lewis. How about TLC? Y'all like TLC?
Who?
TLC.
Wow, Cabarro.
Yeah.
How
Mac
many
McClung
minutes?
is
do you think
out there.
IQ, how many? Mac McClung got signed. How many minutes do you think IQ is going to be playing behind Brunson and Donovan Mitchell?
He should be playing 20 minutes a game.
That's
not
not going to
Mitchell
happen.
though yet. You keep saying Mitchell.
The Rajon Rondo was
I'm
out
saying
there.
hypothetically, if he's on the team,
Dennis
I
Schroeder
don't
is out there.
I don't see a
Schroeder's
reality
nice.
where IQ is playing that many minutes.
I think he'll get his minutes. I think he'll get about 20 minutes.
Yeah, 20.
That's why I don't think they're going to go with a real two guard. Like if you're going to fill in the rest of the roster, you'll have Cam, and then it'll be like a backup power forward and another backup wing. But when it comes to the backcourt, you'll have probably between Mitchell, Brunson, and IQ. That's your backcourt minutes.
That's the assumption.
There'll be no need for D Rose or any other bringing in any other guard.
That's a playing team right there. Like you can't have Donovan, Brunson, RJ, Randall, and Mitch. And then
it's a playing team.
That's
a top 5 seed. That's a team that's going to put up 120 a night easy. You have 4 20-point scores.
That's a maybe 8th seed team.
Y'all crazy.
In the East?
You're telling me Donovan Mitchell can't come in with Brunson and win you 10 more games to get you to 47 or 48 wins, which will get you to 5th or 6th seed.
Hold on.
Hell yeah, they could.
Hold on.
Yeah, they could.
Are they better than the Celtics?
Hell yeah, they could.
Are they better than the Celtics?
I agree with you, Joe.
Wait. Who are the Celtics again?
Are they better than the Bucks?
Wait, Bo.
Are they better than the Heat?
Bo.
You're naming the top 3. I said 5, 6.
Bo don't know Jack.
Hey man, y'all gonna make me. Y'all gonna make me moderate, man. I gotta put one person on the screen at a time. Come on, y'all. Let's listen. First of all, like when somebody is talking, like when Hardwill is talking, man, we got stuff going on in the background.
Word.
You know what I'm saying? And let's just do this thing. So, Bo, you asked, are they better than the Celtics? Right?
Yeah.
And you didn't give everybody a chance to answer. You asked a question.
No. I was going through the teams. I was saying.
No, but so let's preface it by saying, listen, this is a rhetorical question.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, because as soon as you ask the question, you open it up for the panel to answer what it is that you. And I understand where you're going.
That's fine.
But you're saying, are they better than the Celtics? And I want to answer your question with a question.
Okay.
Who are the Boston Celtics?
A team that went to the finals.
So they're the reigning Eastern Conference champions.
Yep.
So you're asking, is our team in a conversation with the Boston Celtics?
Yep.
Hey, even if they're not, I'd like them being in the conversation.
Okay. Is our starting 5 and bench?
Wait a minute. You said your second question was, are they better than the Milwaukee Bucks?
Right.
Because you was about to ask another question, right? You was about to move these goalposts. Don't move these goalposts.
Yeah. No. I'm fine with that. Go ahead. Go ahead. Keep going.
Yeah. So let me. I want to let everybody else get a chance to rock, because we don't want to just dominate that. Because I know Robinson want to get in, or Hardwell want to get in, I know Dre want to get in, Sarge, Dan, everybody want to get in, right? So let them speak to your question. Are we?
I'm cool with that.
In the Boston Celtics. So what are y'all thinking, y'all? What are y'all thinking?
I think if we get Donovan, even though they're a better team than us because they got more chemistry, we just need a little time to get some chemistry. But we right there because even last season we played good against them. You know what I'm saying? I heard somebody say that they heard Tatum on a panel one day. They said they heard Tatum say that shot that RJ hit made them really turn it around or start to do their thing. But I think we right there with a little chemistry. I ain't gonna just say right away, but give us about a half a season to a season. It might work right away because if we wasn't really the problem was we had nobody to take hold the ball, like to take the pressure off of RJ and Randall, and Brunson do that. So if Donovan is there, that's even more. So a lot of stuff is going to look way better than last season with that. Even with Brunson, because he's going to be able to bring the ball up, and he's not going to let nobody speed him up or anything like that because he's an experienced point guard. You know what I'm saying? So, and he's a scoring point guard. When you're a scoring point guard and you could get in the paint, you're going to create a lot of havoc. So that's going to be better for us. And Donovan Mitchell too. So we're gonna be right there, So
I want to ask you this, but I want to go to Bill Robinson first, and then I'm gonna come right back to you, Hardwell, because I got a legit question to ask you about that.
All right.
I was gonna expand on that.
So let me ask you this: who has a better bet? Once the Knicks trade for Donovan Mitchell, who has a better backcourt? The Knicks with Jalen Brunson.
I was
and
just
Donovan
about
Mitchell,
to go into that.
Or the Celtics with Malcolm Brogdon and Marcus Smart.
The way I see it is,
I think Boston. Oh, my bad, go ahead, bro.
Let me get this one real quick. I feel RJ and Donovan could easily be our Tatum and Jalen Brown. That could be our two wings. RJ could turn into a star. Donovan's already a star. And then you got to look at the other three pieces in the starting lineup: Randall, Jalen Brunson, and Mitchell Robinson. I personally probably will take that three over the other three outside of Jalen Brown and Tatum.
Oh, okay.
We just separating them right now. Jalen Brown and Tatum, that's the two stars for them. Let's just call our two stars RJ, hopefully, and Donovan if we get them. Boom. Then you look at the other three, the point guard, Jalen Brunson. You got to compare him to their point guard. We don't look too far off when you look at them two lineups next to each other. If RJ takes that step up to be a star.
They just a better defensive team than us. As far as them having more of a being
they on the same
player.
page.
Being a two-way player, a little more. Smart is a good defensive player. I'm not gonna say Brunson is it, but we do have Mitch and we got Tibbs. So hopefully
it'll be different. Yeah. We'll be more of an offensive squad. We'll be more of a the Warriors, got players like that. They ain't the best defenders. Like Curry ain't the best defender, but he'll outscore you. That's what Jalen got to do when it comes to that Marcus Smart matchup. You know what I'm saying?
So the thing is with Boston, though, they have the size matchup because you look at if they go with a back card, I'm not sure if they're going to go with Brogdon in the starting lineup at the 2 or at the 1 or bring off the bench. Either way, if you go Smart Brown like they had last year, that's very good defense, elite defensively. And then you put Brogdon in the starting lineup, they have the matchup there with that size. So I think Boston this year is not going to be as easy as a matchup. Like down the last couple of years, it's been an easier matchup for us. But now, if we get Mitchell, we're a lot smaller than them.
I don't mind Donovan against Brogdon, though. I don't think he's.
I don't even think Brogdon is starting though.
Yeah, I'm just going off of his.
Yeah,
he said Brogdon might start. If Brogdon is starting for them, then
Nah, he's coming off the bench.
They
So
must be low on guards for one. But yeah, I'll take that any day. Brunson and say Brunson and Mitchell and Smart and Brogdon. I'll take our backcourt. I don't think Brogdon is abusing nobody. He's not abusing Mitchell. He's not.
yeah,
I'm not worried
Brogdon's
about
not
that
gonna
little bit of
start though.
thigh
That's why I try to
affair that
tell
you'll
you.
have.
They
Yeah,
saying
yeah.
Brogdon is coming off the bench, so
Yeah, Jalen Brown is there starting too. So.
exactly, and that's who you got to match our starters up against. And
But the Warriors went small against them, and
but that's the Warriors though. You
I'm
can't
just
really.
saying you can go small ball and be the better offensive squad. You're not going to always match size.
I mean,
You got to build with
whenever
what
you
you
use the
got.
Warriors for example, that's like, you know what I'm saying. To me, they got their system down packed to how they're gonna
Yeah.
do it in high Curry and like you said, the way he scores is not like we gonna expect Brunson to score like that. You know what I'm saying? What he really got to do is basically I think people say he's bad on D, and he's not as bad as they say. And what he got to do is learn some more defense, and we'll see. Because I don't think him or Donovan is as bad as people make them out to be. When you look at the stats and what they really do, they need improvements though. But you know what I'm saying? We're gonna see. Tibbs always have a scheme where it's a help defense anyway.
But
But
then
the reason why I felt like if we get better wing defenders, Mitch won't have to help so much, and that's what the problem was last season. But go ahead, bro. My bad.
but then weren't the Celtics kind of small too? Because Time Lord he's a small center, right? And then
Williams
Jalen
was
Brown.
hurt too.
Yeah, and then
They had Horford in the center, or
yeah, Horford came
They
in.
were running them together, or they downsized and put Tatum at the 4. But
Yeah,
really,
Tatum was at the
Tatum,
4. Yeah.
Tatum is damn near 6'10", so it's not like he's tiny.
They done a lot of lineups. They done Horford at the 5, Tatum at the 4, and then they done Time Lord at the 5, Tatum at the 3, Horford at the 4. They done a lot of switching and stuff. So because they have a lot of size in that team. And when you were saying about Golden State going small against them, when they went small, but they always had Otto Porter because they started putting Draymond at the 5 and they were putting Wiggins and Otto Porter at the perimeter. They always have perimeter size against Boston.
Yep.
Facts.
And Tom Lord is 6'9", but he has like a crazy wingspan and athleticism, so he plays bigger than 6'9". That's why he gets so many block shots and his versatility on defense.
Hey, I'm gonna tell y'all something, bro. I like it. I think in a playoff matchup with Donovan Mitchell, I'm picking the Knicks.
Of course you are.
Nah,
I am too.
I'm saying for basketball reasons.
Mm-hmm.
For basketball reasons. So for basketball reasons, if they go small with Horford at the 5, Tatum at the 4, Brown at the 3, Smart at the 2, Brogdon at the 1, I go Knicks. And the reason being is I take Mitch off the floor and play Randall at the 5 because Al Horford is not a low post threat, right? So when you have those guys on the floor, you don't need an elite rim protector. All you need is 5-on-5 pressure defense.
Who are you putting at the 4?
I would agree with you, Freezie, but with our coach, it's not gonna happen.
Well, you can put RJ. It could happen in the playoffs if they need to. Like you could put RJ at the 4 or Cam. You go real small and stretch Boston out.
Now,
because then if they go Time Lord like Julius, like he can't guard Julius in the perimeter, so they have to go small.
That's a fact. They got to match up with us.
Guard him inside.
Yeah, they got to match up with us.
But that's on Tibbs.
Julius shoots 30% from the 3, so
I just know Tibbs
don't work.
And he refused to bench Elfrid Payton when there were so many lineups with numbers that proved that guy was not that guy for us at the time, and he would do that when it was the last game of the season. We were already getting destroyed. So, like, I don't have faith in Tibbs making that sort of adjustment. Like, he has an addiction for rim protection. Like, he needs a 7-footer up there at all times. And I just don't
but Dre, you see, you're taking things out of context. First of all, Yes, you are. Yeah, yes, you are. Because first of
Gotta
all,
head out, fella. Take care, man.
All right,
Take
boss.
care.
So what I mentioned was the Knicks go small and put Julius at the 5, and you automatically reverted to Elfrid Payton at point. I never mentioned to make the point guard adjustment. What I'm saying is, and I understand where you're trying to go with it, but what I'm asking is just follow me on this, right? Adding Julius at the 5 creates matchup problems all over the floor for any team in the NBA because no big in the NBA can guard Julius Randle off the bounce. Period. I don't care. I don't care if it's Clint Capella, Rudy Gobert. I don't care who it is, right? And the reason why you can do that is because Al Horford is not a low post threat. Robert Williams is not a low post threat. He's a shot blocker rebounder, right? Mm-hmm. So if you go small there, you're not worried about Robert Williams' defense on Julius Randle straight up. You're worried about Robert Williams' roaming defense on the baseline blocking shots.
Yeah.
That's what concerns you. His agility and dexterity on the baseline to contest everything at the rim, kind of like in a Bam Adebayo scenario. You're not worried about Bam Adebayo's one-on-one defense with anybody because Bam Adebayo can't guard Julius. We already saw it. We don't even need to waste breath on that. But what you're concerned is who's guarding Julius Randle when he's going to the rim and Bam Adebayo coming from weak side blocking his shot. That's what concerns you.
Yeah, but here's why I'm pushing back on that. Julius Randle literally played more minutes at small forward last year than at center. When in his career, at every point, his most effective position has been small ball 5. As far as every metric there is, that's literally the most dominant position he plays at is small ball 5, and we never even got a chance to see it. Like at any
I'm gonna pull up those because that's another myth. I'm gonna go find the numbers. I'll be
okay.
Yo, Freezie be pull up the numbers.
I mean, that's what he was known for his last year when he was successful with the Lakers. When he played 6-man with the Orleans Pelicans, he came off the bench and was a small ball 5 and was pretty great at it.
And so for the record, Julius Randle's best season, he played power forward, the 4th for the New York Knicks, and he was an all-star. So I thought about that. I was like, yo, why should I look up these numbers? Why should I look up these numbers when Julius Randle never made the all-star team as a small ball 5, but when he played power forward for the Knicks, he made the all-star team. I was just about to go get them numbers, and I was like, what?
Freezie picking out the 1 year where there was no fans.
Years were as a Knick
but Bo, he played 1 year in New Orleans. The myth is that 1 year in New Orleans, Julius Randle was better as a small ball 5, right? Which he made no all-star teams, no all-NBA teams, no nothing. He played that one season with the Knicks and made the all-star team. So why are we even talking about that?
New Orleans, he's up with the number 1 pick that year too.
On an extension year. That's the only reason why he balled out 2 years ago. It's extension year.
Oh my God, man!
I'm not gonna say that.
Y'all made the conversation so whiny, man. I be over it, man. Come on, bro.
I just know that
we gonna sit up here and whine. That's what we whining about. If we make the all-star team.
I'm saying
this is the reggae spot. We whining.
You're mentioning that he's great at that small ball 5 against that matchup against the Celtics, and I'm saying he can be effective against a lot of teams, and we never show up that lineup ever. We never do it. So, like, I'm kind of having, like, I don't really have the faith that Tibbs would just start tinkering around with what he does. He's a creature of habit, and I don't see him making that sort of adjustment.
It's weird.
I'll tell you where he done it. He done it opening night last year against Boston. We were down. We were down. I think by 15. No, we were down by 12. And then he put Obi at the 4 and Randle at the 5, and then he started making a run back, and then they took the lead. So we seen it worked, and we seen it against Miami. We seen it against Miami when Mitch got hurt.
It takes people to get hurt or be in foul trouble, man. It's like his last option for him. Usually, I agree with Freezie. I think that lineup would definitely work. I want to see it more. I want to see it more regardless of context of who we're playing. I know it can work, but Like you don't really see it like ever, unless like dudes are in foul trouble or a backup center is hurt and our starting center is hurt, and then even then he'll throw out Taj out there to play center instead of running Randall or Obi lineups or Randall at the 5 or Randall RJ 4-5. Like I want to
Freezy,
see it.
what are you chewing on, dude? Like carrots sprinkled in asparagus dust?
No, dehydrated. What?
I said
No,
carrots
no, man.
sprinkled in
Hey,
asparagus dust.
You ever saw the dried fruit in a bag?
Yeah.
I'm like banana chips.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So I found a snack, man, that I'm in love with, bro. I can't help it, man. Finally, something healthy.
I see you going in, so I had to ask.
Yeah. I'm eating like you know what I'm saying, like Julius Randle against Robert Williams, bro. Yeah, man. I just need to dispel the myth. We bring up every excuse to bash Randle, right? And not look at what's in front of our face, man. It's bananas, bro. It's like 6th grade girl hate for Randle when the obvious stuff is right there. Like to say Julius Randle's best season was when he played the small ball 5 in New Orleans is the most ridiculous thing a basketball fan has ever heard in their life, especially when he made the All-Star team at power forward. He made the All-Star team 1 year, and he made it at power forward. And we talking about New Orleans?
Freezy.
Yo, this is adolescent hate, bro.
Freezy, what you want to see from Julius Randle this season? What you want to see?
Not with Julius. Like I know what to expect from Julius. It's not a Julius thing for me. I think it's more of a Tibbs thing where I don't think he would do that lineup that often. And I know it would be effective. Like you mentioning that it worked against Robert Williams. I agree wholeheartedly, but I don't see it happening often.
No, you mean faith in the coaching staff. You don't think Tibbs is going to make the adjustment?
Tibbs got to do things different this year, especially
I don't
with
see
these
him
players.
doing that move. I know it would work.
But Dre, I get it, Dre. But listen, that's a separate conversation, not Randall related. That's the Tom Thibodeau conversation.
But like I never hated on Randall as far as his skill set or what he can do on the court. Like I know he causes mismatches, but I think we don't abuse the fact that he causes mismatches enough. That's what I think. I think we don't maximize his skill set as much as we can.
So let me respond to that and then answer
I think Danny wants to get in. I think Danny wants to get in.
Bo, okay. So Dre, what I'm getting at is what your thing is. That's a Tibbs thing, bro. That's not nothing to do with Randall. And to Hardwell, who asked me the question before Danny go is, geez, okay, there goes Sarge. Hey, Hardwell, what I'd like to see is Julius Randle stop hijacking the offense and play system basketball. That's what I'd like to see.
Wow. Okay.
That's what I like to see. And see, we can't get to points like this because it's like this weird just hate for players on the team, bro. We can't get past the fan stuff to get to the real basketball stuff, bro. We got to get to the real basketball stuff. Because opinions, everybody gonna have their own opinion. And I know people want to state them, and I don't care as long as it ain't disrespectful to others. I don't care if we have state opinions because we always have like 4 or 5 hours where we can just talk until we exhausted, right? But what I'm saying is in the grand scheme of things, let's see Randle with a legit point guard. Let's see Randle in a system that the Knicks run a lot. Let's see that before we throw Randle away, right? Before we throw 20 and 10 away on poor efficiency. A lot of that poor efficiency is not Randle related. It's personnel related. It's always personnel related because a lot of those kickouts to Alec Burks that result in nothing. I.e. the Phoenix game. You remember the Phoenix game we lost on the buzzer beater? Remember that, Hardwell?
Yeah.
You remember, you remember all Alec Burks had to do was hit a doggone free throw. Right?
Yeah.
Right? We up by 2.
That was crazy,
he hit
bro.
the first. He hit the first. right? We were up by 2. If he hits the second, it's a 3-point game. So even if Cam Johnson hits the shot,
overtime,
it's a tie game, right? Not only does Alec Burks miss the free throw, he doesn't box out his man at the free throw line. A dude outside the 3-point line gets the rebound, pushes it up the floor. Alec Burks doesn't tag his man in transition. Cam Johnson, who was hot as fish grease in the second half, gets off the 3 and beats us.
Wait, the same game that Randall started to fight with Cam Johnson? That game?
Yeah.
Bo,
the same game where Mitchell
No,
Robinson
I'm just saying. I'm asking. Is that the same game you talking about?
But Bo, yeah, you're right. That same game when a red hot Randall exited, the Knicks had a 10-point lead. So if you blaming Randall for getting kicked out, man,
No, I didn't say that.
People are watching you, bro. I'm just saying people are watching you.
I just want to be in context with what you're saying. I just want to be in the same game.
So Julius Randle is the reason why Alec Burks didn't box out. Because I mentioned all Alec Burks, and you just brought up Julius Randle.
No, I'm saying.
Julius Randle is the reason why Alec Burks didn't box out. Yes or no?
I'm trying to figure out the game we're talking about.
Right. I feel you. So it's
I will.
like,
don't laugh because you're just gonna set them off even more.
Yeah. Man. All I'm saying.
I'm paying attention to what's going on.
Yeah, I'm just trying to be on the same page. That's all.
Right. What I'm saying is when Julius Randle left because somebody was trying to bully him and he stood up for himself. Listen, I understand some men would rather get bullied than to stand up for themselves, and I don't begrudge them. Right? I don't begrudge them, bro. I'm just from a different place. I'm from a different planet. When somebody put my hands on me, I'm putting these dogs on them. Trust me.
I'm with you, Freezie. I'm swinging
somebody
first and I'm talking later. I'm swinging first.
Right. So that's all I'm saying. Cam Johnson was elbowing my man in the back all game. Julius Randle shuffled.
It wasn't that bad. It wasn't that bad.
What? Right. That was the point that
Yo, go ahead, Mo.
Yo, let me finish. I keep trying to get to a point, man. And
Go ahead, rock.
Yeah, so what I'm getting at is in that scenario, in that Phoenix game, if you sub out Alec Burks and insert Donovan Mitchell, do you get the same end of game result?
No,
that's what I'm getting at.
How about
not just from the free throw line, but what about the two wide open mid ranges? The 2 wide open mid ranges that Alec Burks missed, right? If Spider is there, I'm gonna say he makes one and misses the other.
So you're saying he would bring the team together more.
But instead of, go ahead, Bo, you got it. Go ahead, Bo. I'm gonna just take everybody off the joint and you can just rock. Go ahead, bro.
No, man, come on. Freezie, really? Man, this guy.
Yo, we love it, bro. What I'm saying is just let us finish what we saying so we can get out the way.
Go ahead, man.
See, he don't really want the stage.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
I'll take the stage, but go ahead.
It's just let us finish.
Go ahead, man.
Yeah, they're gonna pull the tomatoes out for you again, Bo.
Go ahead, man. You guys are
what tribe said? Bo knows this. Bo knows that.
Bo knows Jack. Okay, rap. I heard it all my life. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, and all I'm saying is that scenario where Alec Burks goes to the line with a 1-point lead and needs to hit 2 free throws. It's a 3-point lead, and the one free throw he missed, the one free throw that he makes seals the game, right? And if he makes the second free throw, it's a 5-point lead with 3 seconds left to go in the game, and they got to take it the full length of the court, right? That's what I'm saying. These little things where we pick on Randall and all these guys all season long, these guys with lesser talent botched up scenarios in all of these close games. Like the Sixers game when we're down by 4, and Burks takes a contested 3 and misses, right? The Sixers take that long rebound, go down the other way. And now instead of it being a 4-point game, it's a 6-point game. And now Tibbs has the coach different because it's a 2-possession game now. When Donovan Mitchell could have got the ball and went to the basket and made a shot, and he's good at that, by the way. Remember, he's a 3-time All-Star. Now you talk about a 2-point game, and the other opposing coach has to coach different, right? That's what I'm saying. Like these things that we say all the time, bro. We got to take these things into context. Watch the game and understand what the difference is between a bench player in a starting role and an all-star. There's a difference.
Yep.
That's what I'm saying. Like when we look at all these things, we always want to point the finger at Randall for everything bad that happened in the United States of America, right? But that game where Randall wasn't on the floor, all Alec Burks had to do was box out his man. And for the record, when you go back and look at the replay, the ball was headed straight to Alec Burks, and he didn't go get it in crunch time. That tells you right then, with the ball headed his way, and he didn't go get the ball, that shows you he's not cut out for prime time, bro. He's not. It's these little things, but we'll blame Randall. We blame Randall for everything, bro. I'm out the way, bro. I'm out the way. I'm gonna be quiet.
Yeah, Can I address the question about Boston lineup versus our lineup if we get Donovan? Let's look at man for man, us against Boston. Point guard, I think we dominate. Shooting guard, I think we dominate with a slight adjustment only for defense. Small forward, I'll give Boston the edge, but not dominate. Power forward, I give Boston the edge, but not dominate. Center, I'm going to call it even right now based on the potential for Mitch to take over that next year. So overall, as a team versus team, yes, against the Eastern Conference champion, I think we can have the edge in the starting team right now.
What about bench?
Now, that's where we're coming in based on who we send out to Utah. So that has to be a factor. But if we actually keep any three of the guys that we want to keep, so I think IQ Obi, we got to let Cam go, but let Cam go, let Deuce go, let Grimes go. If you have Fournier come out, well, Fournier actually has to go too. But our point guard is still there, Rose, if we make this deal, because Fournier can go. But if based on who we keep, the bench still has two guys, I think, that actually will still be dominating compared to their bench. But what I was going to compare it to is last year. The Dallas Mavericks have a better team than everyone they face when you look at the five guys. The guys they knocked off. Did they have a better team? When you look at, did they have who was it? They had one superstar, and again, he's still young because he still makes a lot of mistakes, and he's still not the highest percentage shooter right now. So I think Dallas Mavericks has shown us that you don't need to have a Jalen, a Tatum, and a Brown, and get to the conference finals in the Eastern Conference right now. Now, Milwaukee, I think, is a tougher matchup. But I still think, only because Giannis is so dominant, does he take over, kind of like what Michael and Pippen did for the Bulls before Rodman came. When Rodman came, that was over. With Rodman, I don't think he can really match up with those guys because all three Hall of Famers, perennial All-Stars, they were too dominant. But Horace Grant, Oak, whoever it was, of course, Paxson, point guard was crushed by everybody they played against. So, yes, I think we are competitive in the East, even against the top three teams in the East, with Donovan Mitchell on our team.
I think we're competitive if we keep Cam. And I only say that because the advantage Boston and Milwaukee have over us at the moment is their switchability, right? So if you look at Tatum, Brown, and Smart on the perimeter, like those guys could switch off on each other's defenders and still hold their own. That's a part of our defense that's going to be lacking. Brunson and Donovan don't really have that switchability. So, and I kind of said it last night. I think Donovan Mitchell and Tatum are really not that far apart.
Right, I agree.
I think RJ it's all going to depend on RJ. Can RJ step up and be that Jalen Brown type of player? If he can, then those two teams are more evenly matched than we think. I don't automatically give Al Horford the edge over Obi or Randall. Al Horford is old, so we'll see what type of Al Horford we get next year. But I think if we can keep Cam Reddish and Cam could take that next step, then we could throw out a lineup where RJ, Cam, and say Donovan on the court or Brunson, whatever one you want to put in, and we can do a lot of switching on defense, which is going to allow us more success. I'm actually not that afraid of a team like Milwaukee. Milwaukee's good, but they're the type of team, if you can cut off the head of the snake, you can have some success. And Mitchell Robinson hasn't, if you look at the past, Mitchell Robinson hasn't done a bad job on a guy like Giannis.
Right. Or Nerlens Noel. Nerlens Noel
Right,
was
or
pretty
Noel.
good.
Or what was the dude? Forgot the guy's name. The power forward we had for a year or two, but he shut Giannis down that game.
Noah Vonleh.
Vonleh.
Okay. I like that take.
So in the playoffs, there's a way you can neutralize Giannis, right? He can be neutralized. You've seen it done. That championship run kind of skewed everybody's mind, but Giannis has been neutralized in the playoffs more than he's been successful. He can be neutralized. And when you look at a coach like Thibodeau, who is a master of defense, I can see Tom Thibodeau putting the game plan together to where we try to neutralize Giannis, and then it's a battle of the supporting cast, which I'm not afraid of the supporting cast. I'm paid to R. So it all depends on RJ taking the next step. That's the big part, because Donovan and Jason Tatum are right there with each other, in my opinion.
Yo, who sleeps?
Who's snoring?
Somebody's snoring crazy.
Somebody's snoring.
But yeah, so
we need some moderation.
Sleep.
We need some moderation.
Daddy, that's you.
Who's snoring?
And it's both.
Somebody's snoring, yo.
It ain't me.
I think it's
Daddy, that's you. Wake your ass up, Danny.
I think it's Bo fell asleep.
No, that's not me. Wow.
That's Danny Landis.
Out.
That's
Like
Danny.
That's his bedtime.
Where's Freezie when we need him?
Yeah.
That's a hard-working brother.
Yeah,
I'm over here trying to mute him myself. Look hard. I'm trying to mute. I'm thinking I'm trying to mute him myself.
It's good worldwide.
What's up, bro?
What's up, bro? How you doing, man?
Yo, Freezie.
You want to jump in there?
What's good, Star?
But not ADAA.
Yo.
But yeah, ain't nobody else in the East I'm worried about.
Exactly. I'm worried about that snore though.
I just think we're gonna need a little time for a little chemistry. That's all. As far as talent wise, yeah, we got it. But
yeah, I never heard that before. Somebody snoring.
Right now, someone did say, "Should we talk about the team the way?"
Sound like Darth Vader.
Here
we
we
talk
go.
about the team the way it's currently aligned?
Yeah, now.
Should we talk about the team the way it's currently aligned? What if we don't get Mitchell and we keep the team we have right now? How's that team versus the current?
No, we don't see it.
No, we don't see a chance.
No,
we don't see a chance.
So what about
Donovan
the Heat?
Changes everything.
What about the Heat?
Donovan does it. Okay.
I'm not afraid of it. The Heat were always overrated to me. The Heat are like a bunch of like bullies.
The Heat overachieve because Spo is just that good, but talent wise, it's not overwhelming.
Like, I'm just like
they got a real good culture too.
Bam doesn't scare me in the playoffs. Kyle Lowry without Kawhi doesn't scare me in the playoffs. Who else? I mean, PJ Tucker. He's not even there anymore. I mean, who am I supposed to be afraid of?
Nope. He don't scare me either, unless they get Mitchell. If they get Mitchell, then I'm scared.
What
James
about
Harden? Philly doesn't scare me.
Philly don't scare you?
No,
they don't scare me.
Philly don't scare me.
Wait, they have Embiid, Harden, and
So you saying first year we running through the East, huh?
No, I
No.
ain't saying.
And
No,
they got
listen, I'm not.
and they got
I ain't
PJ.
saying we running through the East. I'm saying like there's not outside of Boston and Milwaukee. There's not one
let me
team.
do
I
something
feel
real
like
quick. Angie, let me do this real quick. So Paris Duggar, thank you for the generous contribution. Paris Duggar says Randall needs to score off of hustle plays first. And I agree with him there. I think Randall does need to score off hustle plays, but all this stuff is just not about everything. Knicks can't just be about one player. When you focus, when other fans around the NBA listen to y'all, and y'all focus on everything Randall, to us, to them, we look like we don't know basketball. Because one team doesn't just put one guy out there to play, right? And because a lot of times we focus on the deficiencies of our best player and not focus on the deficiencies of the roster. The roster was whack, not just Randall. And what people will do is say, well, if Tibbs would play the kids ain't ready. The kids wasn't ready. It's clear now. Danny Ainge is telling y'all right now, by not accepting this Donovan Mitchell trade, that these kids are not ready to be quality NBA players. Not the core of them. Maybe one or two will show potential, but just by the mere fact that this Mitchell trade ain't done yet, it show you that our young core is overrated, right? And so just think about this for a second.
Only
right?
by Knicks fans.
Yeah. Well, only by Knicks fans. Think about this for a moment, right? If Donovan Mitchell, if the Memphis Grizzlies, or not even Memphis, if Oklahoma City wanted Donovan Mitchell,
he's theirs.
They would have had him already, because their young core shows promise. They have guys on the roster that y'all don't even talk about, like Teo Maladon, who shows promise. Trey Mann, who shows Pokasevsky, who shows promise. I mean, they have so many young guys with so much talent that shows promise. And I do understand those guys were selected with high draft picks and blah, whatever. But the fact remains that those guys have upside. We're trying to hold it down over guys.
Whoa.
We're trying to hold it down over guys that we're trying to. Man, I don't want to give up Miles McBride. Really?
It's to the point where OKC benches them so they don't compromise draft position. Like they literally don't play them.
Right. Yeah. So what I'm getting at, man, is I'm not bashing our kids. I'm not saying they're bad. I'm saying they're not ready.
True.
Right? They not ready, man. I mean,
fair. That's fair.
Come on. Hey, King Angie, I didn't mean to cut you off, bro. With your point, you was rocking. I was actually giving her put a poster up while you was rocking, bro. But I was sort of super chat. Ain't nobody read the super chat while I got away, so I had to jump in and read the super chat.
Freeze, my
yo.
Nah, man, I was just like saying like there's no giant in the East. This giant, it doesn't exist in the Eastern
But
Conference.
we want Philly, so go ahead.
Listen, I'm not. I wouldn't bet on us beating, say, Boston, Milwaukee, or Philly.
No, I'm saying the last time we
all we need is a little chemistry, bro, and I'm right with you. I ain't saying you
76ers.
wrong. I'm with you. Just a little bit of
what can we do? What can we do against the 76ers though? 76ers.
James,
I'm just saying these teams had a little bit of time to play together. That's why I keep saying, even when they get like how Harden know how to play with them a little bit more. So once we get a little bit of time with Donovan Mitchell, we get him, then it just take a little bit of time for these guys. They have high IQs. They good off the dribble. They're gonna open up the game for RJ, Randall, Mitch. So I see all of that, but they still gonna have to get chemistry. That's all I'm saying.
So we gotta look at history too. Like chances are Joel Embiid is not even gonna make it that far healthy. James Harden is the biggest choking superstar I've ever seen in my life.
So you're saying Embiid, Maxey, Harden, Seth Curry.
No, Seth is gone. Seth's not there.
That's unbroken.
We can't.
Go to Brooklyn.
We're gonna be able to match up with them. That's what you said.
Yeah, we
Why
should
not?
be.
You got Jalen Brunson,
And you got to
Donovan Mitchell,
remember,
R.J. Barrett, Julius Randle. We have
Mitch
dudes.
do
I'm just
Mitch
throwing it
do
out there. I'm
great.
just throwing it out there.
Mitch do great against Embiid too. I just
Right.
want
And
to
Who's
say
better
that.
right now? Who's better right now, Donovan Mitchell or James Harden?
Mitchell.
Donovan Mitchell right
Donovan.
now.
Yeah,
Because
you
James
can say
Harden been
Donovan
washed
right
the
now.
last couple of seasons. He ain't been that dude he was.
That's an even.
He been
That's an even, I
partying too
think.
much. He got to get
So
back and
Yeah.
work out.
Too many
so
strippers. Too many
so
strippers.
Philly has. So if we look at the top 5 players on between both teams, right? You would say Joel Embiid is the best player between both teams without argument, right? I would say Donovan Mitchell is the second best.
Yes.
You got James Harden as third, and then I think the Knicks have the next 2 best players, in my opinion, and Jalen Brunson and R.J. Barrett. Or you can even
And
throw Julius Randle in there if he figures it out.
Keep Randle in there.
That's Nick fan. That's what I'm saying. You got to look at.
Real quick.
I don't know these dudes.
I think they're both better than what's the name?
I'm just throwing it out there. I'm just saying. So
wait a second. Why did you bypass Randle and put RJ ahead of Randle right now?
But no, that's what I was saying. You could throw Randle in there if he figures it out next year.
So almost
like,
maybe 3 players are better than.
I think all 3 of those guys are better than what's the name that they're trying to get rid of anyway.
Bronze?
Forget the name, but the forward.
Tobias Harris.
Tobias Harris. I'm not a big Tobias Harris fan.
You know how much
nobody
James
is.
would play Tobias Harris if he was on the Knicks? He would play him over some of them guys.
So
I'm not talking about the main guys, but
I'll take Tobias Harris over Julius Randle right now. I think he fits better on our team. But I'm just saying, like,
see what I'm saying, though? You see
I don't know
what
if
I
he's
mean?
better than RJ Barrett.
So look, we always look at our players. Not saying, we kind of overvalue because we love our team, but just like the point you just made about Tobias, you know what I'm saying? But people argue down about that Randle who's better than him, you know what I mean? Because he's on our team. But what he does fits better on our team, and I agree with that.
Yeah, definitely.
So
also I'm projecting on what RJ Barrett will be next year. So that's me predicting a little bit, but I think RJ Barrett's gonna take that next step. So
he's gonna take a leap. I think a lot of people gotta pump their brakes with we're gonna need more talent eventually to get us where we really trying to go. But you don't know when Brunson take the leap and RJ take the leap. That's two more potential all-stars right there. You know what I mean? And at the right time, they're going in the right direction to become all-stars coming off of these type of seasons that they both just had. So with all 3 of them, and then depending on what Randle do too, then we having a different conversation. Now you're talking about a few all-stars. And that's what Philly got, a few all-stars. You know what I mean? They been there moving. Huh?
What year is this for Brunson?
What Brunson?
Anybody know what year this is?
5th year, I think.
5th year? Yeah, I
So
want to say it's 5th year.
so he had the 4th year breakout, right? So he had the 4th year breakout.
Bro, look where he came from. He got the bag, bro. That's what you got to understand.
That's the 4th year breakout. That's what you want to see in the 4th year.
Home, he did things that made his bag. He earned his bag, bro. He really did, because it goes by what you accomplish in the playoffs. He won without Luka. He even gave Donovan Mitchell a 40 piece or something like that, bro.
He worked Donovan Mitchell that series.
Yeah, bro. So at the end of the day, that's why I said them playing together, it's gonna be crazy. But that boy Brunson, go. That boy go.
Like I said, like I wouldn't expect us, like if I was you, don't bet your money that we're gonna beat those teams. But going into that series, we're not gonna feel overmatched.
Facts. No, I'm with you on that.
We're not gonna feel overpowered.
And I think how we come out, bro, I think how we end up on those games, we get a chance to see who we are, and they do too. You know what I mean?
Can I tell y'all a real quick Tobias Harris story? So I live in Orlando now, right? And we have this thing. It's like a Artlando, where like people have like artwork and shit like that. So one of my boys is he does like watercolor paintings of basketball stars, and Tobias Harris came through. And I was by his booth, and I was like, "Yo, Tobias, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, come to the Knicks." He was like, "Get the fuck out of here!" Like, what? You know what I mean? Like, he brushed me off. Like, nah, get out of here. I ain't going.
He's from Long Island too.
Yeah, he was like, "Nah, I ain't going to the Knicks." This was before he went to.
We from Amityville.
Nah, he's not from Amityville. I'm not
Where you
sure
from?
exactly when. I know he definitely from Long Island because I know he played on the AAU team
Yeah,
for
he's
about a
from New
long
Yeah, he
York.
from
He's
Long
definitely
Island.
from.
He played with my nephew. He from Long Island.
Yeah,
time.
and he brushed me off like, nah, get out of here. You know what I mean? And I was like, wow, like, and I was like working my man's booth, and I was just trying to like chop it up with him, and he was like, get out of here. And all the white chicks was like flocking to him. You know what I mean? Like, oh, Tobias. You know what I mean? Like that's when I think he was with the Orlando Magic. He might have been with Orlando, and then he signed with the Sixers, something like that. I don't know, but he
Nah, he
was he
was on
was
the Clippers. He
he
was
was
on
on
the.
the
He went to the Clippers, and then I know he came to the Sixers.
yeah, like, but he was in Orlando though. You know what I mean?
He
Like,
probably was. He probably was before the Clippers. I'm not sure.
yeah, like but he definitely came through. He's mad tall. I was like, whoa, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah,
but he's not the dude that you want, dude. Like he has a bad attitude. I'm telling you right now. Like I'll stay
he
away
got.
from
Oh, he
Tobias.
got a big bag. I think he got his money, and he kind of didn't. He didn't really show up
Yeah,
after.
yeah, for sure.
Man,
Yeah.
he fit though. I tell you what, he fit. That
But
stretch
he
He
don't
four.
fit.
he
He
but he
definitely
don't
fit.
play defense though, dude. Like
Man, defense could be coached, man. Offense is a lot harder to coach than defense.
but
A lot of defense is effort
he's a
and
vet though.
accountability.
He's a vet though. Like
He could
if
guard
he
fours though.
He not slow neither though. That's the thing. He could
He could
guard
guard
forward. Yeah, he
fours.
not slow.
We wouldn't
yeah,
be asking
if
him
he
to
ain't
guard
doing it
Toronto,
now, he
but
ain't doing it. Yeah.
I mean, I guess we
All
ain't
right,
getting him
so
anyway.
we got to the Sixers, right? Let's go to the Raptors. How
Not
do
scared
we
of them at all. I'm not scared of Toronto
how
at
do we
all.
line up with the Raptors? Because they got better. So
Who's there to fear?
Yeah, I don't get Toronto.
I
That's
And
mean,
what
I
I'm
mean,
worried about. I
everybody always
mean,
brings up Toronto and Cleveland, but
they
I can see
still
both of those teams taking a drop the same way we did last year. Like
they still got Siakam. They still got Scotty Barnes in his second year. They got
you didn't
Van Vliet. Like
Yeah, see
you
Van
named
What's
Vliet
one
good,
scary
nice?
and
guy.
Brunson
You
and
named
Van
one
Vliet
scary guy, and that
gonna
was Van Vliet.
I'm
Yeah,
Rest of
but
the
saying,
team is not scary.
they're a good team though. Like
but
you
Not
can't.
playoff team, I don't think. They're not a good playoff team. They may
but
get some wins in the regular season just by their system and
They don't
coaching,
have a good bench,
but
bro. They don't have a good bench. They're
they
not
don't have
deep.
a good starting five, in my opinion.
They got
Hey,
OG.
they
They
run. They
haven't
ran
moved
their
him.
starting five more than any other team in the league. That's how bad their bench was. Like their whole starting five
They were
lineup
better
was
than
like
us though.
12 minutes,
They were better than us
like
though.
40 minutes a game.
Yo. We got Worldwide L. We got Nice in the building. What's good, y'all? Nice. What up?
Man, same old, bro. You know how it is. Yo,
Nice.
yeah,
What's good?
Yankees
Nice.
won. Yankees won. That's
what's
all that
good,
matters.
worldwide? Where's
What's
your
good,
hat,
bro?
Sarge?
Man, Nice got
Huh?
paid by the bell last year.
What you
Yankees
What's
say,
good?
won.
What's
Paid
good,
Nice?
by the bell.
Lawrence? How's
It's
everything,
the
brother?
laundry. I'm watching it. Everyone talks about how dusty it is. I'm gonna watch it tonight.
Man, hey, salute to everybody in the chat, real quick, King,
Salute.
because you got a lot of great points, brother. But at the same time, we can't do a disservice just because we don't want a certain player in our team. Like if you make that comparison between Tobias Harris and Julius Randle, stat wise shows that last year Tobias Harris ended up being eighth, and let's say playing for that position, and Julius Randle was 16. But if we going for Tobias Harris, you could say the same thing. Like it could go against you because
It
Jordan
depends
Poole.
on what you
Let
mean.
me just say this. Let me just say
We're
this.
not going for Tobias Harris.
George. All right, but just to be clear, you know where I'm going, King. Just letting you know.
You use these same stats with everybody. I hate these stats. Like
I
you use
love
these
those
stats
stats.
for
I love those
everybody.
stats
I hate
because
it.
literally, we talking about 30 teams. We got 60 top players for each position. We talking about starters and bench, and we talking about who is the best player for that position. Simple as that.
No, it's not simple as that. It's fit.
It is. It is simple as
Fit.
that. All right. So name me a player that is better than Donovan Mitchell in his position.
Nice. Wait, you're
Mm-hmm.
losing me. Wait,
Yeah.
we're talking about fit. Fit. Right? Tobias
Mm-hmm.
Harris, though Julius Randle might be a better basketball player, Tobias Harris would be a better fit. That's what we're saying. We're not talking about talent. We're
Right.
talking about fit.
Wait,
Play style.
better point guard
Bro,
than
when you have
Donovan? Better point guard
bro,
than Donovan?
no. We talking about like just for a certain position. Like who's the better position at the end of the day, you always want the best talent in your roster.
Yeah, but
If
you
he
asked who's better than Donovan at point
yeah,
guard?
That's
no
how you
shooting
end up
guard,
with
shooting
Stephon
guard.
Marbury and
He's
Steve Francis
like
or
they have.
LeBron James and Russell Westbrook. That's how you end up with those kind of pairings because you just get the best talent. You just throw
So
it together. You have to look at fit. Fit matters. Like
fit like
Mo
there's
was
more.
good, Mo. I didn't know that was you over there, Mo.
What's good, L? Yo, it's been a minute.
What's good, bro? I didn't know that was you over there and shit. Oh, my
Good to see
bad for
you.
cursing on Freezy show. My bad.
Good. Good to see you.
My
Yo,
bad. My bad, Freeze.
when it comes to fit, what's the problem? Like, what are you saying? You're saying Are you saying Donovan Mitchell doesn't fit? Who doesn't fit?
No. I was saying that we were just talking about Philly, and it was a hypothetical. I was like, Tobias Harris would be a great fit with our starting lineup because he can stretch the floor. He's a decent rebounder. Like he would just fit next to Mitch, RG. I think he would just fit. But
all right,
I mean,
so
he's talking about Julius being a better player, and that wasn't really the.
all right, so let me just debunk that real quick. Think about it this way: anybody in the panel, anybody in the chat cannot tell me that we thought that whatever we had going on, whenever we ended up with that 4th seed, we had a great, let's say we had great chemistry straight out the bat. Nobody even knew that we was about to end up with the 4th seed. Everything ends up, if pretty much everybody wants to win, everybody needs to do what they have to do. That's how you get championship. That's at least how far you could actually end up going. Like everybody has to play his part. It's not only one player.
That 4th seed, as my brother said,
Yo, even down to the ball boys and the ones that clean up the sweat spots. Everybody's important on the championship team.
You see even that chubby guy that you always see him in the Knicks. Like
everybody's important. Everybody plays a role on the championship team. Everybody.
That's facts.
Everybody from the dude that gets them the Gatorade that makes sure it's cold, the water. Everybody plays a major part on the championship team.
I'm 100%.
I gotta say one thing. My man Worldwide L sound like Jada Kiss, and it's hilarious.
but King, at least could we agree in that end? Like at the end of the day, everybody has to be on the same page. Everybody has to do what they have to do.
Everybody has to be on the same page. But I was gonna talk about that 4th seed, and that season is viewed in a certain lens now. But I remember during that season, like for 75% of that season, we were a very average, below average team, right? That 4th seed was a product of like a
defense.
No, listen, man. That 4th seed was a product of like a 3-week run, right? Where we just went like I think it was like 18-4 or something like that. We went like that's what that 4th seed was a product of. But if you look at the majority of the season, the team wasn't that great of a fit. We had a great run.
Until we got Derrick Rose on that bench, and the bench
but even
went
after
nuclear. The bench went
and then when we got to the playoffs, the fit got exposed again. Because the team wasn't a great fit. That team excelled off of effort, right? But if we're talking about trying to get to a different level, effort doesn't get you there.
King, pretty much we went
You have
that
to
far.
construct a team that fits well together to get to that championship level. Giannis and Milwaukee, they fit like a glove, right? They surround Giannis with dudes that fit his skill set. It's not about just finding the best player. They want dudes that fit his skill set. So when it comes to the Knicks, we got to stop. I'm not me. I can't say everybody because we got some Julius haters in the Knicks world, right? That's not me. What I'm saying,
they live off that. They breathe off that, bro.
Yeah, and that's
I started thinking that you caused that group, but King.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is we have to, and I'm of the belief of give Julius to the All-Star break, see how it's going, right? See how it's working out.
King, Angie, can I ask you this?
Absolutely.
Let me. Why can't we just give everybody to the All-Star break and evaluate everybody?
Yeah. Oh, you have to. Yeah.
Not just Randall. Not just Randall.
Yeah.
Bro.
So
but Freezie, we were already up to the Raptors, right? So what about the Knicks versus the Hawks?
That'd be a good matchup. That'd be a good matchup.
So we went through Celtics, Heat, Sixers.
Yeah,
right?
I
Raptors. Now, what about the Hawks?
The Hawks would be a good matchup only because Trae Young in the Garden, it's reminding me of like Jose Altuve with the Yankees. Like I think like that man is just gonna be the boogeyman for for a while. So
You know who else? You know who else goes off in the Garden?
DeJounte is gonna go crazy.
You know who goes crazy in the Garden? Donovan Mitchell.
no, yeah, but like I
But
think
what about the matchup though?
the matchup, DeJounte Murray fits a little better with. Well, I don't know. It's just hard to say because we haven't seen anything yet. But I think
and you hadn't seen the Hawks yet either because they just remade their team.
Yeah.
So like I think they're gonna fit well, DeJounte and Trey. I don't know, but I think they will.
How does the DeAndre Hunter play in his new role, where now you depend on him for offense and defense? Now that Herter and Gallinari are gone, they have as many questions as we do.
Yeah,
I think they parallel us in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I'm most proud of them actually. Believe it or not.
I think the Hawks parallel us in a lot of ways. New backcourt,
And I have another team
DeAndre
right
Hunter
after
and
that.
RJ Barrett are going to be playing similar roles, I think. Yeah, I think they parallel us in a lot of ways.
And they got Kevin Knox.
Man, we don't talk about Kevin Knox.
To me, the only
Is
one
Kevin
that,
Knox even on the team? Is he signed?
No, I think he signed
No,
somewhere else.
he plays for Detroit. But
Yeah,
listen,
he's on Detroit.
Yeah, but listen. So who guards? So who out of that backcourt guards Jalen Brunson?
Has to be Trey Young. You got to put Trey Young or Jalen Brunson.
he ain't starting nobody.
Y'all want Trey Young? Y'all like Trey Young on a dude that can
He's
go
gonna
off
get bullied.
for 40. Y'all want to put Trey Young on a dude that can go off for
He's gonna
40
get
in a
bullied.
playoff game at any time, right?
Yeah, he's gonna get bullied.
Yeah, did not be able to guard us.
Right. And so that means that begs the question: who guards Donovan Mitchell?
DeJounte Murray. You know it's DeJounte Murray, but
That's a good matchup.
But listen to this. Whoever said Trey Young is going to guard Jalen Brunson, it got to be crazy because
we won the series. Just off that alone, we win the series.
If RJ takes the next step, give me the Knicks in that series. It's up to RJ, in my opinion.
Who guards RJ?
So I just wanted.
It's not.
Hey, Chef, how you doing, bro?
Chilling, bro. Hanging out.
Yo,
it was a late night for us tonight. It was a late night, so I got in late. Man. So shame on Chef. So why we can't do a show tonight, but we coming to hang out with you tonight.
Right, if Hard Will would stop talking about himself for a few minutes, bro, the shows wouldn't be so long, right?
Yo, please, I wanted to talk. Look, now that I got a little 5 minutes of fame, real quick. I wanted to talk about what you were saying earlier about the players, how we overrate the players, because me and Hard Will we went at this before about why Quickly didn't start, why he chose to play Burks, and I try to explain it that way. But sometimes I don't explain it the same correct way as you do.
Yo, I'm here. I'm gonna eat this broccoli, bro. I'm gonna eat this broccoli, but I'm here.
I don't explain it the same way.
We fall on the scrubs, man. Well, I'm not calling Quickly a scrub. He's not a scrub.
It's not the scrubs. It's not the scrubs, right? So if you look at it, when you look at it, it's like these guys didn't earn their spots. I'm old school. See, me and Hardwell, we go at it because I'm old school. He feel like that's not the way that it's Tibbs' fault that he not developed. But I say that no, Hardwell, that says a lot about them guys. Them guys can't break the lineup. And I explain. I use the Kevin Knox analysis sometimes when me and him talk. So I use that as Kevin Knox had the starting spot. He let Burks and Bullock come in there and take his spot from him. They stole his spot. So that says a lot about them guys that's behind him. Tibbs don't feel confidence. He felt more confidence with Grimes.
If it don't work, you can't not win and not develop minutes, not develop.
Them guys ain't big though. That's what I'm trying to tell you though.
Hey, let him rock.
Yeah, let him rock.
You gotta look at
them guys.
Man.
Them guys don't be it. So Grimes, he cracked the lineup right by himself. He earned it. That shows you that he earned it because Tibbs gave him. He was the first rookie off the bench. You know what I mean?
IKBM, you got to mute your thing. All right, go ahead, play.
So he was the first rookie off the bench, right, y'all? So you know that he had a certain kind of. He saw what Grimes could be or what Grimes can do, right? Mm-hmm. Grimes was the one that got the minutes. When he put McBride in there, McBride didn't look like McBride. That's the truth. You know what I mean? Sims. At times, they gave him the whole second half to go ahead and this is you on the second half, right? Mm-hmm. But as far as why he played Burks because there wasn't nobody else on the team that was better than Burks, unfortunately. Mm-hmm. That's just the truth of what it is.
And
We can say, oh
worldwide,
yeah, he should have put IQ there. He should have picked McBride there. No, it's at times where he should have picked McBride in the moments. But to have him playing over Burks, nah.
you gotta.
I can't see that. I'm just sorry that McBride doesn't have that talent yet. He shows it in the G League, but he don't show it
I can
in the
make so
NBA.
many points why
And
he
worldwide, to
can
back you
play
up,
over Burks.
you gotta ask.
Burks ain't a point guard.
You gotta ask the chat, why didn't Tom Thibodeau play Kirk Heinrich over Derrick Rose?
That's not even a question, bro. You know how.
Right? No, but you gotta answer it. Why? Because Derrick Rose is just better than Kirk Heinrich.
Yeah, for sure.
Why?
I mean, King, I looked at it like that, right? So I looked at it like at that time, IQ was struggling, right? He was struggling, so that's why Burks played. It's like you could not do that at that time. But later on in the second half, when IQ found this little mojo, then yeah, maybe you should have started IQ and gave him a little run at the starting unit and brought Burks off the bench at that point when you seen that he was cooking. Other than that, I can't see nobody else that you should have played. I can't see nobody else that should have played in the moment. I could say like Sims probably could have played over Taj.
Oh yeah.
I just can't say that Tom Thibodeau doesn't like playing young kids, but Tom Thibodeau coached the youngest MVP in NBA history.
Yeah.
And when you look at Chicago,
Yeah, but it's
Derrick Rose was young.
though, like-
Luau Deng was young. Joakim Noah was young. Clyde Gibson was young. These were
Tony
all guys that
Snell.
would have.
Tony Snell was young. Jimmy
All of
Butler
them.
was young.
Tony Snell.
Look at him when he coached in Minnesota. He started all of his young dudes. Andrew Wiggins, Cat. So don't tell me that Tom Thibodeau was going to sit a
Yeah, but
young
he had
guy even if he's much better than the guys. Tom Thibodeau's
King,
not
let me ask you this.
But
Let me
it's
ask you this,
Derrick
King. Let me ask you
Rose,
this, right?
though.
Hey,
Let me
hold
ask you
on,
this,
hold on.
right?
Hey, y'all, hold on. Let him finish. Go ahead.
Let me ask you this, King.
If
I got a question
Tom
for you,
Thibodeau
King.
believes that a young guy is his best option, R.J. Barrett, Mitchell Robinson, he's going to play that young guy. He is. So
If they're worthy though, King, if they're worthy, right?
Right. That's
So let
what
me
I'm
ask you
saying.
this. Let me ask you this. If Derrick Rose is on this team come start of the season, do he play IQ over Derrick Rose or do he play Derrick Rose over IQ at the backup point position?
Oh, Derrick Rose is the backup point guard. IQ gonna
Why
play
is
all
that?
four with
Why is
D-Rose.
that?
He's a
Why is
better
that?
point guard. He's a better point guard than
The
IQ.
same reason why he put Burks at the point. 'Cause
See,
he has
when I
a
told you hard, when I was explaining it to you, I said that's why Rose he has to go. In order for these guys to develop, he has to go because he's
How
better
you
than
worried
them.
about developing now? You said he
No.
played good. He
Listen,
played
this is
Burks,
what you
right?
say. No,
Hold on.
that's what you say.
No, this is
So
my
the back
reply.
of what
Look,
you
hold on.
saying,
Can I reply?
the back of what you saying about developing. That's why a player like Rose has to go because I kept trying to tell you
And
that
that's why I don't
he's
think
better than
that's
them
fair.
guys. Or
You
he's
know
better than
why?
them guys on our team.
You
So
know
if
why I
he's
don't
better,
think it's
you
fair?
have to play him.
You know why I don't think it's fair? Hold on, I'm trying to reply. I don't think it's fair what you're saying
understand, but
because
guys, what I'm saying is when somebody be talking, man, just be patient, let them finish, bro.
I
Because
never cut nobody off. I
what it
just
sound
said
like to me, when I'm just sitting here is like 3 or 4 dudes talking over each other, and I can't hear one person point over the other. Go ahead, Hardwell. Go ahead, do your thing.
I was quiet, man. Long. He was talking about me. I was trying to answer, and one time I said something and I shut up again. But
I understand what you're saying, but see how
the
you sound.
point I was making was
you understand how you sound crystal clear right now, though, right?
yeah.
Nah, I cut you off. That was my bad.
That's because ain't nobody cutting.
The point I was trying to make is that you crying about developing now. You trying to move Rose now, but I guess I'm ahead of my time, or I see more than what you see because if I'm saying play quickly and over Burks for developmental reasons, then how can you even argue with me if you saying you going to gun for the move Rose just to give him minutes now when he could have got minutes over Burks? When you a coach and you make that choice and it don't work, that's a bad choice because you risk not winning and not developing them in real time. And now they trying to figure out who Quickly is when we would have know what Quickly really was and he wouldn't have played Burks. Where's Burks at right now?
Gone.
I rest my case, Your Honor.
But Hardwood, what if Tom Thibodeau just doesn't believe in Quickly the way you do?
It ain't about that. It's about the Quickly still on the team, right?
No.
Freeze.
But it is
Quickly
about
should have
No, that's a
started.
bad
Quickly should have started at the time when he was struggling that first half of
Quickly
the
still
season.
on the team, right, bro?
It was
You
evident
asked me a
when
question,
everybody
right?
was saying that. When everyone
Hold
was saying,
on. You asked me a question. Is Quickly still on the team?
Yeah.
Yes.
For now.
Then Thibodeau Quickly's one of favorites.
Yes.
Did
Off the
Thibodeau make
bench.
Quickly take up the point guard to find more minutes for him?
Yes.
Okay. So don't
can I
you
say
think if you playing somebody, Alec Burks, whatever season it was for him, He never played the point before since he was in Utah early on in his career. You make this kid a point guard and you don't give him that shot or McBride and you make them guys point guards. And now Burks is gone and he just asking to move roles now to develop them now. That's late. And that don't make sense to me. That's all I'm saying.
But
did I ask for roles to be moved, or that I just was giving I was asking a question?
But no, I know. I'm not saying in general. I'm talking about my whole point. And from last season, that's all I was saying was to that's like a waste of developing minutes right there for him, bro. And you didn't win. It didn't equate to nothing. He didn't do good at the point. It wasn't like he was playing good. He stunk it up.
I
You could have changed it. You could have changed, like you even said, bro. You just said he could have switched it after when it went left. So all I'm saying was he shouldn't even been there because he ain't a point guard, and you had dudes you made take the point guard role. It ain't about that he's not ready. When the Knicks wasn't playing good, it didn't equate to wins. That's the point.
Can I say something real quick?
So you don't sacrifice the win and the development minutes in real time.
Quickly gonna play the same role next year though, Hardwell. They got rid of Burks, and guess what? They went and spent $100+ million on a point guard. That tells me that the organization and Thibodeau does not believe that Emmanuel Quickly is a starting point guard.
Nobody
said he was, bro.
No, that's
not true, bro.
They don't believe. They don't believe Emmanuel Quickly is a starting point guard.
Bro, I just said that Tibbs made him play point guard to find more minutes for him. If you listen to what I just said, bro, he's an off the bench player. I think my opinion. He's an off the bench player that could come in and just shoot. He's not a point guard. Dudes be wide open. He don't make the play. So if you listen to what I just said, bro, Tibbs made him a point guard to try to find more minutes for the man. Put Burks at the point over him. It just didn't make sense to me. That's all I'm saying.
And you want to build up his asset.
Yeah.
If you play quickly in the right roles, you build up his assets, and you can like move him for a bigger player.
How many minutes game they Quickly averaged last year? Or am I tripping? I feel like he played a lot.
He played like 20-something minutes.
Yeah.
So I don't understand this idea that Quickly didn't play. If Quickly's a bench player, then 20-something minutes is about what he should be playing. Why? Like Knicks fans were asking for Quickly to start. Let's be real. They wanted him to start at point guard, right? The New York Knicks organization, the Tom Thibodeau, does not believe Emmanuel Quickly to start point guard. I know this because they just spent $100 million on a starting point guard. Emmanuel Quickly, yes, he's still here, but guess what? He's going to play the same role he played last year. Why? Because that's who they believe he is. So you may believe he's something better than that, but Tom Thibodeau's history says that he identifies talent well. Tom Thibodeau is a good identifier of talent. How many young guys has Tom Thibodeau not played that has went somewhere else and became a star? Which one? It's never happened. So Tom Thibodeau knows how to identify talent, and sometimes he played Burks over Quickly because he was developing Quickly as a six man. Quickly is a six man, and that's his role he's going to play. So that's the role they played him in. Tom Thibodeau didn't want to put him as a starting point guard because going forward, guess what? For the Knicks, he's not going to be a starting point guard. So let's play him in his role, develop him in his role, and sign a real starting point guard, which is what we did. If Quickly was a better option in Tom Thibodeau's eyes, Quickly would have played.
You acting like Tom Thibodeau made that wasn't a good decision. That's simple. It didn't equate to wins. How you jacking a situation that didn't even get to the playoffs, bro? It didn't even make the play in. What are you talking about?
Quickly starting would have equated to wins?
How do you?
Y'all can't front your king. That was a good take, my brother.
And when Quickly came in,
that's another from another side of angle. It's hard. It's coming from a different angle. You looking at it wrong. See, he said talent wise, hard. You missing that. You missing what he said. He said, name somebody that Tibbs didn't play. He's talking about from a talent perspective. So he's saying that it's evidently he doesn't see what you see on why IQ should have been playing.
He's
rolling him for a backup.
See what I think y'all missing.
That's why I always tell you that it's always more than one way to skin a cat. I always tell you that because it's more than one way. It's not just one way. And when you come up with that's the irony of having this 9-man panel and things of that nature and having a chat because you get to see different perspectives from different points of view. And when you put them all together, it makes good chemistry. It makes what you see like, oh, I ain't think about it like that. Oh shit. Oh, my bad, Freeze. I ain't think about it like that. So I didn't think about it like that. We all don't think about
I'm
it.
not
We see
saying
the
how
game.
he said it.
We
I'm
see the
talking
game
about
our way. But when you
no.
hear it from a different perspective, he says something that's factual. You say, wait a minute, I never thought about it like that. I never thought about it when he said that name a player that Tibbs didn't play that went someplace else and turned out to be a star. Good one, King.
Jimmy Butler.
He played Jimmy
Played
Butler.
Jimmy
Not
Butler.
right away. No, he didn't right away.
But when Jimmy Butler proved
Ain't
that he
no
was good
but.
enough to be
Nah,
played,
you
he
just said
played him.
name a player that he didn't play.
He became a star with Tom Thibodeau, not after.
Yo, the point
He
I
became
wanted to
a
say
star
to
with
you
Tom Thibodeau.
was when I came in to you, I said to you was that now you want to move roles to give Quickly more minutes. That's the only reason I came in. And he could have got more minutes in that situation because Son didn't do nothing in that position. It's not about who y'all think is better when you're trying to make your team better, especially a player that's not going to be a future Knick. And they did not know. They don't want to move quickly, obviously. So that's just my opinion on it. Y'all could look at it how y'all want. And
But Hardwood, let's look at it like this too.
Say on that.
Let's look at it like this too. The year we won, we got the 4th seed. Why do you think he would not start Derrick Rose and kept starting Elfrid Payton? Because he believed that the second unit needed a what? A point guard, right? Why was the second unit last year not as good as it was the year before? Because Quickly was running it.
But why are you
There was
saying
no
that
point guard.
Quickly? But why are you saying Quickly is not important off the bench? This is what I'm saying.
He is
Like,
important,
if
but
you
he's not a
deplete your
point
bench,
guard.
if you deplete your bench, then who are you going to sign to fill Quickly's role? Quickly is a spark plug off the bench.
I'm not saying.
Don't we have Derrick Rose though? Ain't Derrick Rose gonna be that same player? If you deplete your bench, Derrick Rose is not gonna get
Derrick
traded
Rose is
out.
not
But
dependable.
I don't think
He's
he'll
always
be
hurt.
traded though. But I got a
I'm
question
not
for
saying
y'all.
get rid of Quickly. I'm just saying he's not a point guard.
Is IQ a starter on any other team? Absolutely not. He'll be
No.
the same role. He'll be the same role. So what's the problem with him playing the role that he's playing here?
We're mad that he played Alec Burks when we were gonna lose anyway. Whether Burks was starting or Quickly was starting, like you really think Quickly was worth a bunch of wins? No,
I see
I don't
both
think
ways.
so.
I see how we'll point where it's
You
about
ain't trying to
like
develop your
developing.
team. You like
Like
them.
I see
You said
both
we gonna win
ways.
now. You said we better than Boston right now. See, that's
I
the
didn't
problem.
say that. I didn't say that.
That's the problem, bro.
First of all,
Them
I
old
didn't
heads
say
ain't
that.
gonna do nothing for us. That's the problem. We need them
Second is
young boys to be playing, because then our team would have been better with Quickly on the floor and not Burks.
how do you know that?
Because of developmental purposes. Burks
You
ain't
don't
on the
know
Knicks
that.
no more.
That didn't
All
answer
right.
your question though. You said they
Hey,
would
y'all,
have been better.
let me get a second. I'm gonna get a second with Hardwell because that's intriguing what Hardwell just said.
Yeah,
I just need a
son
second
just
with
been
Hardwell.
talking in circles, bro. I'm gonna stop replying to certain stuff.
Hey, but let me ask you this. So
Word.
you think with the addition of Donovan Mitchell and Jalen
Mhm.
Brunson, you don't think we're competitive with the Celtics?
Yeah, but son just said we
No,
beat.
I ain't talking about him. I ain't talking about that. We can get to that. I'm asking you.
Yeah, I said a little bit of chemistry, and we right there. Meaning like they gotta learn.
No, I ain't talking about the previous point. I'm asking you, like right now, me and you, like with the addition of Donovan Mitchell, are we competitive with the Celtics?
Of course we are.
All right, because
100%.
the reason why I ask you that is because if we're in that moment, what do you want the Knicks to be with Brunson and Donovan Mitchell? What do you want? Not what you expect, and what you'll settle for. I'm asking you what you want.
I'm a Knicks fan, so like I said a little while ago, however it play, I see where we are. But I want them to, of course, I want them to beat them.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But it's going to take.
What does beat them mean? You want them to be the Eastern Conference champs, or you want
No,
us
no,
to
no.
beat
Listen,
the Celtics?
when we play listen, man. I want to beat all the teams, like everybody. Like he was just saying, King was just saying who he think we gonna be or we gonna play good against. I want to win. I'm just saying we got to take a little bit of time and let the team develop a little bit of chemistry. And then I think we could beat these teams. That's
But
how.
that's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, do you want to be the Eastern Conference champs, or do you want to be competitive with the Celtics long term?
I want to be the Eastern Conference champs, but that's not going to happen right now.
And the reason why I asked that, and guys, I'm gonna bring y'all in. I just need the ISO hardware for this moment to go down this road
and change the subject.
Because,
change the subject. Not this. I'm talking about what we just was talking about.
No, we ain't talking about. No, we ain't talking about. So the reason why I ask you if being competitive with the Celtics long term is what you want is because I think the Celtics are young enough to be competitive with our young core for the next few years because Brown and Tatum and Brunson and Spider are around the same
age. Yeah. Like
yeah.
The Knicks Celtic rivalry. Yeah.
Yeah. That's why I asked you that specifically when I heard it, and not say the Bucks who are older than us, or the Sixers who are older than us, or the Raptors who are older than us, right? So you would prefer to be the Eastern Conference champs, right? And if we're the Eastern Conference champs, say for a little bit, but not long term, would you be satisfied with that versus being competitive with that young team that just went to the Eastern Conference Finals long term?
I mean, we want to be good long term. We've been bad for a while.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm asking. That's why why when you said it, it was intriguing to me because when you weigh both, it's like, do you aspire to be the Eastern Conference finalist for the next 2 seasons and then regroup, go down a little bit, and then try to ascend, try to open up a new window? Or do you try to be competitive with the most competitive team in your division? And as a byproduct of that, make Eastern Conference Finals.
Yeah, I think that's what they're trying to do, Freezie. That's funny how I think that's what they're trying to do. And that's the point I always try to make with the decisions that they're making. And when we just was trying to explain earlier to Bo that like the players they could bring in and replace the players and make this a real good team, good role players that could fit in as our bench players, right? But I think that's what
but the bench, you can recycle your bench, bro.
Yeah, and I think that's what they trying to do as far as go for it. See where they are against Boston. If they see how Boston came out of nowhere, and remember, every year the NBA has new stars to take over, new stars to make another step towards superstar. You know what I mean?
Right. That's what I think we are. Right. That's what I think we are right now.
I mean, Donovan could do that. I mean, Jason Tatum did it. Brown did it. You know what I mean?
I think. But what about this though? What about your?
They swept KD, so you got to consider them to really to be that. You know what I mean? He stepped up. He beat Giannis. It ain't just about KD. You got to give him a little more credit, I think now. But go ahead, my bad.
I'm coming, y'all. I'm coming. I'm gonna bring everybody back. I just wanted to get this last little bit out the way because I heard the conversation, and I think what happens is a good question. It was like we'll ask a good question about every 5 or 6 minutes, and it gets hijacked and put on the side of the road for like a dumbass question. You know what I'm saying? We in this conversation.
No, you had a good question too just now. That was
because it's all about the way you think about stuff.
And
here's my other question to you too. If you add the stars, say, because I think what the Knicks have is a third star already on the roster. And the shame and short-sightedness is people think that star is a player. And I don't believe that star is a player. And I don't think that star is a coach. I think that star, that underestimated aspect is our system, the high pick and roll system, and how we can get others involved without them dribbling the air out of a basketball. Right? I think if we can bring our WAC offense up to say top 15 with everybody having a bad year. I think if everybody have like a chemistry year, like you mentioned, I think we top 15. I think if everybody have a great year, I think we top 7.
I was listening
right?
to Ron's show. Shout out Ron, still Knicks. He was doing a show and he had the guy from Utah, the nerd, on his show. And they was talking about Donovan Mitchell on how, you know, he do a lot and what we can expect for him in the Garden, how electric he gonna be, and all the stuff that, you know, we didn't really get to see that they know about. And it's a lot of things that we need, you know, and I think that's another good point. If you have a player that dynamic, that brings a lot of energy. And then when you don't need a lot from these other guys, and everybody playing their role, then they could overachieve again, but it'd be more sustainable this time.
Right,
Because you have more
because the system
fits the player.
Can and does the heavy lifting, and the players can play to their talents and their comfort levels.
Tibbs might bring out that Derrick Rose plays, the Derrick Rose playbook for Brunson.
Yeah. I'm gonna bring everybody back in. I just felt like, man, we had some great questions and some great points, but we just kept hijacking ourselves to ask like scenarios that you like, come on, man, really? Like, why are we even talking about certain things? You know what I'm saying?
Man, I felt like I was put on timeout, man. What the hell?
I mean, everybody got good points, We don't all have to agree. And remember, you just were saying it, Freezie. If you don't agree with me or I don't agree with you, I don't stop. It's not like we're not still cool, or
right.
I'm not gonna stop liking somebody because I don't agree with their point at that time. You know what I'm saying? If your points is always bad, then that's when I'll just not like you. You know what I'm saying?
Now,
Hell no, Hard Will. That ain't true at all. That's far from the truth.
Yeah, they put us in the corner, man. They put us in the corner. All right, I'm sorry. I'll shut up.
Yo, boy, you trying to host the show, that's why.
Your freeze. I don't mean to cut you off. I never knew how hard it was when you got a 9-man panel. Now I know and I understand that it's hard. It's hard, man. And they'll never understand that. They'll never understand. Hard Will don't even know until he get behind the board. It's hard because we hear certain things that no one else hears.
Right. And then plus I'm playing point guard and everybody want to shoot.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? I'm playing point guard.
It'd be hard. I be trying to tell Hard. He be like,
he said he playing point guard and everybody's trying to shoot.
I be trying to tell you, bro. I be trying to tell you. When it don't sound good, it don't sound good. And you can hear it. You can hear it how.
But check it out.
The guys you don't hear it on the panel, but we hear it if the guys in the chat, how they hear it on YouTube.
Right.
So we hear it that way. On the panel, you don't hear it.
Yeah, and it's the difference between somebody subscribing or not subscribing or clicking away and never coming back.
Yo, the subscribers let it hit. The subscribers let it hit. The yelling and the argument. That's what they come here for.
Yeah, but the new people are not subscribers yet.
Nah, I know.
The new people, because every day, like when I look at the numbers, every day I have about 5,000 people that view it, right? And about 2,200 are subscribers coming in and out. And then it's about 2,800, 3,000 people that are new people, and they don't always smash the like button or subscribe. And if you can imagine what it sounds like when you first click on it, you're like, dang, man, this looks like 4 people arguing. But they don't know that me and Bo is tight and me and Chef is tight. All they hear is just like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's just that's why I'm just like trying to ISO everybody occasionally so we can get some sense of order.
And I'm the Julius Randle with the panel, Freezie, man.
Nah, man. Yeah, but you made a great point about IQ, and I think it's understated. So last season that just passed, even though Burks was the point guard and Emmanuel Quickly should have been a starter, in my opinion, we can't say that IQ didn't play because he played a career high in games and a career high in minutes. You know what I'm saying? He played a career high in games and a career high in minutes. Now, should he have played more minutes? I can't speak with that to any certainty because he played 23 minutes a game as a reserve, right? Yeah, should he have played 30 minutes? I don't know. Would it make because I struggle with the question, does more minutes make you a better player? Like, cause I don't think more minutes make you a better player. I think high leverage situations make you a better player because you test yourself, you test your mettle, like iron sharpening iron. Like Emmanuel Quickly playing 48 minutes against Orlando when both teams are tanking. I don't think that helps Emmanuel Quickly get better. Those are empty stat minutes. But
how many minutes did Tyrese Maxey average last year?
I don't care. What I'm saying is I don't care about Tyrese Maxey. What I'm saying is Emmanuel Quickly getting minutes against the Lakers when the Lakers were trying to make the playoffs are important minutes.
I think they were going to come.
That's what I'm getting at. See, the reason why I don't care about Tyrese Maxey is Tyrese Maxey got a James Harden and a Joel Embiid. Does Emmanuel quickly have that?
I just
and you
they
could throw in Tobias
they
Harris.
both
He
came
has.
out at the same time, and one's farther along. That's all I know.
And Freezie, part of my point was like when you start a job at McDonald's, right? And when you get hired, they say, "Listen,
you don't have to tell me that, bro. I worked at McDonald's.
Yeah, and like they say,
I was 16 working at McDonald's. But anyway, go ahead.
And like they say, Freezie, you gonna work the grill, right? And you come in for your first day of training, they're not gonna put you at the window.
Nah,
'cause that's not the job you're gonna be doing for them.
Right.
They put you in the grill, right? So if the organization and Tom Thibodeau see Quick as a 6 man off the bench, if we're talking about development, right? They're going to develop him in the role they're going to use him in, right?
Okay.
So if they know down the line when we're competing, they see Quickly as a 6 man on the championship team and they want to utilize that, then let's develop him in that role. So when we get to the point of contention, Quickly is an expert at his role.
Okay.
Let's not. The Yankees did it with Jabba Chamberlain, the reliever, right? He was supposed to be a reliever. They tried to make him a starter, and it ruined his career. Sometimes when you have identified what a player is, let him thrive in that role. Let him be a star in his role. And just because we don't have a point guard, we say Tibbs started Burks for lack of foresight, but maybe he started Burks with foresight, saying, you know what, this may slow our offense down in the meantime, but Quickly is developing in the role he's going to be playing when we're good. So I'll sacrifice having a quasi off guard playing our point guard position in order to develop Quickly in the role where he's going to actually make his money at. Quickly's not going to make any money.
So I understand your point because you said it a couple times. I got it like when you said it the first time, bro. I was like, yo, you know what I'm saying? AG is making sense, right? But when you expound on it, like where you were going just now, taking us down this road of the development of Quickly in that role, what I would ask you, King Angie, is this: did we consider how tough it is to develop 4 young players on the floor at once?
It's probably I mean, it's not easy.
I considered this when Quickly kept coming off the bench. I was like, how can you develop RJ and Mitch together, right? And then develop Grimes, McBride, and Obi, right? At the same time, staying competitive in these games so that they get tested in high leverage situations. Because if you throw all the kids out there and they're getting blown out by 20, even though they're getting minutes, they're not in high leverage situations in order to make them better, right? So it's the question: do they get better playing more minutes, or do they get better by playing in more high leverage situations? My opinion is Obi and Quickly advanced more because the year before they were in a playoff atmosphere, and it was only 5 games. But if you look at the run up to the playoffs and then the playoff games themselves, I think that group of rookies, right, in those high leverage situations got better than Miles McBride and Jericho Sims, who basically at one point were playing for nothing. And you saw the mistakes, and you saw them not get better during the season because there was no run up to the playoffs and no playoff games. Right? People could say Grimes got better too. I don't think Grimes got better. I think Grimes last year was a 6-point per game scorer and excellent defender. But you didn't see Grimes get. Think about this. That man averaged 27. That man scored 27 points against Giannis in them, right? Yeah. Right. You would think that if he could do that against the defending world champions at the time, they were the defending world champs, right? Why didn't he have a 30-point game or a 40-point game building off that? Angie, I'm asking you, why didn't Grimes have a 30-point game or a 40-point game after that? I'm asking you specifically.
I would think because I would think consistency is a part of development.
All right, I'm gonna pull up his game log too, by the way.
Like what that would show me with Grimes is Grimes has the talent, but he hasn't developed the consistency. And I think it really depends on talent level. When, even going back to your first question, does more minutes develop better, or is it high leverage situations? I think guys that are uber talented, like guys like LeBron, Kevin Durant, like guys that just have that next level talent, all those types of guys need is reps. They just need reps to exercise their talent, right? But I think some of the lesser talented guys, their minutes have to be more intentional, because they need more than reps. They need actual development. So I think it
Can I say
depends.
one thing? I just want to say one thing to your point. Like, I hear what you're saying, and like, you make a good point about the minutes. He played 23 minutes. I get all that. I'm not one of those people who said Quickly did not develop last year. I think you can develop playing only 23 minutes. So I just want to make that clear. My only issue is at the end of the year with like 20 games left. My biggest issue, and I agree with you, he's better off the ball. I really do believe he's a better player off the ball. Having said that, in today's NBA, I'd like to, as a guard, you're going to have to facilitate and play make, even if you're off the ball. And I would have liked, to me, there was no purpose. The season was already over. My only issue was rolling out Burks. Yeah, it will result maybe in more wins, but I didn't see the purpose of not having Quickly even get over 30 minutes just for those 20. But I'm not one of those people who said he didn't develop at all. I want to make that very clear. That's all I'm saying.
Oh yeah, I mean, I wouldn't disagree with you. I'm just like, let's say Tibbs could have played Quickly at the end of the year, those last 20 games. I wouldn't disagree with it, but I also wouldn't look at it as a big deal, in my opinion. I just wouldn't see it as a big deal. I understand your point. You're not wrong. I mean, there was no, like, it wouldn't have hurt to start Quickly those last 20 games.
Yeah, I mean, like, there's no right or wrong answer. The only reason I think I would have liked to have seen it is just I'm a selfish person. I'd like to see my young guy, and like also like I'd like to know. I still do think he's better off the ball, but I would have liked to have seen it. Like, it would give me a little even better, clear, a little bit. I'm not saying full. You're not going to get a full look, but like even trade value wise. But I don't want to trade him. I like Quickly. I think he's a good 6 man. I think that's what he is. And he's a microwave scorer. He didn't shoot the ball great last year, but he actually can guard, and he's versatile. I do think he needs to learn how to play make better, even if he's off the ball, because in today's NBA, all guards have to be able to do that, in my opinion, off the dribble and find guys. I mean, RJ did a lot of it last year. Quickly is probably more of a scorer, but he's got to play make better. But I don't know. I mean, it's tough. I mean, the Obi thing, we could have that discussion too, but that one's tougher with Randall here.
Yeah. This man, I like Quickly. I'm not saying I'm, Nostradamus, and I'm just expert at talent evaluation, and I know Quickly can't be a starting point guard. I'm just trying to, give guys like Thibodeau and the guys that get paid to do this job, give them a little bit of, leave it, like maybe they just know things we don't. Maybe they see things in practice we don't see.
Well, I think he's old school from the standpoint of you got to earn it and all that. Like, I do think it is different depending on the coach. Like, some coaches, they're right away, even if you don't really earn it, like, they're going to roll you out there. Like, Thibodeau's different. I'm not saying he doesn't play young guys. He plays young guys, but you really have to earn it. Like that's just the reality. And my only thing is, again, I don't know. I forgot what I was going to say, but go ahead, King Ant.
Yeah. Nah, I mean, I don't got too much to say on it.
Yeah.
More to say
I
on
mean,
it.
Well, yeah, I want to go back to the Maxey thing because I got a little bit of flack. So I want to clarify my position on that. Do I think Tyrese Maxey is in a better situation than Emmanuel Quickly? Yes. Do I think Tyrese Maxey is the same exact player as Quickly? I think they're a little bit different. But Tyrese Maxey is playing 35 minutes a night. He's starting I think he has more of a skill set that's best suited to play that position, but they're different. But coming out of college, they were compared a lot coming out of the draft. Like they were just from same school, everything. I'm just saying, as far as you could make the argument that Maxey getting more minutes on Philly has helped him. That's all I'm saying. But I'm not trying to hate.
And from all reports, we actually wanted to draft Maxey over Quickly. We kind of just settled for Quickly because we couldn't get Maxey. So
yeah, that's a good point because we was just talking about development and minutes, and I think Quickly and Maxey is a good comparison to see what could be the difference in a player getting those type of minutes. That's all I was trying to say in reference to why giving Burks the minutes if he gonna be on this team, if Quickly gonna be on this team moving forward, or they have plans for him. You know what I'm saying? That just makes sense to me, and I understand Maxey just fell in position because of the Ben Simmons situation,
right.
But the same situation for us because Kimber left. I mean, he pulled Kimber. You know what I mean?
I think
Maxey's better. If we compared, if Spree just said they was that close in the draft, which I heard the same, right? And they was similar players, right? And you see how Maxey looked, how Quickly look. You see Quickly do it in flashes, and you see Maxey do it consistently because he's getting steady minutes, and that's what makes a player become good in the NBA. Not saying Quickly don't look like more of an off the bench type of player. Don't get me wrong, he does. But in that situation, when the opportunity presents itself, he could probably flourish because the point is Burks ain't going to be in future Knick.
Yeah.
When the season was already cooked, he should have started. The season was cooked. We had like maybe 20 games left, and we weren't going to make the playoffs. But, Tibbs thinks we're going to make it no matter what until we're mathematically eliminated, which isn't the most ideal way for development. But
exactly.
I don't think IQ, like my biggest issue with IQ, comparing those two, like Maxey finishes at the rim way better than IQ. Way better.
Hell, Maxey actually shoots better than IQ right now.
Well, he did last year. Yeah.
It's just the minutes, man. More minutes at the game. More knowing like you're going to be able to play and learn. And you got them starting minutes.
Maxey dropped 40 in his rookie year. So, like, the Sixers knew they had something in them already.
Mm-hmm.
So they knew, okay, this Ben Simmons situation is going to happen. We're just going to start this kid because we know he got the talent and just live off of that. But I don't think, honest to God, I don't think we would have, if Tibbs had the same Sixers roster, I don't think Maxey would have been starting.
And that's my point, bro. And that's my point, though. But that's my point, though, because that's the decision that Doc Rivers made to make the difference, and he know is developing his team. You know what I mean? At the same time, he didn't know if it was going to equate the wins because he was a rookie, like you said. You see what I mean? But he put him in a position, and he felt like either way, his kid's going to develop, and we still going to be good.
If Tyrese Maxey was on the Knicks in the same or in the Sixers and Tibbs was the coach, I don't know if Maxey's getting 35 minutes in that same situation.
He's not. He's not because he's not like
that's what I'm saying. It depends on the coach. Like all of this development, like it depends on who's coaching the team.
And to be fair, Tibbs, like there's a method to his madness. He does actually develop players, whether it's not on the court. Like you see improvements in players. It's just he doesn't feel like it has to be done on the court always. In Tibbs' eyes, at least. But we see the improvement. It's just not like the huge jumps that we want to see. We want to see a guy come in after their first year and just start dropping 20 regularly in their second year. But it's just not common. It's just not normal underneath Tibbs. Like even Jimmy Butler, it took 3-4 years it took him after his second year to get a high total amount of minutes. Like I think his second year he was still averaging barely minutes. And then after that, his minutes started going up in his third year, and then his fourth year, that's when his jump in points went up.
Yeah.
So it's just philosophy. Like that's Tibbs' philosophy. He's not gonna throw going to just throw the team out to a young guy just because we think he should.
And I'll say this about IQ. He's a smart player from the standpoint of, remember how earlier in the year he wasn't getting the foul calls for a little while, and then he eventually adjusted and started to realize what the refs were doing. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, if you give him more minutes, I'm not saying it's going to work. I don't know. I'm just saying I would have liked to have seen it, to see him maybe figure some stuff out as a young player in the league when our season was over. That's what Hardwell's saying. I agree with it.
A lot of the improvement is important. That's all.
IQ's drives, he would telegraph the floater way early and then try to like rip through into getting a foul call. And then he realized, oh, I need to commit a little bit further into the drive and try to put my shoulder into the defender's chest and try to see if I can pick up the foul that way, instead of trying to get those little ticky-tack wrist fouls.
Yeah, you could see he wasn't a point guard. Really, like, I've seen players open. It was a lot of things, but the point is that he would have got better at doing it. He would have got better at being a point guard, and it would have just made our team more faster. You know, there's different things you could have taken advantage of. And I think the key point that you made was when they still was trying to win, when it was clear as day we wasn't going to win. So that's just an example on, you know, why it's like you got to realize that you got to switch it up. And now you got to make this kid better by, even if you say, okay, he got enough minutes, right? But you don't think starting a player like IQ in that situation give him more confidence as well?
It would help.
So, yeah, it would help him. So that's just the only point. And I just feel like we still want to figure out what type of player he's going to be this year. And the conversation started off of making room to give him more minutes this year. And I feel like, man, we had other opportunities we could have dealt with him and Obi. And now, you know, if they leave the team, man, like, they deserve to be on a team where they could just play and develop the right way. And that's just how I feel about those guys, because this team, even though Obi could fit because he runs the floor, but this team is being built for them to try and win now, like Freezie was trying to say. They putting together a team to be a couple pieces away to making a big run. And some of these players ain't ready for that, or they're going to be sacrificed to bring in the piece that we need, you know what I mean, to get in that position. So
I think whatever happens, this is probably going to be Tibbs' last year, even if it's successful, because I feel like he's the guy that's going to.
He ain't going nowhere.
I don't know, bro. Like, I feel like he's, when I mean successful, I mean like relatively successful, like make the first round or something. And then if we get destroyed in the first round, then I feel like he set like a culture, a template similar to like how Mark Jackson did it, and then we probably bring in the next step coach, and then we try to add on more talent with whatever we have left as far as assets, because then we'll know what our holes are, and then we'll know how to operate and try to build around Donovan Mitchell hypothetically and RJ hypothetically. So it's just about setting a culture, a template, how we're going to play, and then building on top of that.
Going back to IQ, what you guys think about like his improved rebounding and his defense as far as like, you know, basket defense, you know, fast break defense? Because I noticed a lot of teams when they try to, you know, fast break on us, and IQ was defending that basket, he broke up a lot of fast breaks. And his rebounding was.
He improved on his defense.
His rebounding was incredible.
That's why I don't want to trade him, because he's actually one of the people that can play defense.
He's like, he actually knows the laws of verticality, which is pretty surprising for a young guard. Like, he goes straight up and he never really brings his arm down for the foul. Like, if he's attempting to protect the rim or if someone's trying to go at the rim, he's decent at defense. I'll say that at worst, he's decent.
Yeah. And he's getting better. I just thought, I don't like trading guys that I see that can play both ends.
Freeze, what were those statistics that you were posting? Like, were those IQ stats?
No, those were Quentin Grimes' numbers.
Oh, okay. Oh,
right. You remember?
Yeah, you were just talking about it.
Yeah, what I was getting at is just because a young player shows promise doesn't mean they can sustain that output over an extended amount of time. Is what I'm getting at. Like these guys, we have to consider, we have to let these guys learn, right? And it's not going to be the best outcome every night. And I think that's one of the reasons why we have to keep in context that these guys in these minutes, we're weighing, are they going to improve on a nightly basis against good competition versus do they need to download as much information as they possibly can, right? And basically what I'm saying is high leverage games versus playing a lot of minutes.
True.
Ideally, what you want is a young player to play a lot of minutes in high leverage games, right? Because that means that the young player that you're putting in there is a pretty good player, right? And they get experience against in those situations.
But a lot of times, young players can't even get you to the high leverage situation. A lot of times, it's blowouts if you run in a complete lot of young players at the same time. And like to add even more context to that, Grimes is actually older than RJ, and RJ's been put through a lot more high leverage situations. And I get the whole he only shoots 40% from the field, but if Grimes was forced to do a lot of the same things RJ was doing, it would look a lot worse. No matter how promising we actually view Grimes, it would look a whole lot worse on offense and defense.
Right. No doubt.
Will Quentin Grimes look good in purple and white?
Are you talking about the Jazz colors? Because they changed up their jerseys a bit.
I'm gonna have to get league pass because I still will watch him. I'm one of those people that I'll still watch you if I have time. I mean, so I got a lot of responsibilities. I got to come on this show after Knicks games, but I'll try to find some time to watch Quentin Grimes in Utah.
I feel like if he gets some minutes, he'll probably be a productive player. I don't see him being like a star or anything like that. Nah.
Would he start on Utah?
Probably.
Yo, pardon me. Yo, Freeze, I'm gonna see you, bro. Have a good one, all right? I'm out of here later, y'all.
All right,
good show, good convo. Yo, L, I hit you tomorrow, bro.
All right, bro.
All right.
Yeah, man. Peace. Yeah, man. Hey, Icewater NYC, thank you for the generous contributions. Icewater NYC says, stop kidding yourselves. IQ won't drive to the basket at all. Not a point guard. Yeah. I could see when one could say that when he's not a point guard. He definitely doesn't get others involved the way you would like for him to get others involved in positions where they could thrive. But it's a lot of that too has to do with the other young players around him being in those positions to thrive. Right? It's why I asked the question, like basically how many kids can you play at once without it being a detriment to all the kids?
If you run a bunch of clueless, well, they're not clueless, but they're in the NBA. But if you run a bunch of inexperienced players at the same time, you're bound for a train wreck to happen.
Basically. So when it comes to like the kids conversation and them getting minutes, I think we did a pretty good job of it. I think we did a pretty good job of getting young guys minutes. Because the young guys in the pecking order of young kids, the pecking order starts with RJ Barrett, who was the youngest player on the team.
Yeah.
Do you sacrifice RJ's minutes so that Quentin Grimes can play?
No,
I'm not saying that.
I mean, but it's something to consider is what I'm getting at, because at the end of the season, think about this, at the end of the season, the time frame in question, right? The time frame in question, Quentin Grimes was hurt. Derrick Rose was hurt. Kemba Walker was gone. The roster was basically down to 9 players. It's the reason Ferren Hunt made the 9th player.
Cam
Right?
was hurt too.
Cam was hurt.
Cam
Yep.
got her, yeah.
Nerlens was hurt. They stopped playing Taj. I mean, think about that, man. At some point, you got to think about the situation and not what you want. You know what I'm saying? Like for I personally, I'd like to drive a Lamborghini, but I've got to think about my situation. You know what I'm saying? And not what I want. My bad, L. My bad, L. I wanted to talk to. I did want to talk to you about some Devin Haney, but I may have to do that on your channel, bro.
Hey, Freezer, we even re-signed Damian Dotson.
Yes, even re-signed Damian Dotson, man. But look at who you cut during the season too. Right? You know the Knicks cut Daniel House.
Yeah.
We cut Daniel House, but we signed Richie Ardianakano. Yeah.
Yeah.
We cut Wayne Selden. We cut Wayne Selden for Archie Diacono.
And think about it. We signed Wayne Selden to the veteran minimum because he's a good practice player, right? In my opinion, I would have taken that spot and given it to a young, raw, hot upside young player, preferably a big or a wing player.
Farron could have been on the team the whole time instead. Well,
he could not. No, he couldn't have because he was on.
Oh, we were
he was with New Orleans. Yeah, he was with New Orleans. But you see my point though.
Yeah.
And so those guys that you, for instance, I would love to have seen MJ Walker get that spot. Right, you remember the G League guard? And I'm talking about at the time. I'm talking about at the time. At the time it happened, I would have loved to see MJ Walker get that. Now I realize he's not it. Right? After the season gone by, MJ Walker's not an NBA player. But at the time, in real time, I wanted MJ Walker to get that spot because I thought he was a duplicate of Quentin Grimes. But he can't shoot. And the league is full of guys that can defend only. At some point, you got to be able to provide some type of offense.
Otherwise, Freezie, you're playing 4-on-5.
Freezie, do you believe we have a chance at Anthony Davis once Donovan's here? Are you monitoring that situation for me?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not, man.
Do you think there's a shot?
No, I hadn't thought that far. And the reason why I hadn't thought that far, man, is because I think the situation as it stands is we're a very, very competitive. What it is Knicks fans, man. What Knicks fans don't get is the team is a good team at every place except in the backcourt. Okay. So they went out and addressed the backcourt. Now the good team is a good team everywhere. You have a nice young talented wing player. You have a power forward that can't be guarded. You have a nice young bouncy big. You got impact coming off the bench, right? Now you got a backcourt. All you need is a coach that understands defense and has been to the playoffs, right? And an offensive system that's easy to run by very talented gifted NBA players. And in my opinion, we have all of that stuff.
So let me ask you
only thing we don't have is time. We just don't have. We got 0 minutes with all that stuff together and in that system. So a lot of people are not going to have faith in it because they hadn't seen it. And fans only have faith in what they've seen. It's the reason why.
Let me ask you this though. If you think I agree with you, I agree with everything you just said. However, if Anthony Davis 3 months into the season is fed up with LeBron James and Russell Westbrook and that whole situation, says, get me out of here, has dinner with Worldwide West, and the Knicks have Mitchell, and we can unload some salary, and he says, just make it happen, would you be interested? Or
that's a lot of stuff having to go right. What if the same thing happens for Giannis?
I'd be interested.
No. Which one? You have to be interested in what? And would you rather have Giannis or Anthony Davis?
Giannis.
Right. Okay. So okay.
I mean, yeah, Giannis. I'd rather have Giannis.
Yeah. You see, because the situation that you mentioned, that can happen for any NBA player. Like all those things that you mentioned in the line. Yeah. Hey, so Icewater NYC, thank you for the generous contribution. Icewater NYC says, knowing what you know now, why would we want Anthony Davis? He's talking to you, Spree.
I see a lot of connections there. I know Worldwide West and him are very close. The CAA connection, the Kentucky connection, and I do know that there were rumors a while back before the whole LA thing. There were actual rumors. I think he even had the Knicks on the list of like places he would consider being traded to. So I do not think the LA thing is going to end well. I really don't. I don't see how LA is getting better. And I don't think I'll make this comment. I don't see Anthony Davis with the Lakers. Maybe I'll say for one more year, maybe, or 2 more years at max. I mean, like the LA situation is not going very well. So like, that's the only reason I bring him up and not Giannis, because I don't see Giannis leaving. But we'll see.
All right. So Anthony Davis's agent is not CAA, is LeBron's boy, Rich Paul.
Okay.
Yeah.
But he does didn't he switch? Didn't he come from CAA?
I'm not for sure if he did. Man. I'm researching that right now. But I don't see LeBron and AD breaking up, because I don't think the Lakers' problem is a LeBron and AD issue. It's a backcourt issue. Like at this very second, can you name what their starting backcourt is going to be going into the season?
No.
Whew.
I can't.
Right. You can't say Russell Westbrook because he has been being floated in trade rumors, right? And they are rumored to be in pursuit of Kyrie, right?
Yeah.
And then who plays the 2 for them?
I have no idea, but you think AD's staying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
The whole plan was for LeBron is to make AD take the reins when he declines. That was the initial plan, at least.
Right.
So he's going to be the linchpin that they build. If they retool around the whole LA situation, he's going to be the main guy they're thinking about. Now, can he do that? I don't know. That's
these are the things I think about. I'm not saying I do know Worldwide West and AD are close. I do know that. Now, I mean, Donovan Mitchell and Johnny Bryant are close, and Donovan Mitchell hasn't come yet. So I understand I'm getting ahead of myself. I get it. We have a good team now. But when I see them talking about unloading Julius to free up salary, that makes my mind wander to places.
It's because they have to pay RJ mainly.
Okay.
Because RJ's salary is jumping from what, 8 million this year to
it's going to jump
23 more $million next year.
I saw a rumor that the Lakers wanted to sign Jamal Crawford. That's how desperate they are in that backcourt.
I know they.
Thank you for the generous contribution. Brahim says Anthony Davis is a tall Kemba Walker.
Nah, that's not fair. That's not right.
I do know that the Lakers worked out Shabazz Muhammad. That's a name for you. They worked out Shabazz Muhammad. That's how desperate they are right now.
And it shows you as a Knicks fan. This is why I say Knicks fans operate in a wet paper bag concept, right? Knicks fans are in a wet paper bag, shadow boxing, right? They shadow box in a wet paper bag, right? What about this? What about that? What about this? What about that? You know what? What about punching your way out of that wet paper bag? How about that? Now that's what I'm saying. And so what I'm getting at by me mentioning that is this: we're talking about all the possible scenarios all over the world, except for the one that's right here with us. Hey, Icewater NYC, thank you for the generous contribution. Icewater says AD work ethic is trash, and he's always hurt for some extended periods. Not a good fit for a up and coming team. And then plus he's about to turn 30, right? He's about to turn 30.
I agree with the injuries. Yeah,
I think he's 29 right now.
Yeah, I would say this, like instead of trying to hit the home run, let's focus on putting the bat on the ball first. Let's stop striking out and put the bat on the ball first.
I think we need to get Donovan Mitchell first. Let's get Donovan Mitchell first.
Right. So the Donovan Mitchell thing is there. Once we do that, we'll have
then we can have
NBA backcourt. Then we'll have an elite NBA backcourt, right?
Okay.
And think about this. Julius Randle had his best season with a backcourt of Elfrid Payton, RJ Barrett, and Reggie Bullock. He had his best season, right?
Yeah.
And instead of us thinking about wow, what can Julius Randle do with a legit backcourt of RJ Barrett, Spider Mitchell, and Jalen Brunson, we're thinking, let's ship out Julius Randle for a injury-prone power forward.
Okay.
What I'm saying,
I'm not doing that. I'm telling you what I'm hearing. I'm not saying it's me. It's not me.
No, I didn't say that.
I know. I'm just saying, like, there are people out there saying to free up space, and that made my mind wander. It's not like I'm not throwing it into the wall. I don't want to trade Julius right now. I'm pro Julius.
Hey, Freezie, I gotta go. But the more I think about this, I feel like all this like moving and like trading, I feel like the Knicks have been in motion to get Mitchell since last year. I feel like that was the plan, and they had some type of sniff or something. They knew something. They heard something.
Hey, before you go, let me tell you this. I think the reason why Leon Rose got the job is because he promised James Dolan he was going to bring in a star, and he had the inside track to two of them, Chris Paul and Donovan Mitchell. And he was like, hey, "Yo, I can guarantee you that I'll be able to get one, but not both." Right?
I can see that.
And so he wasn't able to get Chris Paul off the rip. Remember, that was if you think this Donovan Mitchell rumor thing is real, think about when Leon Rose first took the job. You remember we were like, "Yo, when is Chris Paul coming?"
Yeah,
remember
he was going to come.
that?
He was going to come here. Yeah.
Remember that? Yeah,
I do remember.
Yeah, and
so I'm thinking about like the draft. I'm thinking about the guys we moved, how we moved up and down in the different drafts, and all the draft picks we were accumulating. And I'm like, this guy really manipulated to get Mitchell. You know what I mean? Like, and then Mitchell with the whole COVID thing, and he was mad at Gobert, and he wanted, like, I don't know, it's just all this stuff is just, it's just like it just accumulated too quick and too perfectly. You know what I mean?
Too perfectly for what?
Too perfectly for this front office. If that makes sense. You know what I mean? Like the stars just aligned too perfectly. And that's why I think that's why we accumulated the second round picks.
Too perfectly
I think we're going to give up
too perfectly for what?
I think we're going to give up a couple of second round picks because of tampering.
So your point is this: the stars aligned too quickly for the Knicks front office to pass this opportunity by.
Yes,
that's your point. That's okay. Yes. That's what I was asking you to elaborate on. Okay,
I'm all aboard for Mitchell. I've always been. You know what I mean? Like I see the plan that they did. I feel like they've been doing this for 2 years, and they knew Mitchell wanted to come here for the past 2 years.
If Mitchell comes here, I do agree with one thing Freezie has said. I do believe he will win the MVP of the league.
Yep.
Mm.
Yep. Easy.
He's definitely going up to 28 points a game score.
The more I look up Donovan Mitchell and his like accomplishments thus far in his career, he's nowhere near his apex, in my opinion. He's by 27, 28, he's going to be at a ridiculously high level. Because, like, listen to this, Freezie.
I didn't stutter, Big L. I said it. He will win the MVP of the league. I agree with Freezie.
Listen to this, Freezie. Guards to average 20 points per game in their first 5 seasons. Donovan Mitchell, the last guard was Allen Iverson. The last guard before that was Mitch Richmond. The guard before that was Michael Jordan. The guard before that was Dave Bing, and the guard before that was Oscar Robertson. There's only been 6 to ever average 20 or more in the first 5 seasons, and he's only getting better.
Right. No, man.
There's
I'm with you.
there's a reason why we accumulated all these first round picks and all these second round picks. You know what I mean? It just doesn't. There's no other excuse for saying, "Oh, we're just going to accumulate 8 first round picks and I don't know how many second round picks."
Of course, you can't play all the picks.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's like there's a reason why they did it, and they did it in a 2-year span.
Donovan Mitchell's defense will improve in New York.
They
I think that's a misnomer. Okay, I want to make this very clear because I've heard a lot of that Donovan Mitchell can never play defense. Donovan Mitchell's the worst thing since sliced bread on defense. Has he had bad moments on defense relatively recently? Yes. I saw it. You saw it.
What does bad moment mean? So, and
I've seen him get cooked by Jalen Brunson. However, that doesn't mean that Donovan Mitchell's not capable of playing good defense. If you go back and watch him his rookie year, second year, he played defense. Okay.
So what defensive scheme did the Utah Jazz employ?
They use a scheme where Rudy Gobert covers up for mistakes.
Right.
But they don't really have a great scheme.
Right. So Quinn Snyder ran a funnel defense. Mm-hmm. Right. You take away a half of the court. Everybody takes away one half of the court, depending on what side of the court you are. You funnel guys to Rudy Gobert. Mm-hmm. That's their defense. Right. Don't let them shoot jumpers. Make them put the ball on the floor and take a shot over Rudy Gobert. That's what they did. So a lot of times people saw Donovan Mitchell watch a guy go by him. They're like, yo, that dude just went by Spider straight into Rudy Gobert's shot blocked out of bounds. And to the casual observer, they're like, I can't believe this dude's going by. He's going by Ingles and Hood and Clarkson and Mitchell. And yet that defense is the 9th rated defense in the NBA.
Yeah, that's what it was designed to do.
Right. It's like Tom Thibodeau. It's like Tom Thibodeau's defense, right? The drop coverage, ice pick and roll, right? Where the big drops a little, but pivots in a way where the offense has to play on 1/3 of the floor, right? The only guys to consistently beat that are 2 dudes, Chris Paul and Trae Young, where they get on that side of the floor and on the move, they can pass with their opposite hand on the money to a spot-up 3-point shooter wide open for 3. Only 2 guys can do that. Don't tell me John Morant can do that. I saw him throw balls out of bounds against us. Mm-hmm. Right? The defense worked. Trae Young exploited it because he was the kryptonite to our defense. But you don't face a Trae Young every night. And you don't face a Chris Paul every night.
Good point. Very good
right?
point.
And so we went into the playoffs and we got beat by a guy that was our kryptonite. And all of a sudden we want to throw everything away instead of thinking, man, if we made him work on defense, maybe he wouldn't be so fresh on offense.
I mean, I'll say a lot of things about Tom Thibodeau, but the one thing I will give him, you can't tell me that he can't help Donovan Mitchell with his defensive system. I say a lot of bad things about Tom, but I'll give him that. I think he can find a way to help Donovan Mitchell on defense. That's just me.
It'll be way more means for him to put in effort on defense anyway when you have someone on the other end helping him on offense anyway.
Right.
Yo, Freezie, I'm gonna say peace. I'm gonna say peace to y'all.
You jumping on in the morning?
One last question.
You jumping on in the morning?
Yeah. One last question. I got to get my oil changed, but I might while I'm sitting there. Real quick. One last question. If you guys think that Ivy was what we were going after, you missed the whole scheme. It was all about Mitchell. And I'm out.
Later, man.
Later.
All right.
Peace.
Both said one last question, one last thing, and then he said that.
It was a statement, not a question.
I think it was both. I think they were trying to
Hey,
get
salute to the panel in the chat, yo.
both.
I seen you shout me out earlier, bro, so I had to jump in.
Freeze, that was funny.
That was hilarious.
Yeah. Hey, let me do this super chat real quick. So Icewater, Icewater NYC, thank you for the generous contribution. Icewater says MVP, let's not go overboard. He will not get time to he will need time to get acclimated to the players in the system. Bro, that's exactly what so what I'm getting at is this with Donovan Mitchell. You're not gonna see Spider come out the gates and average 42 a game. I think Jalen Brunson is gonna do that.
I think RJ's gonna do that.
But when Donovan Mitchell gets acclimated to this system,
it's over.
Boy, y'all better look out down the stretch. And that is what's going to win Donovan Mitchell the league MVP. Because I think he's going to average about 25 or so on like Bradley Beal efficiency. But down the stretch of the season, when Cats is outside the garden talking about bing bong and all of that, because we knocking off teams and the New York media is going crazy, and Cats is wearing the Black City Edition Donovan Mitchell jersey and all of that, and down the stretch when we trying to jockey for position and when we like the number 3 seed and the games are back on ESPN, ABC Saturday night at 8:00, New York Knicks versus the Miami Heat or something, or New York Knicks versus the Boston Celtics Sunday afternoon at 1:00. Yeah, bruh. That's when. That's when
on Christmas. Knicks versus 76ers.
Bro, that's when you're gonna see Donovan Mitchell kick this league MVP thing into overdrive.
Yep.
Sally, what's good, bro?
What's happening, man? Did the deal go through? I've been low key on the NBA for a minute. Did anything new?
No.
No.
Nah, nothing that I saw.
Damn.
Hey guys, I'm on a bounce, but it's always a good, man. Thanks, Freezie.
Hey, no doubt, bro. We'll be back here tomorrow.
All right,
in the morning.
Peace, man.
Appreciate you.
Yep.
I like to see the Knicks get Bogdanovich with Mitchell if they could.
Yeah, man.
Because
Yeah,
he was a primary ball defender, him and Royce O'Neal for the Jazz.
Right. Man, can you imagine the floor spacing he'll get though now?
Yeah.
Can you imagine what that's going to be like? I'd like to see the Knicks try to get Eric Pascal.
Wow. Yeah.
I like that.
I would.
That's Jalen Brunson's old teammate.
It's his best friend. It's what's his name's best friend? Donovan Mitchell's best friend.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's a big.
Wait a minute,
underrated.
Eric, wait a minute. Say that again about Eric Pascal. Y'all stated two things. Say that one more time.
He's Brunson's ex-teammate.
Yeah.
And
it's his best friend.
So wait. Hold on.
It was Jalen Brunson's ex-teammate in Villanova, and he is also Donovan Mitchell's best friend. There.
Wow, that's crazy, right?
Can't shoot a 3-ball, but he can play D and drive. He got a nice mid game. He can't jump. That's one thing about him. But he can shoot that midi. Y'all gonna have you're gonna have mid-range killers on the Knicks.
Yeah, man.
It's gonna be mid-range killers.
I love it, bro. I love the
thought
of it.
If we do get Bogdanovich, he'd probably come off the bench though.
Oh, he would be a great bench piece.
He would come off the bench.
If I was a front office,
that don't hurt. That don't hurt me none.
No.
If I'm Bogdanovich, I think I embrace the fact that I could win a ring in New York, coming off the bench and getting paid and playing with Spider and playing with a point guard.
Yeah.
Would y'all not embrace that?
I can see the MVP. He's in the right city. He's going to get the lights, and that's half the battle to get MVP in the league is being in the right, the right stage.
The exposure, yeah.
You know,
the same way.
Lillard should have been MVP. He didn't get it.
The same way Devin Booker gets MVP votes would be the same way Donovan Mitchell would have to earn it here. He'd have to be the focal piece, focal part of a team that won like a high 50 amount of games, maybe 55, 56. Possibly.
Yeah, man. And so Iceman NYC, thank you for the generous contribution. Iceman, I'm sorry. Icewater NYC says, calm down, yo. Mitch is not that player. I want him too. But as the second best player on the team, no. When Donovan Mitchell come here, bro, he's the best player on your team. Right?
He's the alpha.
Right. And at the same time, Icewater, when Donovan Mitchell gets here, he's gonna come into that pick and roll system. Bro, I'm telling you, it's not about the player. I've been trying to say this for weeks now. It's not about the players, it's about the game. Right? All of them. The reason why Randall will bounce back, the reason why RJ will improve, the reason why Donovan Mitchell will win the MVP is not about Donovan Mitchell jumping on three people and dunking. Right?
Yeah.
It's about Donovan Mitchell playing in a system that benefits five people at once instead of the system he played in, which benefited three offensive players and then three players on defense. It's going to be five people with the ability to have an impact in the offense every night, and the same on defense every night. And so, with that said, you'll see. Can you imagine Donovan Mitchell not being double teamed every night?
Sure.
Donovan Mitchell in one-on-ones every night. Julius Randle in one-on-ones every night. Jalen Brunson. Yeah, man. You read my mind, bro.
RJ Barrett.
Yeah, man. And it's the system. As long as they run the system will work. It's like this. Who was better, Emmitt Smith or the Dallas Cowboys offensive system? Which one was the most important?
I think
that line was
yeah.
ridiculous.
That line, but what about having a wide receiver who was clutch catching 3rd and 8s?
Hey, Freezie, but ask that same question, but say Barry Sanders.
Right. That's my point. Like you could put you could put a ham sandwich back there and get 1,200 yards. You put an elite back there, you get 16 yards, 1,600 yards in Emmitt Smith. You put Barry back there.
2,000. You get
Are you saying Troy Aikman is also one of the most overrated quarterbacks of all time?
No way.
No. What I'm saying,
Tony Romo is underrated.
What I'm saying is the accumulation of all that talent together makes you have to respect other. See, you can't just put 9 people in the box to stop Emmett, because Jay Novacek, Alvin Harper, Troy Aikman, and Michael Irvin would murder your defense.
Yeah.
So now you just got to sit there and take it. Pick your poison. Pick your poison this year with this Knicks. Are you going to double team Donovan Mitchell and leave RJ and Jalen Brunson wide open?
I want to say,
Randall.
You said it's not the players, but I feel like it definitely is the players that make the difference, because Tibbs is running this. Tibbs is going to run his offense no matter what it is. But if you drop Donovan Mitchell in that Burks role, it's going to be a nightmare for teams. Absolutely.
That's what I was mentioning. That's what I was trying to explain to Bo Ismail when he was here. Like the Knicks lost a lot of close games. Don't let the final score let you think a game was close. But the Knicks would be in a 2-point game, right? Turn the ball over, like you say, in a shot clock violation. Come down, miss a 3-pointer. The other team get it, go the other way. The Memphis game is an example. Like a shot clock violation, 2 missed 3-pointers, 2 dunks the other way by John Morant, and all of a sudden the game goes from a 2-point game because we had the lead. We were up by 1. Bane comes down, hits a 3. They're up by 2. We get a shot clock violation and then 2 runouts, and all of a sudden the game is a blowout game. And when you look at the box score, and it's like the Memphis Grizzlies 113, the Knicks 102, and just by box score watching, you like, oh, they blew us out.
Exactly.
Nah, it wasn't like that.
Yeah. It was a lot closer than what you knew.
Yeah.
We in the end.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, guys. But let me talk to Icewater NYC just real quick. Icewater NYC, thank you for your generous contribution, bro. Hey, Icewater, listen. Hey, I got a Patreon that I'm working on, bro. I would appreciate your help and impact. on what we put on the Patreon page. Guys like you and others that contribute financially, y'all deserve content catered to what y'all want to see. I'm gonna do that on Patreon. I'm not telling you to go up there and sign up for it. I'm asking you to consider what it is that you want and help me make this thing a better overall experience. Right? I appreciate you, bro. And so Icewater NYC says he would be the best player now, but DM cannot be the best player on a finals team. You still need a number one. And so Icewater, this is what I'll say to that. He would be the best player now. I agree with you, league MVP. But DM cannot be the best player on a finals team. We'll see when we get to the finals. When we get to the finals and he's not the best player, then we'll search for the number one that we need. Right?
Which is a vet.
Let's give him a shot in the finals to see if he can do it. Because at 25, we can't say that just yet. Because he's only 25. But let's give him a couple of shots in the finals. Right? And then if he can't do it, we'll consider moving around some other pieces to get him a number one. And I know that sounds like, oh, you could just go out and get a number one anytime you want. Nah, that's not what I'm saying.
It's becoming more obtainable as the years go by because players are playing longer. So even if Melo came back to the Knicks with Donovan Mitchell and Melo could give him 15 minutes of, you know what I'm saying? Even along those lines, just like a pure scorer that can just offset some of that. Because the players are playing longer. You know what I mean?
Right.
How long is Durant going to play for? What age? 35?
About five more seasons?
Right.
Maybe. So and not even 5 more seasons at a high level. I'm thinking like 3 more seasons and then 2 seasons coming off the bench for Detroit.
Oh yeah, that'd be interesting.
Kind of like the Melo decline.
He said he wants to go to Europe and ball. I could see him out there.
I tell him to go right now.
That's what he said. He wants to play in Europe.
Yeah, man. And so,
that's great.
This thing, like I was telling Hardwell just about an hour or so ago, is I think the star on this team is not a player or a coach. It's the offensive system that we'll get in.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very underrated because you guys have not seen it run efficiently yet. Right? You've seen the 30th ranked offense and the 11th ranked defense. That's what you've seen. What happens when that offense gets to 15 by just penciling in Donovan Mitchell and Jalen Brunson as starters? Just by penciling them in as starters, we go from the worst to about middle of the pack.
Yeah.
Right? I'm not going to say we're going to be top of the pack because Mitchell Robinson is not Jokic. Yeah, feel me? Yeah, understand where I'm going with it? Like we gotta get hey, Big Chris, salute, bro. What's good, Chris?
So out of the play-ins, though, definitely making the playoffs with that lineup. You're definitely in the playoffs. You're out of the play-ins for sure.
Out of the play-ins, yeah, definitely.
Definitely out of the play-ins. And that's really the battle now, is just to make sure you get that guaranteed series. Because Charlotte done took a step back, so you ain't got to worry about them with that drama. Because they were coming, though. Charlotte's coming. They were coming before that mess.
I think our competition at this moment.
What about if you take them? No, they'll never do it. My bad, Freeze.
No, go ahead, bro.
No, I was just thinking like LaMelo's going to be disgruntled over there in Charlotte, and because he's gonna roll out. He's gonna find a reason to get out of there. They didn't get nobody in the offseason. They ain't doing nothing.
Dudes don't get disgruntled till they get that first max. Then after that, they get disgruntled.
I could see LaMelo coming to the Knicks 2 seasons from now, shipping Brunson to Charlotte. I could see that. I could definitely see that. That's some long-term play though, because you do got Donovan Mitchell. And I remember you guys talking one night. You were like, just by getting Donovan Mitchell, it becomes like a magnet for the city to get another player, you know? And I do agree with that. The more I thought about it, it's like,
because the city itself is just like a multiplier. It'll take his stardom into superstardom, provided he plays at the same level or even a little bit higher.
Yeah. I mean,
right, but
which is
it's like
already
that
elite.
for all. It's like that for all cities. Think about Cleveland.
Yeah.
LeBron went back to Cleveland, right? All of a sudden, Cleveland is able to attract Dwayne Wade out of Miami. They're able to attract Derrick Rose. They're able to attract Darren Williams.
They got Shaq too. Shaq.
Yeah, think about all these names, bro.
A lot of people forget LeBron and Shaq played together.
Yeah.
Look at Sabonis in Sacramento. Sabonis is a legit superstar number-wise, and nobody talks about him.
Yeah.
He's always in those dead cities. Sacramento, Indiana.
Yeah.
Imagine Sabonis being in New York Knicks. He'd be just as hyped as Jokic. He puts up the same numbers.
All right. Yo.
I won't say that. I won't say that.
He does. They're pretty close, man. I mean, he's not Jokic, but New York would put him on that. He would be talked about on ESPN.
New York would make him a fringe all-star every year, like either in the game or around, hovering around in it.
Yeah, he won the skills contest. You know, he was an all-star, won the skills contest.
Yeah,
but I don't know. I just think the NBA is better when the Knicks are Knicks are good. And at the end of the day, for me, as a basketball fan of the league, I want to see the New York Knicks competitive because it's just what I grew up watching. The Knicks were always competitive. And I'm glad that finally that the Knicks are building like a first-rated city versus trying to build like OKC. I agree with you, Freeze. Send the draft picks. We're not OKC. You know what I'm saying? You're in New York City. You're Manhattan. You know, there's legendary performances in the Garden.
Right.
You know, trying to build like here. You know, you ain't Sam Presti. You know, you ain't got to do all that.
Yeah. You don't have to do all of that, bro. You don't have to. But what you can do though is build brick by brick. Take your time. These dudes are 25. They'll be 26 at the end of August.
Yeah.
Right? They'll be 25. They'll be 26 at the end of August, early September. Jalen Brunson is older by 8 days. Right?
Yeah.
The future is bright. Say if we keep that backcourt together for 5 years, bro, they're still only 31 at the end of those 5 years. Right?
So
do you think it'll take the next 5 years to get a third superstar?
No.
That's a long time, right? To get a superstar, right? Yeah.
Y'all will have the Knicks will have another superstar within 2 years if they make the Eastern Conference Finals this year. If the Knicks are this year's Dallas Mavericks, it's going to be interesting for the following season.
Right.
And that's what you're hoping for. You're hoping that the Knicks are this year's Dallas Mavericks. Overachieve, get to the ECF.
I'm not gonna say we're gonna overachieve. I think we're gonna just do our best.
Well, if the Knicks get to the ECF, you overachieved. No one expected that.
I think.
Wait. Are you saying getting to that, or are you saying representing the Eastern Conference?
Oh, if you represent the Eastern Conference in the finals and you beat Boston in the Eastern Conference Finals, because you won't have home court advantage.
Right.
Yeah, you.
Why do you say that?
Definitely overachieved, right?
Yo,
my thing is how can
that
you
lineup got better, bro?
Why?
Everyone's about to see who Malcolm Brogdon is. Everybody is about to see the Rookie of the Year balling out in a big market, and no one's going to see it coming. Malcolm Brogdon is not a joke, and he's got a squad around him. And Marcus Smart's going to be able to play the three sometimes, and that's going to free him up to be even more of a ball pest. Austin is not a joke.
And their defense is going to take a step up, bro. I like Peyton Pritchard. I wanted him out of the draft, right?
I like Pritchard too.
But I think when you're talking about a point guard that can play off the ball when Jason Tatum is cooking, I think Malcolm Brogdon is the exact fit that you want. A guy, 6'5", 225 ish. 225-ish that can not play the two, play the one, but play it off the ball, direct in traffic on the other side. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it's
letting Jason
just
Tatum.
another body you can throw on, at superstars or stars, just
Right.
to wear
And,
them down over the course of games.
yeah,
Malcolm Brogdon is going to show this is his opportunity. He got buried on the Bucks, got traded to the Pacers. He won Rookie of the Year. Chris Middleton didn't. They traded Brogdon. Now he's going to ball.
Yeah, it was because Milwaukee and their craziness wanted to move Malcolm Brogdon to the 2. You remember that? They wanted to move him to the 2. He wanted to be the point guard. The point guards that they had on the roster were not better than him, right? But you move Brogdon to the 2. Now he's competing with the one thing about the Bucks is they always have a bunch of 2 guards on their roster. So why would you want to muddy the waters at the 2 when you have nothing at the 1, right? Yeah, it's just a bunch of it's crazy. It's crazy. But anyway, you remember Milwaukee was like, no, go ahead and test free agency and we'll match it. And Indiana gave him an offer that he couldn't refuse. And Milwaukee was like, hey, we didn't know you was gonna, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Yeah.
And what happened is Milwaukee got Indiana got him in a sign and trade. Right?
Yep.
Yeah, man. They were like, yo, we didn't know you were worth this much on the open market, man. We sorry.
He kind of was like a Jalen Brunson. Nobody saw it coming.
Right.
Right. Until it happened. And then you're like, wow. Okay. Right. Now Boston's got Derek White, Malcolm Brogdon, Tatum, Brown, Williams, Horford, who's going to be a minute restrictions, Smart, Pritchard, Robert Williams. Yeah. They are ready to be the Golden State Warriors. They're ready to be the dynasty.
They legit have about 7 or 8 two-way players.
Yeah. And I can't pronounce that coach's name, but that dude's a dog. He's a dog.
Former Knicks.
Yeah. He's a dog. And
I like him, bro, but the thing I like more is Johnny Bryant.
Yes.
That's the thing I like.
You know what's gonna happen.
Let me read the super chat first. Hey, Jeremy Manor, thank you for the generous contribution. What's up there, bro? How you doing? Jeremy Manor says, I like the direction and wisdom used thus far. Once if Mitchell arrives, the hint of that change in culture and stability becomes official. Yes, it becomes yes. I'm just gonna say yes to all of that, right? Because Steve Kerr runs an excellent system, right? But you know what makes Steve Kerr's system excellent? Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Klay Thompson.
Because they all bought in.
Right. And what it is that system morphed from and that system Steve Kerr runs, don't get it twisted. It's a San Antonio hybrid system, right? Where bigs when bigs that can pass can find shooters, right? Right, bigs that can it's some pinch posts, but mostly it was that joint. It was like that mix between the post that Chicago ran and the post that the Spurs ran, but mostly is if you can remember, find it when a double team comes, find John Paxson. Y'all remember that?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah, y'all remember? Anybody here remember John Paxson?
Of course.
Craig Hodges, Steve Kerr.
Yep.
Yeah, and so instead of just doing it like Mike Martz with the greatest show on turf. Mike Martz said, "Yo, instead of us running the 2-minute offense at the end of the game, why not just run it all game long?" Y'all remember Mike Martz, the offensive coordinator for the Rams under Dick Vermeil?
Oh yeah.
Marshall Falk, Torrey Holt, Isaac Bruce. Yeah. Instead of
basically the Buffalo offense. That's what you're trying to say.
Yeah. Instead of running it, because remember
the K-gun.
Yeah. Y'all remember? Nobody remembers Jim Kelly before 1990, right? But before Jim Kelly had been in the league a long time. He was in that class of '83 with Marino and Elway and who did the Jets get? O'Brien. O'Brien, whatever.
O'Brien, something like that.
Right.
Levine.
And so what I'm getting at is
He went to the USFL.
yeah, and he wound up going in the booth. He was a smart analyst. He was a better analyst than he was a football player. And I'm not knocking him, but things are what they are. So anyway, so what I'm getting at is the Knicks in their offense, they have a system too. You know what I'm saying? The offense they ran last year was pick and roll, looking for 3-point shots. I'm telling you, this system here, where you got slashers like one of the greatest wing players in the game, and Donovan Mitchell, and unselfish mid-range scorer and Jalen Brunson, you're going to see that pick and roll offense morph into something different, where it puts pressure on the defense inside out, where you got to kind of pack the paint first and then spray out to 3-point shooters. And I like my chances with guys like RJ Barrett shooting wide open threes. Right? I like my chances with Julius Randle shooting wide open threes.
And Jalen Brunson is going to have the ability to dance in the open void of the mid range because teams can't take away everything. It's practically impossible. Like Jalen Brunson is going to score a lot of points in the mid range.
Right.
Now, just off the pressure that RJ and Donovan Mitchell generate at the rim.
And I remember earlier we all was talking about when I was
Ken O'Brien, that's the dude. Ken O'Brien. And yeah, y'all were right. The USFL first, right? Yeah. Y'all get what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, y'all get. Yeah, exactly. I'm glad. See, hey, Mr. Lee, when you have knowledgeable people in the chat, bro, you don't have to think it. That's why this job is so easy for me because I don't have to know everything, bro. I don't have to know everything. All I have to do is be able to tee it up and let other people swing.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what I'm saying? And then if you unselfish like that, bro, you get a good product, man.
No doubt.
You know what I'm saying?
Now, my question to you all, gentlemen, is this. Now you were saying how Rudy Gobert led the league in dunks last season or the last 2 seasons or so whatsoever.
Right.
My question is, can you see Mitchell Robinson breaking his now NBA record as far as field goal percentage?
That'll be hey, thanks, Chris. Hey, I think that'll be hard, seeing that the bar has been pushed so high. But I think he might not be able to break it. He'll get close, but he'll do it on more attempts.
Yeah,
which
be a
to
lot
me,
higher.
a higher volume, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Which to me would be more impressive than breaking it on a low number of attempts.
Of course, like he did before, but
yeah.
But my thing is because I want to see this young man at least average at least 12 and 10, which I think is very, very possible for him.
Right.
You know, because I don't think he's still gonna play. I think he's still gonna play the solid defense like he's been playing, but you know, it's not gonna be so much on him as to making up for people's mistakes. You know, Randall's Ole defense and of course Kimber's, you know what I'm saying, Ole defense, you know, Matador defense, you know. I just think he's gonna have a very, very, very solid year, more so than anybody. With not even with Donovan, but more so with Jalen.
Right.
No.
Right.
So,
Yeah. Do you see the squad picking up pace of play this year? Like, do you think they're gonna become a faster team?
Definitely. Yes.
Most definitely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Much more efficient too at that.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
One of Jalen's key traits is that he actually pushes the ball up as soon as he gets it, especially off rebounds.
And Spider.
Yep.
And that's going to help RJ. That's going to help Top, and that's going to help Mitch. That's going to help a lot of those really athletic guys.
And you know what's so crazy too, and then how we were talking about the bench earlier, is even if we're fortunate to keep Quick and Obi Toppin, that'll still remain to keep the pace up as well. So hopefully we can keep them too. You know,
Would you trade Mitchell Robinson?
Huh?
Would you trade Robinson? If
Mitchell
you could keep
Robinson?
all the other ones, if you could keep all the young squad, but they wanted Robinson.
Nah, I'm not trading him, man. I'm
And
not
then you got
trading him.
Hardenstein, and they give you that rookie Kessler. Would you do it?
Nah.
When are you talking about doing it?
I'm talking about if this trade comes out.
Trading Mitch.
Traded
No,
Mitch.
you can't trade
He's
Mitch
not,
because
he's not going anywhere.
Yeah, you
Oh,
can't
He
trade
just
Mitch
signed.
because
He just signed a contract.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
can't. He's not tradable. I didn't know who was available for trade. I'm just kind of think like you, Danny Ainge over there being sneaky, man. You know that.
Nah, he's
We're
trying
gonna-
to, but
Yeah.
but Leon is not a sucker for the BS, man. So
Yeah.
and
Utah
the
ripped
only
off
thing,
Minnesota.
Utah allowed
Kinda.
themselves to be ripped off.
No, I'm saying
well,
they ripped off Minnesota.
Minnesota allowed them to get ripped.
They took Minnesota for a ride.
Yeah, and that's the reason. That's the reason why I'm saying Danny Ainge made a classic misstep. See, the thing is, if I was in the front office with Danny Ainge, I'd have sat there and be quiet and be like, "Yeah, whatever you say, boss. You the man. You got more experience than me." But then when he asked me my opinion, I just said it's as simple as this: like your grandma or your parents used to tell you, "Hey, boss, a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush."
Mm-hmm.
And the reason why I'd have said it that simple is because you already got the trade in hand with Minnesota. So why rush it? But you don't have the trade in the hand with the Knicks. So instead of trying to get two at the bush at the same time, why don't you just accept the one that's in the hand? Execute the one, knowing you got the Timberwolves trade already, right? Because they want Gobert, and no other team has Gobert but us. Meaning the Jazz at the time, right?
But that goes to his arrogance and the fact that he's been getting over that for years like that on people.
And he wasn't aware of the market.
That
right? Because if he was aware of the market, if he knew markets and stuff, that's why it's important for anybody that owns stuff and you want to get value, man, have an asset manager, right? Have an asset manager, somebody that's going to manage your portfolio for you, because they are going to be aware of trends and things in the market that you are not. Like say if Mr. Lee got a old car, say it's a 68 GTO, right? Right. And Mr. Lee is just like riding cross country, just doing his say he in the South, right? He look at his phone, he's like, oh, okay. My asset manager said somebody want to give me $21,000 for it, cash money, right? He's like, nah, man, I'm gonna wait. You know what your asset manager gonna tell you? Like, hey, man, I've been monitoring this for like the last 5 years, and it's generally been about 16,000. Now you can wait and see if that 21,000 is going to increase over time, or you can understand that 21,000 is just about the most you're going to get. So it's like now or never. And the asset manager is not going to tell you to make the move. He giving you all the information so you can make your decision.
Now,
right?
So
right.
am I-
And
all
so
right.
with my analogy, just real quick, with my analogy, Danny Ainge didn't do that.
So
Danny
my
Ainge.
question.
Oh, go ahead, bro.
I'm not sure. No. So my question is that are you referring to Brock Osweiler, or are you just
Brock Aller.
Aller? Excuse me. Are you speaking to him? Speaking about him, or you just speaking in general? Period.
No, I'm talking strictly about Danny Ainge.
Okay.
Strictly about Danny Ainge. I'm not talking about what the Knicks were gonna do. What
So you
I'm
think-
saying. Oh, go ahead, bro.
I was gonna say, so you think that that the Knicks, Danny should have did the Mitchell trade prior to the Gobert trade?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay.
See, because now
You set the market with Gobert, though. I mean, that was one smart way about it.
Well, it depends. It's smart depending on how you think about it. Because the thing is, you could have asked more for Donovan Mitchell, right? And set the market with Donovan Mitchell, and then maybe you could have got more for Rudy Gobert.
Yeah, that's true.
Right?
That's a good point.
But once you do Rudy Gobert first, people are like, man, I'm not paying that much for no Spider. Now that they see what you got for Gobert,
That's what you're saying.
You know what I'm saying? And so
it's
what
like
it is
you can only get the sucker in the crowd one time, and now the whole crowd knows you're running a scam. You know what I'm saying?
They call Monty.
That's what I'm saying. So if you do the
shell
Donovan
game.
Mitchell first,
Gobert
right,
should not have been with 7 draft picks. I would not have given that up.
Yeah, and that's what I'm getting at, because Minnesota was going to pay that regardless. They already set. Because think about this. You know how I know that they were going to pay it? You didn't hear one person out of the state of Minnesota complain about that trade.
No,
not one.
There ain't nothing else going on in Minnesota. They got to have something to fill that arena, because you got Alex Rodriguez over there now, and he's got to have, Alex Rodriguez bringing that New York swagger to Minnesota. He wants to fill the stands,
right?
He likes the lights.
How many complaints have you heard about the deal from Minnesota? Nothing, right?
Nah, nothing.
That means they were going to pay
happy.
that price. They were going to pay that price anyway.
They're happy about it.
So why not wait and then charge the Knicks twice as much before that? Do the deal, get everything you want for Donovan Mitchell, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then go back and do the Rudy Gobert deal that was always on the table. It makes the Utah fans happy, because they're like, "Oh my God, Danny Ainge is a genius," because he did all of that in one moment. You could have did the Donovan Mitchell deal on a Monday, did the Rudy Gobert deal on a Wednesday, right? Given one day to submit your stuff, all put to the leaks and paperwork, all that mess, right?
But Freezie, it's funny that you mentioned that, because now that I'm thinking back as you're speaking, when he did offer, he came at looking for Mitch. You know what I'm saying? He was like, "Yo, I'll take Mitch off your hands and give you 4 first rounders. You can have Donovan."
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We could do the sign and trade or whatever the case may be. And he was like, "Nah, get out of here, beat it." You know what I'm saying? I'm signing him.
Right, but you don't know what first round. You don't know what first rounders they were either.
True.
Right. And think about this: if you could turn Mitchell Robinson, into Rudy Gobert, then why would you take that?
Oh God! I mean,
now see, Lee, you see what I'm talking about?
I got you.
You got to think about it. You got to think about it as the people watching the card game, not the people playing the card game.
For sure.
You know what I'm saying? Because the people that are watching get to see what everybody is doing. The people that are playing, they only get to watch their opponent.
Mm-hmm.
So what is the Jazz going to do with all these draft picks? Like, what are they going to do? Shop OKC?
They're gonna put them together and move up in drafts to get guys they really, really are high on.
Like, trying to
say for instance, they might have 2 top 10s, and they might just put them together to try to move up to be in the top 3 or top 2.
Get that kid from France.
Really
get the what's his name?
Well, I don't think that guy's getting traded no matter what.
And I think the beauty to this is the thing that y'all are not watching, right? What the Jazz can do in this situation is take on Russell Wilson's contract by taking all those mixed match parts that they got in all these trades, trading them to the Lakers for Westbrook, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then clear all that money off there, because they can cut them and clear all the money, right?
Mm-hmm.
But instead of cutting them, they could just consolidate it in one guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
Get draft picks, get 2 draft picks from the Lakers. Like, hey, give me 2 draft picks and we'll take Russ. And we'll give y'all stuff y'all need, like Mike Conley, Patrick Beverly, all those pieces that y'all need to go around LeBron and AD so y'all can make y'all playoff push.
Oh, right? Yeah, they got Lakers, Beasley too. Beasley on the Lakers would be nice for them.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So when like the reference I made, when you're watching the card game instead of playing, you get to watch everybody's moves, bro. Right? And so you give the Lakers exactly what they need: a young, bouncy wing guard defender in Beasley, a hungry young dog that's looking to improve himself. You give a Mike Conley, a veteran point guard, to get you in and out in plays, and for LeBron and AD, you give them all these things for them to make their playoff. For two picks, right? And then you get Westbrook, and then guess what you can do with Westbrook at the trade deadline?
Try to dump him off again.
You could trade him to a team for draft picks and young players, right? And so Danny Ainge can keep flipping. And anybody in here flip property?
Yeah, I have.
You know how you get a place Okay, like for me, I'll let y'all. I'm gonna share this, and I'm gonna sound like I know I'm gonna sound like a doofus, but whatever. So what happened was I came into some money and I started buying stuff, these single wide trailers, right, on like a half acre of land, and I would rent them out, right, just rent them out, and I was like, man, I'm just getting this money every month. I'm getting $700 from this seminar, and so my man was like, yo, why you keeping it and just getting $700? You know what you should do? Fix them up all the way on the inside and then sell them for 5 times what you bought them for, and then consolidate that money and then do it again at a higher level. Tier up, tier up, tier up, tier up, tier up, tier up, right? And I was like, man, I ain't doing that. That's too much work. One of my homeboys did it, bro. And now when he see me, he laugh at me, right? But Danny Ainge could do that. He could take basically the island of misfit toys and turn it into Disney World.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it'll take time. It'll take time and a lot of relationship building. But that's what Danny Ainge is good at.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of time.
But what about the Knicks, though?
The Knicks are competing for the championship within 3 years if all this goes to plan.
Right. And you know what else the Knicks are going to do?
True.
The Knicks are great at acquiring assets.
All the time.
Like draft picks. You saw how they took the 11th pick and turned it into to assets. Once the Donovan Mitchell deal is over, they're not going to stop being who they are. They're going to continue to build and build and build and build and build. That way, even with Donovan Mitchell here, like when the draft come up, and in my opinion, when the draft gets here, the Knicks are going to trade those picks, trade back, pick up extra first, extra seconds, extra first, extra seconds, and then when it comes time, when like what Ice for the NYC said, Donovan Mitchell may not be the guy, right? Then you could take all those draft picks you accumulated, right, and maybe a Julius Randle contract, and trade for that number one guy.
For sure.
This is what Brock Aller does. Like he squeezes out the extra second round pick no matter what. Right. No matter the scenario, he's gonna get an extra out of it. And so we've been pretty good at asset management since Brock
because he knows the market.
Exactly. But he knows how to price these people and what to do, basically. I mean, that was the smartest thing I feel like Leon did was put him on.
Him and Walt Perry.
Control the money. Excuse me? I'm sorry.
He said him and Walt Perrin.
Oh yeah, him and Walt. Yeah. Walt was that right there. Those were the two biggest steals that he got because Walt Perrin, I mean, oh my God, as far as scouting, yeah. I was happy about that. So it's funny how a couple of months ago, a lot of Knicks fans were like, he gotta go, he ain't talking, he ain't doing this.
Right. But man, it was like people are losing their minds because we moved back.
It was crazy. People were really losing their mind. I'm just like, chill out, hold your water. I've been a Knicks fan for so long, so now and I can't. I'm not gonna lie to you. When I was younger, and I felt like, yo, I was like all these young cats who are in our fandom and in our family, and was like, yo, we need to go get this guy. Why we ain't got that guy? And then we turn around, we go get him, and we still don't do nothing with him.
Right.
Marbury. Bring him home. He wanted to come home. Came home, and it was the worst. It was a disaster.
Like, exactly. Have we ever gotten the guy and then surrounded him with someone as good as RJ that we've already had? Usually we involve RJ in that deal. You just toss RJ out and then get the next guy.
The closest we ever did to that was when we drafted Patrick Ewing, and we still have Bernard King, but Bernard King was broken then.
He was hurt. And don't forget Bill Cartwright, though. too.
Yeah.
So you had a 6 year Bill Cartwright in his 6th year. You still had in that same draft, you drafted Gerald Wilkins.
Yeah.
Right. So it was a bunch of man. I hate when y'all talk young core, bro. I swear, I just don't want to.
I don't consider this a young core. I consider RJ himself as the core.
Now, Freezie, nobody mentioned
RJ
core. Young core.
Hey,
Nobody
I say that
said
tongue in
those
cheek
words.
though.
You brought that came out of your mouth.
I say that tongue in cheek, bro. You know me. I'm messing around, bro.
Yeah, man. Yeah, don't do that, bro.
Yeah, I'm just saying that. Lee, am I lying? Don't Knicks fans always say, "What about the young like like that South Park episode where the lady's like, "What about the babies?" Yo, it's the end of the world, and she's screaming, "What about the babies?" You should be screaming about what about everybody?
Yeah.
A meteor about to hit the planet. You know what I'm saying? A meteor
what
about the
about the
size of the
baby?
moon about to hit the planet. She's talking about what about the babies? And everybody's like, what about everybody? What's wrong with you? You talking about what about the babies?
Babies, yeah. Like who,
You know what I'm
who gonna be here to take care of the babies?
Yeah, who's gonna be here to take care of the baby? Like the meteor is not gonna hit the babies. The meteor gonna hit everybody. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God.
Yeah, man.
Oh Jesus.
Jay Singh was good, bro. But what I'm getting at is we always talk about what about the babies, right? But Dre, didn't we just move on from a young core like 2 years ago?
Yep.
Didn't we just have these same dumb conversations about Frank Ntilikina, Kevin Knox,
What they
Luke
could be.
Cornett, Isaiah Hicks, Kadeem Allen,
Throwing no
Alonzo
Vonleh.
Trier.
Might as well
Yeah,
throw in no
oh
Vonleh.
Yeah. All right. Now, but hold on a second,
Baker.
Freezie. Yo, all right.
Kuzmingus.
Now, I've been wanting to say this to you. I've been dying to say this to you. All right. Now, needless to say, because you brought this up, you got to go ahead anyway.
Right.
My man,
right.
We didn't have the same regime with all those other young cores.
Right.
So with that said, honestly, this man is, you know what I'm saying, he's manipulating and doing the right things with this young core, considering what he's dealing with.
Okay.
So that argument of the young core things, I feel you from way back when, but the management we had was trash.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I hate to call them trash because these are professional men and they know.
But they were because they in a some level business. It's not about the variables. It's about the end result.
Yeah, exactly. Because you can say they sort of misappropriated funds. You know what I'm saying? To some degree. You know what I'm saying? I might be a stretch, but but my point to you is this: is that we didn't have the brain trust that we have now. So now I feel a lot more better considering when you mention the young core. And so to some degree, when they bring it up, all right, I'll give you that much leeway. But also too, going back reminiscing, yeah, well, we had a ton of them. We had a ton of them. So that brings your argument to validity. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
That validates it. You
But Lee, I understand what you're saying. But here is my point to all of that.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, every regime thinks they're smarter than the previous regime, bro.
Facts, I agree.
Right? I mean, it is, and every regime says, I need to bring in our type of players.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And so whether you talk about the young core with Kristaps Porzingis, and so think about the Kristaps Porzingis young core, where it's Tim Hardaway Jr., is Kuzmingus, it's Willie Hernan Gomez, it's who else was here with them? Anthony Early.
Hold on a second. Wasn't Giannis' brother with that up in there too?
Yeah. I was just about to say his name. Yeah.
Hassan Randall.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying, bro. Let's not act like.
Cam's on there too.
I got another one for you. Maurice Endor.
Hey, look, hey, Dre, my middle finger came out by itself, bro. I'm sorry.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
wow.
I'm sorry, bro, but you did it. You made it happen.
Wow!
Y'all ain't seen my middle finger the whole time. Dre did that, bro.
Wow!
Thank you for ruining our night, bro.
All right, let's turn the page, man.
The reason why my middle finger come out by itself on Maurice Endower is because we legit were in the catbird seat to get the number 1 pick, who in that year was Karl Anthony Towns.
And get a game winner, right?
Right. And us in Detroit are tanking. It is Tank Fest on full display. The Knicks legit took 3 24-second shot clock violations down the stretch yes. 3 shot clock violations, right? People are laughing like this is Tank Fest on full display. Adam Silver is probably watching that like probably throwing a tantrum, right? And so we finally force up a shot. We're down by 1, right? And one of those random G League guards, I think it was Tony Douglas or somebody, forces up a shot. And
it might have been Chason.
Yeah, it might have been Chason Rand. Yeah. And so
is it Chason?
Yeah. And so he forces up a shot, thinking it's the end of the game and nothing will happen. And Maurice Endower grabs the offensive rebound and puts it back and beats the buzzer. And the Minnesota Timberwolves end up with the number 1 pick. That's how close we were to getting Karl Anthony Towns. A random G League call-up dude, Maurice Endower, gets a putback at the buzzer of a game both teams are tanking. And y'all wonder why the Pistons retired his jersey. The Pistons retired it's up there with Joe Dumars and Isaiah Thomas, bro.
Wow.
I'm joking. Of course, I'm joking about that part, but
I know.
But yeah, man. In Tank Fest, this dude puts back a buzzer beater in the last game of the season, bro.
Jeez.
Welcome to New York.
Man.
Who'd you all draft that year?
Porzingis.
Okay. Were you happy with that pick?
Yeah, but let me tell you this. So
that was high risk.
Even if the Knicks wanted Porzingis over Cat,
yeah,
right? Think about that. Even if they wanted to take Porzingis over Cat, they still could have traded the number 1 pick to Minnesota and got multiple future first-round picks and still drafted Porzingis.
Mm-hmm.
Who went after Porzingis?
Nobody. It was just us.
It was just us. We was the only ones thinking about him.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about in the draft in 2015. I'm looking it up.
Mario Hezonja. Went to Orlando.
Jesus. Then Willie Cauley-Stein. Yep. Nobodies, bro.
Right. Except
Frank Kaminsky.
No, Devin Booker went 11. Yep.
Ain't that horrible?
Yes, bro. That's what I'm saying.
That's horrible.
You could have let Phoenix trade up to the number 4 pick. We could have traded back to 11, got multiple first-round picks, and Devin Booker.
We could have traded for Devin Booker later after that anyway.
I know because Phoenix wanted Porzingis that bad, right? They did.
They wanted him so bad they drafted Dragan Bender, that bum.
Oh,
God. Just remember him?
And the year after they drafted the Greek center, the big Greek center, Georgius.
Papanopoulos or something like that.
Yeah, man. And so what I'm getting at, and I know this thing sound crazy. I know it sound crazy, bro. But it's not about the asset. It's about asset management.
Yeah.
It's not about. It's like what Ainge is doing right now. It's not about Donovan Mitchell. It's what you can get in return for Donovan Mitchell. Just like that 2015 draft. It's not about Porzingis. It's what you could have gotten along with Porzingis.
You guys, New York recovered well from Porzingis. I mean,
oh yeah, we actually won that trade. 100%.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, Porzingis has not recovered. Back to that form.
That Dallas pick is way more valuable now.
Right.
Especially because we're probably going to use it to get Donovan.
Yeah. And I bet you right now, and I know this is going to sound crazy, but I bet you right now, Washington would take that Dallas pick for Porzingis straight up right now.
Oh yeah, but nobody's
Right?
taking that contract.
But nobody's taking that contract. But it's only got like 2 years left on it. But you see my point. My point is it's not about the asset, bro. It's how you manage them, right? And so Leon Rose did a good job with the first Dallas pick by trading back. By trading back. Yeah, it's multiplying. It's anybody ever saw that movie Multiplicity with Michael Keaton?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah.
You notice how for every occasion there was a different Michael Keaton for every occasion?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's what. And there it is.
Yeah.
Well, Porzingis can thank his brother for his plight of his career. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would thank him too if I got $150 million for barely
playing.
But
but the biggest thing about it is like we were gonna re-sign him,
right?
But his brother was like, nah, he doesn't want to be here no more. And then,
but you know what it came down to, right?
That sex scandal.
No, well, that too. But Porzingis wanted to hurry up and get the max money right away, and the Knicks were like, well, let's see how you recover from this torn ACL first.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And as soon as the Knicks said that, Porzingis was checked out, and I knew it.
Mm-hmm.
I knew it, bro. Because for one, Porzingis only played in one April game with the Knicks. One in 3 seasons. Was it 3 seasons or 3 seasons? Right. One game in April. Always hurt. Always out for the season. Right. 2, when a guy shows that much potential, you have to sign him to the max right away. It's like what New Orleans did with Zion.
Facts.
Which is insane.
But you have
to do it, especially in the money. Especially with what he's shown.
Right.
He's shown.
Right.
Matter of fact, he's shown more than Porzingis did. So
he showed more than Porzingis.
Yeah,
you average 27 and 10 on 60% shooting.
Yeah.
But it's not. It's at the rim.
It's a gamble,
it's at the rim
you gotta
shooting.
Pay for that gamble.
Yeah, it's at the rim. Listen, Zion.
Shooting, but like you cannot get that sort of production at the rim from anyone.
If Zion is healthy, he's a top 5 player in the NBA. If he's 100, we haven't even seen Zion 100%. If he is 100%,
and in shape,
and in shape, top 5 player in the NBA.
Easy.
For somebody
MVP
who does not
candidate tomorrow. Like there's
for
no
somebody
debate.
who does not for somebody who does not need the basketball.
Right.
Exactly.
And that's it. That's the other thing. That's the other thing too.
He was getting 27 and he wasn't even featured in the offense in isolation.
There's pictures of
coming down and
him
destroying.
Grabbing the basketball like during the game, and the damn basketball's like got indents in it from his grip strength. Like go grab a fully inflated basketball and try to make dents in it. It ain't happening.
No,
that's
man.
insanity how strong he is.
That's insane, bro.
Yeah. And
so but to the Porzingis point though, bro. To the Porzingis point, right? The Knicks were not really that good at asset management. If this regime was in that situation with Porzingis, I think they would have got 4 first-round picks from Dallas and no players, right? They got 4 first-round picks because Porzingis was on his rookie scale contract, right? But what this regime did, what they valued, and Julius Randle is a direct benefactor of this. By trading Porzingis, you cleared up the cap space to sign Randle, Portis, Ellington, Bullock, Mook Morris, and Taj Gibson. Right? By giving away all those heavy contracts. Right? Remember the Courtney Lee contract? The Tim Hardaway contract?
Yeah.
Tim Hardaway got paid.
Yeah. And ironically, Dallas let him become a free agent and then paid him the same money.
Yeah.
He got the same exact contract he got with the Knicks.
Yeah, man, Dallas is horrible, man, at their front office. They're not that good.
Bad at asset management over there.
Yeah.
It's just that is generational and hides so many issues. It's almost like they're doing a repeat of LeBron's first tenure with the Cavs.
With the Cavs,
That's
yeah.
The Porzingis thing screwed it all up. If they don't go after Porzingis like that, trying to find the next Dirk, the 1-2 combo with Luka and KP.
He thought it was going to be Steve Nash and Dirk, and he didn't want to do it. He didn't want to give up. He didn't want to risk the chance of not having that seen through.
Yeah.
So that's why he went after it, but it didn't really work.
And
I'm grateful for it though.
Luka and KP did not vibe at all.
Right.
But I'm grateful
so
for
high
it.
usage. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard being a big man with a guard that's that high usage. Like I don't even think like Embiid would enjoy playing with Luka to that extent with how high usage he is. If that might sound crazy, but I don't think he would.
I think
does sound crazy,
and I don't think Luka wants to play with somebody that. I don't think it would work. I don't think Luka's ever going to have a co-all-star player. I don't think it'll ever work. Could you imagine him and Bradley Beal sharing the backcourt?
No.
Makes no sense. Why would you do it? I don't know how much European. I watch a lot of European basketball too, because and European basketball, it's basically run around off the screens, jumpers, and when you play in that type of system, you don't really need all-stars. Like you don't need to have elite level athletic ability to just run around screens and get in pretty much a bunch of Steph Currys. That's what they do over there. It's pretty much all they do. And there's
fundamental driven.
And there's no 3-second defense in the paint, so the centers can just camp the paint.
Right.
So if they keep that same European system, Joel Embiid, Bradley Beal, it'll never come to the Mavericks.
Wow.
It'll never, it won't happen. That's what's going to happen with Brunson, with Spider and all that. Like you're not going to have them on the court probably 18 minutes a game together. And it'll all be in the second. It'll be 18, 20 minutes, and a lot of it will be in that third and fourth quarter. First half, it's going to be them switching.
Yeah. I think you get to see a lot of RJ at the 2 this year.
Yeah. You ain't trying to wear that out.
Yeah, it's going to be RJ at the 2 running with the bench, probably.
Yeah, or RJ at the 2 running with one of those guards.
Yeah.
I feel like one of those guards are always going to be in the game, but I'm saying it's going to be one of those guards, RJ, and then the 3 through 4 will be bench players.
Yeah.
But is that not what you prefer, though?
Absolutely.
Is that not you know what it's going to remind you of? And I mentioned this about 2 months ago, or maybe a month ago. But what it'll remind you of is the old Seattle Supersonics, right? Where they had a 3-guard rotation, but those at every point in the game, you saw one of those 3 guards on the floor, right? You saw Gary Payton,
Nate McMillan.
Yeah. That's because if you remember, they used to have a guard named Dana Barros.
Yeah.
Anybody remember Dana Barros, the guard that was too little? They said, and he wound up getting traded to Philadelphia, and having a 50-point game. The little teeny guard.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I think the Knicks are in a great place, bro. I think the Knicks are in
you guys get Spider, man. You guys are on your way. Brunson and Spider, as long as you play a good team defense, man, that's a scary.
And that's what Tibbs is good at. As long as you're not physically unable to move your feet like Kemba, Tibbs can make you at least an average team defender at worst.
Kemba Walker is so washed up, bro. We saw him in Atlanta. We saw him in Atlanta and in Charlotte live.
Yeah.
Live, I saw Mitchell. Listen, man, and no lie, hand to the man. Mitchell Robinson blocked a shot, right? Kemba Walker's at the top of the key. Mitchell Robinson blocked a shot. And he was going to go get it out of bounds. They got the ball. They threw it over the top of the defense. Mitchell Robinson beat Kemba Walker in a foot race back to the other end.
Damn.
Now, what does that tell you? Is Mitchell Robinson that fast? Or is Kemba Walker that washed? I think it's a combination of both. I believe Mitchell Robinson may be one of the fastest centers in the league when he's in shape.
Oh yeah.
At 280, no, he's fast, but no. At 240, yes.
He's gazelle-like at that weight.
Yep. He's a blur.
I'm a big fan of Mitch Robinson.
I saw him outrun Kemba Walker, and I was like, man, you got to.
So what's going to happen with Fournier? What's going to happen with Fournier? What's going to happen with him? Was he going to be in the trade? There's a lot of Knicks that
he's probably going to be in the trade.
Yeah, that's a big contract for Utah to take on.
As much as money filler, in order to get Donovan here, you need to throw him in there.
Did you like that? Did you like picking him up from Orlando when you guys did? Did you like picking him up?
Well, we got him in a signing trade from Boston for 2 second-round picks.
Oh, that's right. He went from Orlando to Boston. They came.
They traded him to Boston at the deadline.
Yep.
And then we were going to sign him outright.
Okay.
But we gave Boston something for him, 2 second-round picks in a signing trade. That way the Knicks could get Boston. Boston gets 2 second-round picks, and the Knicks got a $6 million trade exception. So both teams won.
That's a win.
Both teams won in that because the Knicks get the trade exception, and now they could use that same trade exception in a deal for Donovan Mitchell.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a good point. Yep.
Yeah.
Hey, I liked him in Orlando.
I'm gonna run, man. I'm gonna go get some sleep because I'm gonna be back on at 8 o'clock.
All right, man. Grind
8 o'clock a.m. 8 o'clock. I'll be in here with like some piping hot coffee and maybe some type of breakfast. I don't know. Maybe some type of bread. I don't know. Be back, man. Mr. Lee, how you been, man? Oh, he done dozed off.
He's gone.
Yeah, I will holler at y'all later, man.
Later on.
Later.
Hey, all right, Sally. It was good to see you, bro.
You too, bro.